What's up, YouTube? So we're about to get going. I'm a little early. Usually I go at 9, but I got a lot of people messing with me, so I'm just gonna keep them on their fucking toes. If they want to fuck with me, they're gonna have to get up real fucking early in the morning. And let me switch my background. There we go. I'm about to go live on TikTok, so let's get ready for the party to get started. All right, let me plug this bitch in. Get this biatch ready to rock and roll. And if you aren't subscribed, subscribe to the channel on YouTube and hit that bell icon or whatever to get notified when I do go live, so you can watch the show live. You can run it in the background, what have you. And if you want to get on the panel, you got to come over to TikTok at LibLoudmouth on TikTok. You guys are welcome to come up and join the panel, but it'll be on TikTok until these motherfuckers finally just say fuck you and get rid of me. We'll just keep doing what we do, y'all. You can't stop this freight train, motherfucker. All right, here we go. Okay, I'm ready. Let's get started. I'll buy you a boat. They can travel on that shit. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we are back again. We're going to do another live. Let's get going. Let's get started. So if you're coming in, I don't see anybody yet, but we're going to get people filtering in soon enough, I'm sure. Let me go and share my stuff out. Let us do this thing. All right. Let me share it out to my groups. I am live early. If they want to mess with me, they gotta get up earlier. What's up, y'all? What's up? If you're just getting in here, welcome in, welcome aboard. Good to see y'all. I hope you have a good work day, all that stuff. Puddin' Pop, good to see you again. I don't know why you keep posting about gas prices. I saw your post yesterday about gas prices. It's kind of funny. Anyway, let me go grab my alt real quick and bring that biatch up. See if we can't get another 72 violations. Guys, I'm going to need everybody to start tapping. Let's start tapping before we get anywhere or do anything. I'm going to need to get 10,000 likes, so let's start tapping the screen, please. Share it out. Also, leave comments. Let's boost this shit out and get it going. We got to do what we got to do. And we got to do what we got to do. That's just it. That's it. That's all we got. Let me bring myself up here. Yeah. What's up, everybody? All right, let's go. We've got 12 people in here. Let's get those likes up. Come on, keep tapping that motherfucking screen before we get... You got it for me. Yeah, thanks, Puddin' Pop. Where's the donut? I don't know. I'm going to start adjusting things. I've switched my agent, and thank fuck for that. I learned more from this new agent in 30 minutes than I did the entire fucking year of the other agents, so... hopefully we'll get shit going. So now I have a better understanding of how TikTok algorithm works over a 30-minute period. So I'm going to need you guys to start tapping. Let's get that shit going. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, it's the dude that I'm that's my agent now. He really is great. A lot of good energy. And he's not a white person, okay? He's not a white person, and thank fuck for that. I don't know what it is about these white people around the fucking world, but that's what we're going to be talking about today. I seen a video, really pissed me off, but before we get into it, guys, I'm going to need you to get them likes going. We ain't even at 500 yet. Keep tapping. Finally, right? Yeah, I'm going to need you to keep tapping. We'll get going. And if you would like to jump up on the panel, just, give it a second. Once we get to about 1,000 or so, then I'll get started. I got a video that I'm going to play first. Let me go ahead and get it queued up so we're ready to rock and roll when it's time. Probably going to autoplay, though. Why the fuck you pull up over here? You motherfucker. All right, let me put this in here. Got several clips going. It's it's really gross. And in the news, you know, that Supreme Court decision, the reverse racism, those poor white people are always being oppressed. Damn it. All those people of color, they're so meanie heads to the white people. You know, I'm just getting sick of it. Really, I'm getting sick of seeing that shit. And fucking every time I walk next to sunscreen, maybe fucking just get rid of it and buy it all up so nobody has access to it. And maybe they'll stop going outside. Maybe that's what we got to do collectively. I'll buy up all the goddamn sunscreen available in your area and see what these people do. Let them burn to a crisp, eh? Fucking hell. Getting sick of it, honestly. Anyway, stock market is on fire, getting super rich. Well, good for you, Glenn. Good for you. I'm so glad to hear that you're making some money while everybody else is getting fucked. I know that you don't care probably about the other people. That's okay. That's okay, because Glenn said, I'm getting rich. I'm making money. These people are starving. I don't care, because I'm Glenn, and I'm going to make me some money. Fuck you, Glenn. Fuck you and the white horse you rode in on, bitch. And that's where I got to put something in the trash. I'll be right back. Y'all keep tapping. Tap that motherfucker. All right, we got 400 taps left. 400 taps left to get to 1,000, and I'm gonna play this video. Probably gonna blow your mind. Maybe it won't. Probably won't blow Glenn's mind. Look at stop whining. Glenn, it must really upset you that people like myself are allowed to talk in this country. But I'm sure you're working on trying to fix that, huh? You got more of that white pride, do you? Yeah, he loves it. What's up, Josh? What's up, Josh? CB2, this guy's a little angry. Just a little bit, you know? Until you've had a white dude come up to you and be like, oh, just calm down. Just calm down, because, like, you're making me nervous. Like, I see you looking. You look scary to me, and it's really making me feel uncomfortable in my whiteness. What is it with you guys? You're always afraid of everything. What's up with that? Get on a goddamn boat and go back to your country. How about that? How about y'all get out of Brazil? You can get out of the U.S., all the fucking places you guys found yourselves in and colonized and shit on and unalive the entire population. Go back to your country. Because you guys say that to everybody else, don't you? Now get your ass on the boat and go the fuck back. That's where I'm at. And if you don't like it, report me. Because y'all be doing that shit anyway, you worthless dog pieces of shit. Yeah, now we're at 1,200. Let me play this video. I saw this morning, so yeah, I'm a little irritated. And I'm sorry if it's making you uncomfortable, Glenn. I know I'm a scary guy. I know. I'm just a scary dude. All right, just watch this shit. This is fucking wild. Josh. You'll get the gist of what's going on here in just a minute. Just wait. Sick bastards. And keep tapping that fucking screen. Good morning, Blue Eyed. Geo said, is that the black triple K? Get the fuck out of here with that. Just wait. And I tell you what, when white people see a group of black people in uniforms, they start pissing themselves. They are so afraid of these motherfuckers. They just don't know what to do. I bet that really bothers some of you in the comment section, seeing these people proudly walking across this, knowing exactly what they're going to do. Scared fucking cowards.
Hey, where's the owner? Sir? Where's the owner? I don't want no damn card. Where's the owner?
That's right. Get that
Sir?
bitch.
Yeah, I don't want no business card. I want the owner. How you doing, brother? You shouldn't spend one goddamn dollar in this store.
Not a fucking penny.
Y'all shouldn't spend
Y'all
nothing.
shouldn't spend not a goddamn dollar in this store. What this
They got some
store did,
pedophile activities going on.
exploiting a young black child,
Using the
embarrassing a young black child, and told a black child that they could not use the restroom to go and do in the back. And then these no good bastards recorded that child and then took the video and
That's
showed
right.
it to all of the kids leaving the school, our babies leaving school, and they showing them a video when their classmates poo-pooing, embarrassing this young brother and treating him like he's less than a human. I want the owner.
Nuh-uh.
What is this?
I go get your
I
money
don't
back.
need no.
The motherfuckers behind that counter are lucky. They took CCTV of a black child that they refused bathroom service to, told him to go take a shit out back. So he does that. They record it and then share it with his classmates. And they're lucky that this guy didn't reach across that motherfucking counter and whoop the shit right out that dude and everybody else that was associated with it. They're lucky that that didn't happen. And see, that's the difference between people of color and white people, because white people ain't got no fucking boundaries. They don't have anything that tells them not to do the thing that they want to do, and that's how they were able to go all across the world and decimate entire fucking populations of people, unalive 90% of the entire population of countries such as this one right here, or Brazil, or take your fucking pick, because they for some reason have no fucking moral boundaries whatsoever. If they want to do something, they'll unalive you. They don't give a shit because they just exist as this superior being. So they're lucky that this dude didn't take their own fucking shit and do to them what they've been doing to everybody else around the world. These gross, sick motherfuckers. Who does that? Who takes a video of a child taking a shit and shares it with other children? They printed off a picture of this child shitting and put it on the fucking window of the front door. And I just already have a feeling that somebody out there is, well, you're not allowed to publicly defecate. And I guarantee you it's going to be a bunch of white people that do that. So get on that motherfucking boat and go the fuck back from where you came. That's how I
I
feel.
don't need no lawyer's
No,
phone
get
number.
your money back.
I don't want no.
Get
Where's
your
the owner?
refund. Get your money back.
Where's the owner? Where is the owner?
I
Who
don't
do we
care.
talk to?
Get
Are you
your
the
money
owner?
back.
Are you the owner? Where's the owner? Because we ain't going to make no more goddamn money today. Where's the owner?
And give him his refund too.
Where's the owner?
Kind of Epstein stuff y'all got going on.
Do you
around
realize
here.
that video is pornographic?
That's
video
right.
is sexual in
It's
nature?
for
That is a crime?
That's
He
a
committed
damn
a crime. I want the owner. We ain't making no more money today.
None. We're gonna shut this whole thing down.
And see, this is what people got to do to these businesses that engage like this. They got to shut that shit down. Oh, you're not allowed to get in the way of business. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. When you got people that are willing to do something like this as a fucking business owner, fuck that. It's unnecessary. It's totally unnecessary. Now, I got a bunch of clips here pulled up, and I see you yapping in the comments. I know it upsets you that somebody's going to call you out on your bullshit. I get it. It makes you feel weird, don't it? When somebody's calling you out on your shit. But this is what y'all been doing forever. So again, get on your boat, go back to fucking Europe, and just exist over there. If you can't find a way to just deal with people on an equal level playing field, then get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. It's you that has the problem. This isn't your shit, and I'm getting sick of it. And just like in Louisiana, still to this very day, you guys still don't want anybody of color to have anything, including their vote or representation in the government. And now this fucking Supreme Court has taken that right away from people of color again to pull representation from these people. And it's just going to spread. And then you turn around and say racism doesn't exist because there was a black president. fuck you. Fuck you. It's real easy for somebody to say that who doesn't actually have any issue because you just walk around the world and nobody gives a shit. I mean, hell, and this isn't the only country, for the record, that Europeans did this to. Europeans did this to 90% of the globe. You know, matter of fact, look at Brazil's government. You notice something. Notice something about Brazil's government? You see that shit? People in Brazil look like the indigenous of here, and many of them even black. But not this government. They're racist as fuck too. They're just like the United States that did the same shit. Hell, they didn't even outlaw slavery until fucking almost 1900. And it still exists with this fucking European mindset, this colonialist mindset that continues to this very fucking day, and we're seeing it play out in other countries, and I am just fed the fuck up with it. I'm done with it. Now keep tapping that screen, guys. We got to get to 10,000. We got to get to 10,000, so tap the fuck out of that screen if you can. Whether you hate me or you love me, tap that fucking screen. Let's not stop. Because that's what TikTok wants us to do. We got to play this stupid fucking game. Leave your comments. If you have a comment, write in a comment. If you want me to shut up, then I guess don't do that and leave. And we'll shut it down. But this is shit that we've got to deal with because it's still happening in this country. Even people who don't think they're racist are just racist. Because there's this weird entitlement mentality of these fucking European Americans where they think they're entitled to your shit and they're entitled to your business and they get up in your shit, they get up in your business all the time. And watch this dude. Watch this dude.
Keep talking.
Watch what they do to the guy that's filming. Just, it's real subtle, you know? And they smile. Fucking motherfuckers, man.
And where the tree at to hang people at? Where is that? Where is the hanging tree at?
In your backyard.
Chip, that other video with the kid who took a shit, that was in Houston, Texas.
Gentlemen, can I please?
No. He just said there's a hanging tree down there to hang people like me. That's racist.
That is.
That is racist. Y'all gonna take his back and he's being racist?
Crying motherfucker. He's a crying motherfucker. You know what?
That is fucking horrible of you.
He's just as human as
I'm doing a job and I did not disrespect you.
And you see, look at this guy right here. Watch this guy right here.
Man, you know what? Fuck you and I'm not leaving. Make me leave, motherfucker, because I can't take it.
I don't make trash, I burn it.
Do you see how uncomfortable this bitch looks? He knows. He don't like it, but guess what? He ain't saying nothing. He ain't saying a motherfucking thing. And just like cops that don't say anything about bad cops, are they good cops? The ones that let bad cops do bad shit? This dude is equally a piece of shit as this dude. And it just keeps going.
5th grade.
And y'all laughing at this? And y'all laughing at this? This is what y'all like? This is what y'all like?
We love it, man. We love it.
Every one of these sunburnt to a crisp lobster motherfuckers need to get on a boat and go back to Europe and get out of my country. Now just watch what they do to this guy.
That's right. That's
Gaslighting bullshit.
hey, man, I'm having a great day. I'm having a great day.
Fuck all of y'all. And I'm going to stay right here because y'all don't scare me.
You gotta suck me.
What? Gotta do what?
I'm built like a lemon. You gotta suck me.
If this is the way that you're talking on camera to me, sir, and I never disrespected you until you...
That motherfucker's grinder profile got a picture of a lemon on it.
I'm gonna be at 5 o'clock. No, I'm gonna be on house. I thought you said you had a job.
I got a job.
Yeah, look at them. They're all of them.
Oh, hey, just go do your job.
You do your job.
This is in Vegas.
People say fuck you to everybody.
He said fuck me because I can say fuck you too. What the fuck?
You see that what that old fuck just did? He was standing there the whole time when the guy said there was a hanging tree. And he's like, why you gotta use the F word? Why you gotta do that? Bitch, what?
being fucking racist to me, man. Get the fuck out of my face. Get the fuck out of my face. Who the fuck are you? I don't give a fuck. Fuck you too. The fuck?
That's the only relation.
How you doing?
Seems to know.
Is that white pride here?
With them?
Yes, he is.
Okay, but why is he being fucking racist to me, talking about there's a fucking hanging tree down there? Are you along with that? Are you down?
And
with
here
that?
she
If you
comes.
like him?
One of the most dangerous creatures on the face of the fucking planet.
Don't touch me. I'm not on your property. Don't touch me. Don't fucking touch me. Don't fucking touch me. Do y'all see this shit?
I'm not saying nothing. I'm telling you to get off my property.
Fuck you. Now what? Let's do it. Come on, let's go. Slap me. Hit
It's
me.
the sidewalk. It ain't her property.
You're my brother.
No, I'm not your
You see what she's doing? You see how they do this shit?
You're wrong.
You're my brother, smiling. I love you.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing anything to anybody. Y'all gonna kill me? Kill me. Kill me. Do it.
You're my brother.
Do y'all see? Don't touch me.
And you see how upset this guy's getting?
This racist stuff? No, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Baby, why are you
Don't touch
so
me.
upset?
Don't touch me.
You see this
Why are you
Paula
touching me,
bullshit
man?
here?
Okay, come on.
This is
Calm
crazy.
down. Calm down. You're causing a big old fuss.
Because I didn't do anything to
He's
anyone.
causing a big old
I
fuss.
know, honey. Jesus loves you. It's okay.
Do y'all see this at the most?
This is what they do.
Can you let me go fucking leave, please, ma'am? But don't, you don't, but you're
And she's
steady
grabbing
touching
him.
me.
She's grabbing his arm.
You're steady
She's
touching me,
pushing
man.
this
is
guy.
assault.
Do you have a mama?
This is an assault.
Do you have a mama?
This is,
Do you have a mama?
ma'am, can you
Do you
leave
have
me?
a
Can
dad?
you?
What are you doing
I'm
here?
doing a job.
Well,
And I'm not bothering anyone.
Well, you are now. You got everybody all upset.
But you're
baby.
He's got everybody all upset. You see what the bitch is doing here? You see this gross ass shit? This gaslighting Zionist fucking nonsense crap? Oh, we love you. Why you gotta get everybody all upset because they threaten to hang you by the tree? We love you. We love you. This fucking cunt bitch right here is one of the most dangerous creatures on the face of the fucking planet. This lady right here. Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta cause such a fuss? We're gonna ignore what the old white man said, and we're gonna make it out like you're the problem. And if this dude does what he's legally allowed to do, which is smack that bitch right across the face, the entire fucking town, everybody, now they're all in. Oh my God, did you see what that black man just did to that sweet old white lady? Did you see that? Even though she's grabbing him, she's shoving him, she's pushing him, and if somebody does that to you, you got a right to smack the fuck right out of him. But if he does this to this woman, what you think is going to happen to him? And she's why did you hit me like that? This is what they do. And they've been doing it. This is the subtle racist shit. She gonna pretend like, I love you. You're my brother. Taking fucking videos of black kids shitting and spreading that shit around and then pretending like this dude did something wrong when he gets upset because you threatened to hang him. And it just continues. It just continues. He said, not with all them Klansmen that right. And like the guy that's sitting next to him. Just that's so funny. He's just laughing it up, just hee-haw. You can tell he's uncomfortable, but that bitch ain't saying nothing. He ain't saying a word. And why? Because then he loses his proximity to whiteness. He won't be part of the club. They won't accept him if he calls them out on their bullshit, just like with the bad cops. If a good cop says something about what the bad cop is doing, now the good cop gets shit canned or arrested or whatever. That's how they do it. This gaslighting horseshit It's monstrous what they do. I'm going to reset my gifting goal. Guys, I'm going to need you to tap. We just got to 10K. I'm going to need more than that. Let's get to 25K. Keep tapping that screen. That's what TikTok wants us to do. Please put your comments in there. We got to keep this shit rolling because I am pissed. I'm pissed. And I'm serious when I say if you're European American and you don't like a person of color, get on that motherfucking boat and row your ass back from where you came. Okay? Because that's what y'all tell people all the time. Even you dumbasses talking about, I remember somebody had a Puerto Rican flag. Go back to your own country. Get out of my country. They're so stupid. And listen to this. Racism is dead.
Nigger. Say it, Tegan.
I don't want it. Say it. I don't want it. Guys, out here.
What is it with these people that they got to say this word? It's just like, come on, man. Come on, do I get a pass? Do I get an N-word pass? Do I get to say the word? And then they just, in their own spaces, they got to say the word because there's nothing that a white man can't be told he can't have. Because this culture, this fucking weird mentality that they own and spread around the world says that they have a right to everything. Even people that don't engage in overt racism, they have this it's just inside of you. I don't get it. And we as society, I don't know, we accept it. And then somebody's going to be mad because, why are you making everything about race? Because everything is about motherfucking race in this goddamn country when you got motherfuckers taken, and let me pull this fucking shit up. Right here. Look at it. Louisiana governor prepares to suspend House primaries after court ruling. They don't want you to vote. They don't want you or anybody like you to vote. If they can't keep control because they're the best of the best, they're going to take it because there's this mentality that they share that they're entitled to it. They think they're entitled to all of this shit, all of your shit. I got 20 boxing gloves up there. Please fill that gifting goal. I'm going to use smaller ones so when you see it pop up, let's fucking fill that shit and get this FYP going and tap that goddamn screen, please. Keep tapping that bitch. I know a lot of you are at work and you're probably sick of hearing me curse, but I'm fucking pissed. Because all my life I've been sitting here watching these people making even excuses for them because they're decent fucking folk out there that will get sunburnt the moment they step outside. I married one of them. But this mentality cannot exist anymore. It just cannot be accepted. We can't do it. It's got to stop. Now they're taking your fucking right to vote away from you. Oh, we're going to suspend the primaries because you got this Supreme Court that thinks that, these poor white people they're getting prejudiced against because they's white people. What? I'm just, and I know it's a brick wall for a lot of you people. I know it's a brick wall. Here, watch this shit. This is an open conversation right here in America.
Can I help you with something?
Yeah, I was just dropping off your signs. My boss said it was this address.
You realize the Ku Klux Klan is still prevalent.
Do you want these signs here or no?
Honey, we have no problem.
This is a uptown.
Is it?
Sad situation.
Oh, that makes
I
sense.
don't want to start a riot.
And good luck to you.
I don't want to.
I'm sorry, but
I
this
don't-
town is just.
I don't want to start a riot.
So, just be safe.
You're safe where you are, but
Okay.
they are still very aggressive.
Listen to this. They know that the Triple K is active in their town. They know it. And they won't do anything to stop it. And so when it comes to these protests and it comes to fixing this country and it comes to fixing all this other shit, don't expect any person of color to walk out that motherfucking door like y'all always do. You broke it and continue to break it. Now fucking fix it. But you can't when you got people like that so afraid that they're going to... Mazel down the street, she might not invite me over to cribbage tomorrow if I talk about the fact that her husband be riding around on a horse with a fucking sheet over his head because he's in the Triple K. Oh, I gotta be invited to the cribbage. That's what they don't want to lose anything that they have. They don't, not even an ounce of privilege in order to do something for somebody else. And that's what this country is and continues to be. And I'm pissed doing that to a fucking child, recording this dude taking a shit. What is wrong with these fucking people? Fucking had it. APAC, what's up, man? Calm me down, brother. I'm pissed.
I'll calm
like, I saw. Did you see the video of the fucking that kid?
Yeah.
How sick?
Gosh. You know, it's sick. You know, it's gross. I'm
gonna take a break, but I can hear you.
Yeah. No. So I came from.
And keep tapping, y'all. Keep tapping.
You may want to change your gift goal too.
Motherfuckers. I'll change it before I walk outside. No, you're good. I'm fucking fed up with, man, you know, even this subtle shit. It's just getting old. People gotta do more. People gotta do better, especially these fake ass fucking liberals out here. Now they know an indigenous person. Let's try to fuck him. Let's try to fuck him as much as we can because we're white people and we got that right. Fuck all of these fake ass motherfuckers. Y'all ain't allies. Anyway, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that I came from a work trip from Atlanta, Georgia, Monday through Wednesday, and I was on a flight sitting next to a black couple, and the flight attendants, right? So there was 3 flight attendants there, sitting down, just had my headphones on. So he wasn't doing anything. I guess he had slept during the refreshment cycle. So usually they offer refreshments and snacks, promote credit cards, etc. So they were going around with a trash bag for everyone that was done with their snacks and anyone that had, garbage to dispose of. And all the guy did, right? He didn't even he didn't say anything. He just motioned that he just wanted water. And the flight attendant gave him a lot of grief. It's like, well, use your words, sir. It's, can I have water, please? And
what?
It was eye-opening for me because just about two rows in front, there was a bunch of, there was a white family, a lot of girls, probably middle school age. They were talking about Louis Vuitton purses and how to identify certain brands and benefit cosmetics and stuff. And I don't know, that was, and this was in Atlanta, Georgia, where my understanding is the population is predominantly either minority or black. I mean, if that's so, right. I don't know. That was shocking to me. I mean, I said
she said use your words.
Use your words, man. Right? The guy just finished sleeping. So he probably had a long trip. With a lot of people on planes actually had a long trip, long time. He was sleeping the time. He was not he wasn't acting up or anything. And that's all he did.
Why are you so aggressive?
He opened his eyes and just and I actually had an exchange with him afterward. And I gave him my business card, and so he was a college student, very, very sweet guy. and I don't know. It was, and he was going home to see family. So he's like, yeah, I'm excited to see family. And so it's a beautiful conversation. So, I mean, so I was like, well, what was this? So I called the attendant out and gave her a poor review, afterwards.
You should have fucking called that lady over there. And the moment she started talking, I'm sorry, miss. Can you use your words?
Well, no, exactly. Because at first I had headphones on, and I'm like, all right, so. But I'm like, I didn't say anything. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. So what did the guy say to her, or did he just like motion to? What did he say exactly?
He didn't say anything. So all he did was he just looked at her and kind of did the cup tilt. So here, let me turn my video on real quick. So he did something like this.
Okay, so he's right. Okay,
tipping, just wanting.
Oh,
water,
I see.
water.
Okay,
So,
and she's like, the only entitlement here is for me. Okay, I'm the only one that gets to do that. Jesus.
No, exactly, and it was just very
wild.
It's very wild because you would think like even in a play, right? You strive for customer.
She said, "Use your words."
It's like use your words, and I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" I've done that before.
Wow.
So
wow.
First of all, as a kid,
I was going to say that's something you might say to your child. So in order to, but
it's like use your words, and then she said, "Use your words and say please." And I'm like, what? And that was the part that got me at the end. So then I had to talk to her because I'm like, did I misunderstand? I'm like, all right, you just said you just motioned that you just wanted water. He's like, that's okay.
He just let it roll off.
A bad day. Well, I mean, and that's the part that I gave him my business card because of what he said afterward. He's like, it's okay. She's probably having a bad day. And I thought that spoke a lot about his character. And I'm like, wow. And then that's when I, said something afterward.
Somebody should have screamed from the back, just do your fucking job.
Yeah.
I mean, I get why that is a little rude, like somebody like shaking the ice in their glass, but still like the audacity, whatever.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. That I hope your trip was good though. You had fun?
I had a lot of work, a lot of fun. 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So it was, I barely spoke to family, so I missed your show. So now I'm back.
Yeah, Chip says cultural difference, please and thank you are always the best choices when being served. Well, if it's a cultural difference, and then you could respect another person's culture, no? I mean, like, I expect people to be nice to me, but they aren't. So what?
And it was also the tone.
And this is another problem that, people of color, these, native peoples to these areas that got colonized, they're not as diabolical as people that came from Europe and spread their love across the world that turned into mass genocide all over the place. And we're expected to be nice. Fuck that shit. Well, when they aren't nice, people are like, well, they're just having a bad day. They're just, they're just this and that. It's just, they're just having a moment, and we accept that. But if a black person does it and says something and gets pissed off, they're aggressive.
Yeah, but
that's exactly it, Liv. That's exactly it. The entitlement. And I say of some people, but we know that it's predominantly the YT people. You know what I mean? And
I don't get it.
They haven't been checked enough in their life to get it to check themselves. You know what I mean? And when someone's not called out for continued negative behavior or disrespectful fucking behavior, they seem to think that it's okay. So some of these people run around only in those circles, right? Where it's just a common acceptance, right? It's a common thing to be fucking like I said, entitled to be able to act and say whatever you want. Think the cops aren't going to arrest you because you're white, or think that everybody owes you something or something like that. You know what I mean? And
I do love those moments of karma, though, when the Karen, the white Karen thinks that she's going to get the person of color, or whatever she's trying to fuck with, and then she ends up getting arrested. I love those videos. I love those videos.
That was like that tow truck one, or the trash truck one.
Yes. It's like y'all are so used to being able to get your way whenever, and you're just, I can't believe it.
Well,
you're
and I gotta
their
say,
side.
Dude, like I've kind of been on the opposite side of all.
Thank you, Wrath.
Like I am obviously, I'm YT, right? So I automatically am born with that said privilege, right?
Real quick, hold on real quick. Guys, thank you all so much. I've missed some of the gifts. Ball Talk, thank you so much for those amped ups, and APAC for the donuts. I've been told by my new agent to keep the number small on the gifts, because meeting the gifting goal is apparently the point, not the number of gifts. So I'm just going to keep rolling through it. So things may change a little bit, and keep fucking tapping. Sorry, Hooligan. Go ahead, man.
No, you're good, sir. Being a YT man, I understand that I was already born with that privilege without even, no matter what side of the tracks I was born, right? And I think that's been a harder part for me, is being kind of from the other side. My mother was a special ed teacher in one of the largest black schools in Oklahoma City. It's called Northeast High School. And so just me growing up, I mean, you see a color difference, but I didn't really see a difference. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just going to school. My mom, like, there wasn't that hatred or whatever in my house, right? So when I see these Karens getting arrested, I'm fucking happy. I'm sure blacks and browns, I'm sure everybody is very happy to see that shit go down. But I, myself, because these bitches they're way too much. You know what I mean? They need to be put in their place. And nobody listens to me, because I'm kind of a minority in my own way, right? I'm under poverty, in the poverty level, right? I don't have money. I don't have all this fame and glory. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like an average cat. Right, so I love seeing
meow,
right? So I can appreciate. I feel that, when I see that shit, I'm like, good, man, because some of these people need to fucking learn. You know what I mean? Because their mom and dad didn't teach them, their husband or wife isn't telling them they're wrong.
Thank you, APAC.
Their friends aren't correcting them. You know what I mean? They just are allowed.
Like that dude sitting next to that guy. Look at it. He's just like, oh, God, here we go again. This motherfucker's racist. Don't say a word. Don't say a motherfucking word. And that's why, how can you trust anybody when you won't even get out of your comfort zone to protect somebody who's getting shit on? That's like the guy watching a woman get the shit beat out of her and just... Somebody might deal with that. I ain't gonna be me. What are we doing?
Yeah, and we definitely need to. I mean, I can only speak for me, right? And I guess my race, right? We need to step up and show more love and equality and standing up for people in general. Especially when we see like that shit in the bathroom. Man, I just watched that video, bro. Like. I was feeling
Isn't that
enraged,
infuriating?
Dude,
that's why I was so pissed this morning.
Yeah. Now, I didn't see the people behind the counter, so I don't know if it was a YT store, if it was
I think
Eastern store.
It was Middle Eastern stores.
So
one of those.
I think there's hate in all races. You know what I mean? But that shit's just terrible. What those folks did is exactly what we as a population, a community, need to do for each other.
The owner of the store, I'm not sure. We know what we call those stores, but it's shitty to use that language. But yeah, Middle East. It may have been a white dude that owned it. I don't know, But even still, like, this is stuff that we
and it doesn't matter. But
right. It's like that lady in there rightly called it out. These are Epstein people. These are Epstein kind of people doing the same shit, recording a child, taking a shit, posting it around. What dudes off in the back room, like
that's jail shit, man.
Sick,
First off, I mean,
sick fuckers.
You can't do that shit. I don't give a fuck if they're kids or adults. Like, you can't do that shit. And man, I don't know, man. I'm a parent. Okay, I got 4 kids. If I found out someone was recording any one of my kids in the bathroom, those cops had better be there before I am. They had better show up before I do, because I'm not going to be okay with it. I'll go do my jail time, you know what I mean? And then we'll be in the jail cell together, because you're going too. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
now, somebody asked what video. Now, this is a video from a different angle. And Gonzo, I'm going to get to you real quick, but let me play this video that kind of set my mood for today, which was not happy. That is my mood for today. Here we go.
Rooms in there. Told him to go behind the building, take a poop, then took a video and recorded that child. And then when the kids got out of school, the man was behind the counter showing the video to the other students and saying, look at his butt, look at his wee-wee, look at his behind, making fun of the child's organs. Don't you spend one goddamn penny in this no-good devil store. You don't do our babies like that. And if we give that man a penny, what we're saying to him, it's okay to do our kids like that. We got
so this child, and I already knew, like, the comments. Well, public defecation. The child was committing a crime. I already could see it. I just the comments from people talking about you can't shit in public. Like, bro, this is something everybody has to do every day. Some people it takes them a week to do it, but we all do it. And when you gotta go, you gotta go. And what kind of person like denies bathroom access to somebody any fucking way? I hate that. I won't go to a business that doesn't open their bathroom to the public. I won't do it. Anyway, Gonzo, go ahead, man. What's up?
This is part of the reason why I advocate for radical localism and eco-anarchism. Because eco-anarchism is anti-gentrification, and then radical localism is direct democracy. So it's like power to the residents. So if those residents wanted to shut down that business under your radical localism, they could. It would all it would take was a local vote. So, you know, like, and like I'm into radical liberalism too. Libertarianism, rather, because that's a little bit better than just being a regular libertarian. So,
okay, like what would you say the difference is between, you know, libertarianism and radical libertarianism? Like, one is more anarchy versus, you know, guardrails, or
well, radical libertarianism is it's essentially less of sitting on the fence and more of like, if this is a good idea, then it's a good idea no matter who it's coming from.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
You think that will solve this problem? Because, you know, because what happens when you get a you know, community like that one with the old lady? I don't know if you saw it. Did you see that video?
No, I saw that. Yeah.
Let me.
But like my like a combination of all of those I just mentioned: radical libertarianism, eco-anarchism, and then what was the other one? Radical localism.
Okay, so what do you do in the instance, and this would happen quite a bit, I think, in this country, when you have a, you know, like 1 or 2 families of color and the rest of everybody's white, and so because they're all racist and just don't want to deal with those people, they, in direct democracy, make it fucking difficult for those people to exist. How do you stop that?
Well, I mean, there's going to be corruption everywhere, but I think the primary way you go about it with radical localism is you have to make sure that every vote doesn't have implicit bias in it. So you make everything in terms of legalities, of vague generality that can be changed at any point.
Yeah, but if you got, like, if it's direct democracy and, you know, radical localism is, you know, your own words, if everybody's there is racist and you've got a family there that's, you know, people that are getting shit on by these other people and all of their votes go to what is harmful to this other family, who's going to, like, come in and, like, stop that and say, no, fuck you, you can't do that? What do you do? How do you fix that?
Well, I mean, that just happened. I mean, that would just, I don't know. There's going to be communities where that does happen. Unfortunately, I don't really have a solution right now. I'd have to go think about that.
Yeah, I mean, but you see how that could be problematic, right? I mean, because we're trying to get, we want to get rid of that, and like that's going to happen. That's not getting rid of it. That's just, well, you know, humans are shitty. You know what I mean? Right.
I'm gonna go think about that. I'm gonna go think about that, and then I'll come back later.
Yeah, hey, I appreciate that. That's probably the most honest response I've gotten from somebody in a long fucking time. I got to say, that was a little refreshing. I appreciate that. Usually they'll just make some bullshit up in their, you can't understand half the words they say. So Gonzo, kudos to you, sir. Guys, please keep tapping. Let's get 20K. We're 18K. We got 2K to go. Let's get it going. And if you want on the panel, you're welcome to come. Let me check and see if somebody else has tried to get up here. Unfortunately, I think APAC probably had something. You know, he's working all the time. Anyway, Hooligan, like, I don't know, man. I'm just really pissed. Like, that shit just enraged the fuck out of me. And I know I triggered some people in the comments earlier, and probably with my prompt, but this is shit they say to us, and it's okay, right? They say to other people all the time, "I'll go back to your country. My ancestors built this land." I heard that just yesterday.
Can I say something crazy? And it's probably like, I don't know. I know I'm obviously not the first YT person to have this issue, but like, I'm from Oklahoma City. I have two aunties that are very native, right? Like long black hair.
Holy shit, Wrath, thank you so much for meeting that goal. I put it up there. I was going to let it sit for a little bit and replace it if nobody got it, but you got it, and I appreciate that. Sorry, Hooligan. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Way to go, Wrath. So my aunties, I have two aunties that are very red skin. You know what I'm saying? And long black hair. So my mom is not the skin tone isn't as dark, but she's got very long, dark hair. So I grew up thinking I was native. You know what I'm saying? Indigenous, excuse me. And only like 2 years, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I guess now, did I find out that I have nothing. We have no ties. No ties. You know what I mean?
And now, did you find out genetically, or because a lot of times what happened is that the families refuse to get on the Dawes roll, right? Because they had the system to you could only be indigenous if you took this fucking number, this mark of the beast. And so there are indigenous people that don't have citizenship or tribal status because they didn't have the Dawes roll. And there are people in Oklahoma that exist in that way. So I don't know if, genetically you discovered that or what, but, it is a thing.
I mean, like, I went out and got not that a dream catcher is, specific, right? But I mean, I went out, I've had dream catchers all my life, from my aunties, So I just grew up thinking I would, kind of had some heritage there, right? Or whatever. And got a tattoo, and then found out that there was my grandmother, there was another indigenous fella, and my grandma. That's why I have two aunties that are indigenous, and my mom is not.
Interesting.
Because they're younger, you know what I mean? So I didn't do it genetically, though I thought about it. But it turns out that unless somewhere crazy back in the line, so it just turns out that I am way more European, you know what I'm saying, than I originally thought. And so I think it's kind of like, I'm not like disappointed, but I'm like, damn, dude, like I love this country. And I think what has happened even from back then has been terrible. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All the G side and all the bullshit that they did. And
I will say, Oklahomans are generally quite respectful to the tribes, and I think it's because the tribes provide. I think they're one of the biggest employers of the fucking state across the board. and they provide cheap health care to a lot of, including white people. They, in fact, pay money from what they earn to fix the goddamn towns that they don't even own. Okmulgee, Oklahoma, for example. It's, it's run by a bunch of white people, even though, half the fucking town is indigenous. They will spend money to redo the roads. They'll do construction. They'll build buildings in the fucking town, and they do it basically for free. They worked out a deal, at least my tribe worked out a deal with Tulsa to rebuild the fucking, the bank of the river, to rebuild some of the roads, to build buildings and shit there so that they gained a lot of respect there. But see, that's the difference between like the mindset of the indigenous versus, and just, minorities in general, versus this European culture where they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. They would take it, and they might fuck it up, but they wouldn't do something that doesn't benefit them directly in some way. And Oklahomans have come to really start respecting, because like, and Stitt learned that the hard way. When Kevin Stitt started coming out and trying to fuck those tribes over as much as he could, the people freaked the fuck out. Like, they were not happy, including a lot of Europeans in the state. So, there are, decent people that'll stand up, but not enough of them. But I mean, has your experience been like, all the people are they very respectful of the tribes and shit in the same way that I've seen?
Yeah. Now, down from the city, I got a little brother that's pretty redneck still. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not. But some of the YT community sees a lot of the indigenous down there as drunkards. You know what I mean? Because I mean, a lot of them have a tendency to walk around drunk and fighting. You know, I had a
girlfriend whose dad in high school. I was in high school, and who's like, "Oh, your family's not a bunch of alcoholics."
Yeah.
Said that to my face, and I'm looking around like, okay, I hope you get sunburnt, bitch, and wind up with skin cancer, motherfucker.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's a mixed. I think it's very mixed down there because
Good morning,
a lot of people,
Bunny.
I mean, we got a bunch of, you still got a bunch of rednecks. We have a bunch of, a Mexican population that's moved into Oklahoma City. So it's gotten pretty multicultural. But I think some people still stay on their side of the street. You know what I mean? Like most of the indigenous stay on the res versus, you know what I mean? Because of the res life is way better. They run their own shit. They don't worry about this government and these cops.
Right.
These cops out here fucking around. They can do what they want. So they don't want to come off the res. Right, so there's
because
it's not like
at the native casinos, people may not know this. The city police have to get permission to go onto the property before they can go, unless they've started to pull somebody over and they drive into the parking lot. Then the police are allowed to go in there, but they have to get permission from the tribe. It's a sovereign nation, Supposedly, I mean, it should be more sovereign. The federal government should have absolutely nothing to do with tribal affairs, but they do, because again, they just can't give up their entitlement to everybody else's shit.
Right.
They just can't do it.
Can't. And I think, and that's kind of where my initial thing was leading, is thinking that I was more so one way, right, and then turning out it's like we need, as the YT people, got to back off. You know what I mean? And I know that we aren't all,
Well, and they got to they got to step up. They got to step up also and take some shots from their own people. They have to.
Yeah, and standing up, like APAC was saying. It's too bad he had his headphones on, because I would have said something. Don't come over here and be rude to anybody, much less
use your words.
Because if you're somewhere. because you're entitled, you know, because like a race entitlement or some shit, dude. Like, fuck all that noise.
It is weird. And good morning, Holden. Holden, thank you again for that on Venmo. Guys, if you're wanting to support the live, you can also go to my bio. I have my information on there, my Crash App and Vimo. Let's try to get to 30,000. I've got about 2-3 minutes left. If we don't start moving that needle, I'm going to shut it down, and I'll just come back later, I guess, because if there's no interest in the live staying on and people aren't tapping, it's not going to grow. It's not going to get pushed out to the FYP, so I'll just shut it down and we'll come back later. Graffi, what's up, man? Graffi. Oh, I remember you. I was going to say, yeah, I remember that name. It's like, damn, where have I heard that? Yeah, what's up, man?
I'm good. Long time no chat. Last time I was here, we were talking about like vaccine denial, kind of. But yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you being here. Did you see that video this morning of them, recording that child taking a shit out behind the store that refused bathroom access, and then like spread the video around to his classmates as they came through?
Oh, that's so fucked up. Wow.
Yep. Here, I'll play the video again. Yeah, let me play that video again so you can, because there was a group of people that showed up at that store, rightly so, and should have taken a fucking lighter to it, but
told him to go behind the building, take a poop. Then took a video and recorded that child. And then when the kids got out of school, the man was behind the counter showing the video to the other students and saying, look at his butt, look at his wee-wee, look at his behind, making fun of the child's organs. Don't you spend one goddamn penny in this no-good devil store. You don't do our babies like that. And if we give that man a penny, what we're saying to him, it's okay to do our kids like that.
Absolutely disgusting. I was absolutely irate. I probably caused a lot of white people to get really upset this morning, but I just, I'm just sick of it. I'm fucking sick of these people.
So was this a black child and the store attendant was a white person?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't that, but it's that the mentality of, and because I already know what the fucking response is. You're not allowed to shit in public. I already know they're gonna fucking say that shit. It's just the way that the United States treats people of color as if they're sub-fucking human, and that's born from European supremacy. It's spread all across the world. It's spread into the Middle East, and that's why you get a lot of these foreigners. God damn, with that fucking background noise. That's why you get a lot of these foreigners come over here, and they are also racist as fuck to a lot of the people in this country. We see it all the time.
Yeah, 100%. When Cool was talking about like reservation folks, I totally understand it. Why would they want to be anywhere else? This whole country has fucked with them for hundreds of years.
That's right. Yeah, and Debbie, you're right. That is core. That's right.
And same for like the black supremacist crowd. I don't agree with them, but I understand it.
It's the same thing, just on the opposite side. I don't know. I can't say that they don't have a right to be upset. I mean, all minority, all these people of any other color than white, right? All have a right to be bent, you know what I'm saying, over what's happened, not just here. I mean, fucking Europe has tried to conquer the whole fucking world, you know what I mean? So everybody has a sour taste, and rightfully so.
Yeah, and it continues.
But I see. I think I was trying to talk about this the other day. Is that even though it's a problem and acknowledged, like, I think, like, even though we need to hold people accountable, like, we have to try to not move away from it, but like get together more, right? Like, because if we don't start getting together, then the shit's just still going to continue, right? Like we got to find some kind of way to bridge, you know, I'd say more folks like me, right? Because you know what I mean? The YT guy on the panel, you know what I mean?
Well,
more folks like me need to be way more.
Here's what we could do. If you get busted treating somebody of color like shit, we send you on a boat and we take you back to your people over there in Europe. Because it amazes me how Europeans spread themselves. 90% of the globe was colonized by Europeans, okay? 90% of the world.
Well, then on that note, Lib, you're an asshole. Can you ship me to Germany?
Yes, maybe we start doing that. But well, I wasn't done yet. But think about it this way: they spread themselves 90% of the fucking world, and when they go into these countries and fuck them up, and those countries have nowhere else to go, the people of those countries that the Europeans fucked up, they're trying to find a place to go that they can actually live, so they go to Europe. And Europeans are bitching right now because of, oh my God, all these immigrants. Oh, they're pushing all of this white people out. Oh my God, look what they're doing. The same thing that Europeans did.
It's worse than that. Liberal. It's worse than that. They advertised the imperial core as the ideal place to be, but you don't deserve to be there.
That's right. That's right. Our culture is the best culture, and they use that word all the fucking time. You can't remove European culture. Fuck you. It's everywhere now, and you're forcing it on everybody. Seriously, go look at Brazil's government. When you think Brazil, you think of a dark person, right? They're all white.
Yeah.
You can thank Portugal and Spain for that.
Come together. When we talk about how we can come together, I think this is where you're going. That like mostly white men have to just accept and go with the reconciliation process, right? The restorative justice process, because that's what actually needs to happen. So we keep having racial tensions, gender tensions, all this kind of stuff, because there's never been an actual reconciliation process to restore justice, to repair harms, and level the playing field.
Right. Well, I don't
dismantled within 2 years.
Yeah, I don't know that it'll happen. I don't know that it's going to happen because we're still seeing this. You know, like that guy. The video's longer. I'm not going to play it again. I'll just describe it. He tells this black guy that, for N-words, we have a hanging tree or something. We'll take you to the hanging tree or some shit like that. And so this black guy starts, getting pissed and he started recording, and all the white guys around him, just one of them's like, oh God, because he's probably uncomfortable. He ain't saying shit. And then the white lady comes, puts her hands all over this dude. Oh, we love you. God loves you. You need to just calm down. Why are you causing such a ruckus? People that
was the one in front of that coffee shop or the bar or whatever.
Yeah, get off my property, dude.
That was fucking terrible.
Yeah, he's standing on the sidewalk. Get off my property, because they own everything. They think they own everything, and then they try to be nice about it, and they smile at you in your face, and then they pretend like everything's okay, and then shove you. And they think they have a right to put your hands on. If that black man had just knocked the fuck out of that woman, what do you think would happen? Even though she deserved it, what do you think that whole fucking town would do? They would come and probably take him to the hanging tree.
Right.
And so when you have people that exist like that, even what would be considered nice people ain't going to change nothing.
And that's what whole you were getting to, right? To an extent, there's a population, there's a certain amount of white people who just need to shut up and listen. They consistently refuse to accept how deep this racism shit goes, how many systems it prioritizes them in. Right, because this whole idea of white privilege, they hate hearing that shit, right? They don't want to listen. And that's step one. They have to listen and accept that, this shit is real. We're not just like being fucking blue-haired woke folks. No, we're acknowledging legit history that is still affecting people today and holding them back. And if we address this stuff, this is the key part. If we address this stuff, you poor, broke, subjugated whites would also benefit.
Well, certainly. Yeah, guys, I'm going to need everybody to keep tapping. Like I said, I'm about to shut it down. Well, I'll come back later, I guess. If people can't tap for whatever reason, then the TikTok doesn't like that, so I'll just come back. So let's get to 30K within the next 5 minutes. Shouldn't take too long. I appreciate everybody, but it's TikTok wants us to do this. This is the shit. This is what they do. So, John Eastwood, welcome in, man. I haven't seen you in a minute. Go ahead. Thank you, Holden, for that. I appreciate it. What say you, sir? I don't know if you saw that video of the group of people at that store.
No, I didn't see the video, but I've seen plenty of the of videos of that type. So it's one and the same. I just wanted to say, how you going, you OnlyFans reject?
Hey, I'm still working on it. They've denied my application 3 times. I don't know why.
You need to show them your feet, bro. I keep telling you.
What they told me is that because I couldn't fit it all on camera, that I wasn't going to be able to do it. That's what they said.
Am I still allowed to call you a cunt?
I think so.
Oh, that's good. There you go, cunt.
As long as I continue being a cunt, I guess it's fair play, right?
Fucking missed you, John.
Well, mate, after the last time I was on, Tim, I just thought I needed a break for a week or two. It was like, arguing with fucking meatheads is just like, why? Half the time I'm like, is there any point to it, really? That's the issue for me. But nonetheless, I understood why you had to drop me, Tim. That wasn't really the issue. You know what the issue is? I'll just tell you what my issue is that once upon a time, you might remember when I first started coming up on your lives, when I used that particular phrase aggressively towards people, it's because they're acting in bad faith. And so now
I get it. I get it.
I know you do, but now we're in a position where the platform won't let you call out people acting in bad faith.
That's right.
By essentially
that's facts.
Reflecting back to them their misconduct. And so basically they're protecting the bad faith transgressors rather than those who are correcting the behaviour. And that was my frustration, Tim, because obviously if you want to keep your live up, you've got to do that, and that's exactly what they've forced upon creators, especially political creators, to maintain their ability to even broadcast. So, for me, that's a bit of a no-win situation, both for me personally, because I'm a bit like, well, if I can't call out someone acting in bad faith, what's the point? And at the same time, it's, well, what do you do? Because if you don't broadcast, well, then there's, then you're not even having a voice to start with. So it's a no-win situation, and I decided that there was no point going on about it. I'll just take a bit of a break. But I saw you on. I thought, I just want to come up and say hello, because I think, to go to your topical question about, what's going on with society at the moment and just how to get corrective action. It just strikes me that at the heart of everything is a single outcome, or if you like, a single remedy, and that single remedy is called agreement. Okay, so people have to come to agreement, and the reality is that if you actually look at so-called white civilization, what is it that white people have actually done differently to indigenous cultures? It's largely that they've participated in conquest, and the conquest has only ever been tempered by agreement. So when you look at all of the so-called civilizational progress points that have been made, and if we take the United States as the example with the Declaration of Independence, the US Constitution and the Bill of Rights, I mean, the Declaration of Independence was not something that they all sat down and said, it'd be a good idea if we thought up some principles that were immutable. They sat down and wrote them up because they decided that they had to essentially go to war to get free of the yoke of imperialism, right? And of course, because they never really contended with what that imperialism was made up of, which was essentially their own privilege, then it was really one set of privileges fighting another set of privileges. And that's always been the case in colonising white societies, is that whether you go back to the Magna Carta, the English Civil War, the United States, These are all settlements. See, so any of these marks of civilizational progress in white society are actually settlements from a battle, from some war usually, that's come about as a remedy to that war, not because everyone sat down and said, what's a better way of doing this? Can we find a way to come to agreement without that? And even parliaments themselves, the very idea of a democracy in the modern era itself, was resurrected on essentially Athenian grounds, from Athens going back 2,000 odd years, 2,500 years, and that was done at the end of the English Civil War through a settlement between the royalists and the parliamentarians, which gave us the modern form of bicameral parliament that, of course, you guys have in the United States, so you have it in a slightly different form with an executive presidency. But nonetheless, it's the same system. The point I'm trying to make here to land my plane is simply that it's at the heart of any progress is agreement, because agreement, the more we agree on things, the more we move out of what is a state of nature. If we don't agree on anything, it's the law of the jungle. So any form of agreement that gets made moves us to being more civilized. And so really at the heart of anything is the notion that the only way we become more civilized is to find ways to agree on things. And that requires us to have new ways of seeing things and new ways of bringing about those agreements.
Okay. Well, I see, Graffy, I see your hand up, but we do have a new panelist. So can you quickly make your point before I get to Ball Talk?
No, you can introduce Ball Talk. I want to respond to John really quick.
Well, you can respond to John. That way we don't lose, because Ball Talk may bring up something different.
Yeah, John, all I wanted to say is when you were talking about the landscape where we can't really check people that are disingenuous, yeah, that's very much on purpose. And there's an agreement that's been made not by the general public, but by the corporate wealthy class to further this kind of like inflammatory content and culture, for their own gain. So I get what you mean about we need to have agreement, but unfortunately it's like, yes, as a majority of people, as a majority of just regular non-wealthy citizens, I think there is agreement already. The problem is our agreement has been stifled by the established agreement of the corporate class, if that makes sense.
Look, I agree with everything you're saying. Just a quick comment back, if I can, Tim.
Quickly.
Very quickly.
Quickly.
The agreements I'm talking about are also agreements to further the way out of the problem. So right now you'll see on TikTok people talking about mesh network tools where you can set up your own telecommunication processes using very cheap electronics. That sort of agreement where people say, let's agree to start setting up alternative channels of communication so we're not relying on these platforms. Let's agree to work together to build some of those things. That's the sort of agreement.
I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you. We have found agreement.
Great.
Okay. Well, there we go. Ball Talk. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. We're about to turn this bitch into violation talk, just so everybody knows. And I just want to say, the people that are giving the violation talk vibes are the same people that claim to be allies, but they hate the black lady for some reason. They cannot stand when a black woman starts talking and making sense. They don't like it, and so they click and they hit that motherfucking report button. We saw it all day yesterday, didn't we?
Yes.
Soren!
Hello. Are you ready for some mouth to twat resuscitation?
Oh, give it to me, mama.
Tap the screen if you need some mouth to twat resuscitation. Tap that screen.
Hold on. Listen, I want to correct the record for Graffy. Graffy, you said, and you both sides an issue where you said you feel the same way about the black supremacist group. That does not exist. And if it exists, please let us know where they are so that I can call and sign up. Where are these black supremacist groups in a global dominant world of YT supremacy? Both cannot exist at the same time. So please, Graffy, tell us where they are.
The groups exist and they try and put out ideology. Now, do they have actual established territories and power or influence? No, they don't. And what I'm alluding to is
supremacy, brother. then that's not supremacy. That's propaganda and rhetoric. There are
I
no
know, and
such
that-
things as black supremacist groups. Please
I
don't
agree with you.
saying that. That gives white tea racists something to hold their hat on. Say we need to be like this because look at those blacks. They don't exist. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's a
No,
pretext,
and I'm
yeah.
glad you came up to clarify this because yes, I fully agree, and that is my stance. They don't actually exist. They have no bearing or weight to what they're saying, but that is what they call themselves. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, what's funny to me is they will, YT America will look at that group of black people that were wearing those uniforms and they will start shitting themselves and quivering in their motherfucking boots when they see that coming. That's why when I seen them, I don't remember what they called themselves. It was a huge group of like black people that were in uniform. They all had pew-pews. It wasn't Black Panthers.
It was called, yeah, I know. It was called an NFAC, No Fucking Around Club.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
I loved it. I'm like, dude, I'd like to see the faces of the white people as they like march through the town in the fucking southern neighborhood or something and see what they do.
There's got to be some archive footage somewhere. There's got to be.
They were in Georgia.
Oh man.
They were in a group where they were teaching other black people how to carry firearms and to protect themselves and to not be lame duck. See, whenever you talk about black supremacist groups, these are people who are reacting to the system of white supremacy for centuries that have been going into towns and neighborhoods and things like that and tearing those people apart. And they were just sitting ducks. All they're saying is we're no longer going to be sitting ducks. We're going to fight back. And then you call them a T group or a supremacist group. And that's not fair.
And white people do this shit all the time. There's all kinds of white militias. And in this, this terrifies white America. This right here absolutely even the good ones. They don't like it. They don't like it.
He got arrested. That black man who was in charge of it is arrested. He's in jail right now.
Seriously? I didn't hear that.
Yeah. They put him in. They came up with some cockamamie deal, and they arrested him, and he's in jail.
Of course they did.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course they did.
But I wanted to say real quick, like to the groups that you were talking about, Balda, and again, I fully agree with you that there's no such thing as black supremacy, right? But to the groups that you were talking about, I think they were pushing not necessarily black supremacy because that's still feeding into the white supremacist power structure, right? I think they were pushing more so, and they were more so pushing like black independence. And now we've got these newer groups like FBA who specifically push black supremacy as part of like feeding into white supremacy. So that's the point that I was making. But yes, we're in agreement.
But how do you figure that? How do you figure out foundational black Americans are pushing supremacy?
Because a lot of the rhetoric that they use, right? A lot of the rhetoric, if it's the rhetoric that they use when they're just talking about delineation and how the black American community should be considered a tribe and culture of its own. Totally fair, totally agree. No issue with that.
Let's get to 50K, y'all. Keep tapping, please, and comment. Make sure you're commenting.
That's not what I'm talking about. If that's what they're talking about, that's not an issue, right? That's not what the majority of FBA.
Well, why do you call that supremacy? If they're saying we want to remove ourselves from a system.
I'm not calling that supremacy. I'm saying there's no issue with that. The second piece is where there's issue. The second piece is where they're using white supremacist rhetoric against immigrants, against African diaspora, all that kind of stuff.
Like what?
Is delineation.
Give an example.
Stuff like Africa has no advancements, that they're tribal, that they're backwards, and all that kind of stuff. The same kind of stuff that white supremacists say and have said about black people.
So some of their propaganda is ignorant. It comes out of ignorance.
I think I see what you're saying. So like they're separating from these people and saying they aren't as good as us. Is that what you're saying they do? Because I'm not so familiar with. Okay,
their claim, a lot of their claim is for a lot of their claim is for reparations, and they want to delineate.
Those immigrants do the same thing to black Americans. They can't fucking stand them, bro.
I'm on all those panels.
They can't stand them.
Those Somalis they hate black Americans.
That's
so
right.
Are you calling them supremacist groups, Grafi? I want to make sure that we're going to be consistent in labeling people in groups. Are you calling these African immigrants supremacists? Because like in some
Thank you, T-Beans.
They have their own communities. They separate themselves. They do all the things that this FBA is saying they want to do so that we can differentiate from them. But you call them supremacists. But what do you call these African immigrants that come over here and do the same thing and have been doing it for decades? What do you call them?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to mention, and this was because you had asked me, the owner of that store, we said was Middle Eastern. The problem here is that European, supremacist mindset has gone global. So now you've got people that are over there, and they come over here, and they also treat the Black Americans like shit.
Yes.
Just as
default. This is my contention.
And it's
this
a problem.
This is my contention with FBA. And for everyone who's not aware, FBA claimed that attitude from migrants is the majority attitude of all migrants. That is my issue. I'm not saying that those folks don't exist. I will also call them supremacist.
You want to unpack that? It is.
I totally will unpack that. So from what I've looked at, migration definitely especially from African countries into the U.S. started largely in the 70s and 80s. And at that time, the majority of those migrants had to be the elite or upper class coming from those countries. Therefore, they had education. They had an understanding of the Black American struggle, of the civil rights movement, of all that kind of stuff. So them coming here and being disparaging in mass could never have happened. I'm not saying that it didn't happen, that there weren't some who came here and were pushing out nonsense, but to say that they were the majority is just absolutely false. Now, more recently,
wait a minute. Let me see. You all try to make everything be so obvious and so overt. Let me explain something to you. When these people come here, first of all, they're told and they tell their children and their children's children, don't go with anybody else but the Black American. That's crazy. And we've had several of them tell us that that's what they've been told by their parents. Even though
I'm not disputing that.
Excuse me. Even though when they come to this country, they don't see boys in the hood everywhere they go. They see everyday working Black people doing their thing, but they still hold on to that stereotype. And when you talk about them as a group, those educated ones that you're talking about, they want to snuggle up to white supremacy, go to the clubs and go to the all the things that they're allowed to do. So as a group, they made a conscious decision to stay away from said Black people. That in and of itself is a move to separate yourself from those people. Here's another thing, I'm gonna land my plane here. These people have been over here for decades upon decades. How come we don't have any real thick African and Black American stores where they've been communing together, where they opened up a bank together? Because they've always been separate. They've always wanted to make sure that they snuggle up to white supremacy. So you cannot tell us that what we see and hear and feel is not real. The majority of them look down on us. Period. Full stop. I land my plane.
Graffy, if you want to respond, and then, John, we got a couple new people I'd like to get to. So let me just bring in a timer real quick. That way it's just fair for everybody. And guys, we're almost at 50K. Let's keep tapping that screen. You guys are being awesome, really, because we don't even have a lot of people, and we are getting more taps and likes here on this panel than I've seen in several days. So thank you all so much, especially for those that are gifting and commenting. Commenting is a big deal. I need y'all to comment, even if it's every couple of minutes about something. Just, oh yeah, that's great, whatever. Just type your comments in there. It helps push this out. I also have a gifting goal, so please fill that. I keep it small now. My agent told me it's the goal is to finish the gifting goal, not necessarily how many gifts that you get, right? So helping me do that will help the show. But let me pull in this timer real quick. Graffy, if you wanted to. Well, John, Graffy, do you want John to go first? Because I was going to give you a chance.
I wanted to ask them both a question about the topic they were discussing. That's
sure. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
My question to Siren and to Graffy was, notwithstanding what you said, Siren, which of course I take on face value as being true, because I'm sure that's your lived experience. But I've heard Native Americans say the same thing about what they call pretenders who they regard as people in the black community who don't respect their indigenous position. And my question about that whole phenomenon is that isn't notwithstanding the racial dimension, isn't this all just people on the left disagreeing with each other, like liberals seem to with progressives, and this whole inability of us to actually find common ground, and then a bunch of opportunists within each community, whether it's Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court or these other people from other Central American communities, exploiting opportunism to make their own way at the expense of their own community. Isn't it just more of the same infighting?
Thank you. To an extent.
Graphy? Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Graphy.
That was part of the response that I was going to give, is that yes, that white supremacist rhetoric and culture has been spread globally, and as a result, there are definitely going to be people who feed into that for their self-preservation. But Pan-Africanism was global as well, and there's a majority of diaspora folks who know about that and appreciate and understand that. So this idea that they would come and hate on Black Americans just on their own and en masse, the majority of them are doing it. That's what I'm pushing back against. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I'm pointing out that the majority have an understanding of Pan-Africanism and would not feed into that type of culture. And the ones who do feed into that type of culture, it's because they're trying to do self-preservation in this white supremacist capitalist environment, and then it exists within the that's what I see FBA as well. They are trying to do self-preservation within this white supremacist hierarchical structure. But it's not, again, my core thing here, I'm not saying that the shit doesn't happen, that shit wasn't said and all that, but looking at history, there's no way that Africans started it, and there's no way that the majority of them have that opinion. Now, you brought up a good point about the lack of business collaboration and some of that, but to say that because it's not in the billions and all over, to say that it's not in the billions and all over the country, because it's not in billions and all over the country, it's not happening, it's false. It's happening. It's happening.
I love that sticker.
Sorry.
Why are you flashing?
I'm sorry,
That's so cool.
You're good.
I've said a lot, and then I'm going to the point. I needed to touch on all that.
Well, that's why I don't want to jump in there, because I get it. You haven't thought. Anyway, Ball Talk, I'm going to go give you the same amount of time, and then I'm going to get to the new panelists. Go ahead.
Okay. But you didn't touch on it. What you did, you're placating nonsense. Let me just be very, very, to get ahead in this country, as you say, they're just looking out for their own. You must do the main thing that people did in this country. You must step on the backs and necks of Black Americans. And that's what those Africans are doing to get ahead. Look down on them just like the system of white supremacy tells you to do. John, as far as pretendians are concerned, that is not a new movement. And we must agree that all Aboriginal peoples all over the planet were dark-skinned Black people. Now, we call them Black today. We can call them copper-colored people. There is, in 1924, this government that had done so much evil, where they decide to reclassify indigenous copper-colored people into Negroes, mulattoes, and Blacks. That has to be unpacked. We have to figure out why so many people who will be phenotypically called Black are saying that we are indigenous to this place. All Aboriginal peoples are dark-skinned, even Europeans, period, full stop. So that's a whole different conversation, but let's unpack that.
I was only asking a question. I wasn't making an assertion.
No, and that's why I only gave you 45 seconds because I knew it was just a question. But I appreciate the question. Now let me get you. I think Holden came in first. Holden, please go ahead. And since you're new on the panel, I'm going to go ahead and give you a full 90. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, we were talking about like the militias before. California used to be an open carry state until the Black Panthers exercised their rights. They took that away from them. I don't know if anybody's aware of that, but
absolutely.
And then I find it funny when I see other creators that are half Black and half white, and they don't want to acknowledge the problems in this country. Like they feel like, no, there's no problem. I have the same opportunities as everybody else.
Oh, we lost you, Holden. Mossad got you. Let me pause this real quick so he doesn't lose his time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cut out there. Are you good? Say something. Just say something.
Can you just pass me? Someone keeps trying to call me.
Oh, I see.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. And I paused your timer,
okay.
So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm just saying I just find it odd and sad when I see a person that's going against their own culture. And you see it on this app all the time. It's just I don't know why. And then they get mad at me when I try to point out the disparities, because I've seen it and I don't experience, but I've seen it and I've educated myself on it. And they get mad at me for standing up for somebody else, you know. It just really gets to me, and I'm good with that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Holden. I appreciate it.
I land.
Yeah, thank you. History King. I see your teacup. Are you there? Yeah, there you are. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm here. Hey.
Oh, I know you.
Yeah.
You sneaky.
I'm just listening right now.
Sneaky.
Yeah.
No.
They keep sniping my ass. They're after me right now. The Snowflake Magazar.
And Mossad. And don't forget about Mossad.
Right. I don't really have much, right, and Mossad, that's right. I don't really have much to say, except what is preventing all minority groups in this country from coming together and enacting real change? I guess that's my question. What is preventing everybody from uniting and
the lack of progress
around
from black people?
Sorry, what was that?
The lack of progress for black people at its core.
That's...
Well, I have a response to that, but you can go ahead and finish what you're saying, History.
Well, I feel like there's so much infighting between a lot of minority groups, and there's so much discrimination and pointing. I know that as a member of the rainbow community, the Rainbow Mafia, I noticed that there's a lot of people within the Hispanic community that seem to have a big problem with our so-called lifestyle, even though every time you go on the Grindr app, it looks like Mardi Gras on there. You know what I mean? And so I'm just curious to know, why the fuck is there so much, infighting between all these minority groups? Why can't we come together and really achieve change?
A brilliant example of that, Sky, is the one thing that they all have in common is anti-blackness. And we've seen in this election cycle, Latinos or Hispanics or whatever the hell you want to call them, vote in major numbers against their own self-interest, thinking that they were hurting a black woman named Kamala Harris. We saw in Texas, those people, same people, vote against Jasmine Crockett, who was a stalwart fighter for Texans, to vote for a white man, to let this black woman know, you're going to be put in your place. We don't like you. They made videos about that. Anti-blackness is something in this country that people don't want to talk about. You can go to any of those groups, Filipinos, Latinos, Asians, every last one of them carry that same attitude that white supremacy told them to carry. And you may want to be in denial about it, Bree, but those Africans, those black-ass Africans, do the same exact thing, period, full stop, and it's the majority of them.
I wonder if it's a matter of acceptance. They feel like if they are shitty to the same people that the European Americans are shitty to, that the European Americans will then accept them, and it doesn't really happen that way. I think we can all agree. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's why they do. You know what I mean? Like,
I want to answer that, Tim.
Think about it.
I'd like to answer that.
Well, before I do that, guys, I'm gonna need to see some hearts flying up the screen before I have to shut it down. Let's get to 50K. We're almost there. 6K, guys. You guys are doing great, but let's keep going. Keep those fingers tapping. I know a lot of you at work. If you can stop for a moment and just leave a comment in the comment section, that would be great. It would help with the FYP and keep us going. Now, Ball Talk, I think you wanted to respond to that, or John?
Right. And think about it. If you're told that there's this one group of people in this country not Native Americans, that the ones that are on reservations, but the Black American. People have told us this. These are the people you stay away from because they're the ones who bring America down. This is a lie that is global. Blackness globally conjures violence to people, right? Oh, they're violent, they're aggressive, they steal. Well, the opposite is the truth. The European's the one who goes and steals and colonizes and beats and bruises and
genocides.
Right. So they know how to flip it. So all these other groups that come here, even though they know that that's not true, they better stay good boys and girls and continue to snuggle up to this white supremacy because we will get more stuff. I'm going to land my plane after this real quickly. There were 2 million people who were with African ancestry, called Black people, who passed as YP. Why did they do that? To have a better life. Because having a better life is not being associated with Blackness. Period.
It's pretty wild to see. John, please go ahead, and then Graffy, I see your hand up. I'll get you right after John. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, look, I want to make the point because it's not, as much as it might be expressed culturally, it's actually mathematical, right? And that is, you see it every time in the police crime shows when the cops separate the two villains and say, which one of you wants the deal? In game theory, it's called tit for tat, right? And in tit for tat, he who cheats first wins. If you're
That's
the,
right.
If you're the robber who takes the deal with the cops to Dob and his mate, you don't get a harsher sentence. If you both didn't tell on each other, you'd both actually get a fairly light sentence, but you'd still get more penalty than what you'd get if you dobbed in the other one. So what happens is, mathematically, unless you can agree, right, then it's basically divide and conquer wins. And divide and conquer is affected through the mathematics of tit for tat, he who cheats first wins. And so then what happens is, if you've got a group of people who are predominantly losers in that game, then the other villains realise, well, they're always going to be seen as the more likely loser, so I'm better off cheating first, straight up.
Right.
And so that's how you end up with that being seen as a cultural thing, because it always aggregates towards people who lose again, right? That's how it works mathematically. And I'll just finish at 10 seconds. If we can't find a way to agree that that's the math, it's not necessarily a personal disposition. You can't overcome the trap, right? You can't, because you're still too busy blaming everyone for the math, rather than not realizing it's math, rather than saying, there's actually, what if we came up with a better equation to get out of this trap that they've put us in?
We'll just recreate math. Now, I want to say, I love it when people that are not from my country speak, because I use contextual deduction to figure out what the fuck a word means that I ain't never heard of before. Dobbed? That's a new one. And I assume I know what it means now, but I appreciate you offering that to me.
Dobbing someone in is to tell on them.
It's a game in and of itself, trying to figure out what the words mean in other cultures.
It's also with being a lagger. You're a lagger.
Thank you, Bunny.
Yeah, that's right, a lagger. Yes, lagging. That's
thank
exactly
you.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Bunny. Bunny's got the right idea. Commenting to comment. I know you guys are busy at work, and I so appreciate you taking the 2 seconds to just drop a comment. It really does help. By the way, I spoke to the new agent, who is not a white person and is amazing. This guy taught me more in 30 minutes than my other agent did in an entire fucking year, for the record. And people on the panel, they can tap. So if you're on the panel, you absolutely can tap. You can tap. Well, it just tells me who was lying to me. That's what I want to know the answer to that. Who was lying to me? Always, trust a white person.
That never made any sense to me, to be honest.
It didn't either. And maybe I'll have to go back, and maybe I misinterpreted what this person said. But either way, because I asked specifically, because it didn't make sense to me either.
I think one of the things that I was doing it one day, and I didn't have my mic. I wasn't muted, and I think you guys could hear, like,
right.
And he called me out, and I was like, "Oh shit, my bad." So I muted up so I could tap, and then later, just a few minutes later,
free the panelists. Free the panelists.
Dude, so here we go.
But that also means if you're up on the panel and I can see how many taps you've done, if it's at 0, somebody might get dropped.
Well, I didn't realize until you just told me. So there you go.
No, you're fine. I'm just fucking with you guys.
With your microphone on. You don't want to
You can put it. Use your nose if you have to. I don't give a fuck. Just get them hearts going. Graphy, go ahead, man. Graphy.
Hey, what's up? No, my picture isn't to raise my hand. I'm saying tap. Tap. But I did put in chat.
I had
in terms
something
of the last elections, right? Like this idea that the majority of Latinos is the reason why Kamala lost. That's not true. 60 to 65% of Latinos who are registered to vote actually participated, and of that, only around 35 to 40% of them voted for Trump. So to say that they are now the narrative that came out from exit polling was that Latino men drastically increased for Trump. That was now the narrative of why people then said, "Oh, Latinos are why Trump, got in." And with Ms. Crockett, they screwed her entirely. It's just racist people who are gerrymandering and limiting voting access and all that kind of stuff. We can't pin that specifically on Latinos per se. I don't know how. I'd love to see some specifics there, but everything I found does not say that.
Okay, so 46% of Latinos voted for Trump. Just in total, men, women, all of them. In Texas, 55% of Latinos in Texas voted for Donald Trump. And men was even higher than the 50%, and probably surely even way higher than that, because I guarantee you the women were much less likely to vote for Donald Trump. So you using that as some kind of like they didn't vote for Trump is, I don't know. It's bullshit. Because think of this. You've got a guy who had a platform of, I'm going to take you motherfuckers and send you packing. I'm going to denaturalize your ass and send you packing. Or like, please. Who the fuck? Why the fuck?
Real quick, my numbers were for the national. Were for the national.
It doesn't matter.
Turnout,
You're
right?
still not making any sense. You know why you're not making any sense?
Wait. No. Okay, maybe I
couldn't find anything for the Texas primary. That's what I was trying to say at the end.
Well, let me re-clarify. 46% of Latinos voting for Trump is too many Latinos. That's too many.
Yes, no, I agree.
Massive.
That's crazy.
But the bigger number, right? The bigger figure that I was trying to allude to is that white people in this country still continue to vote for this kind of shit across the country and continue to force.
That's true. Yep.
Wait a minute though. That's understandable. They are the ones who are going to gain from it.
Exactly.
Not a fucking Latino who was told that your grandmother's going to be dragged out of the house with a burrito in her fucking hand and sent to a detention center.
Right. Yeah. It's pretty wild.
The ones who play into the minority
Hooligan. Finish that statement, and then I got to get to Hooligan. He wanted to chime in.
No, all I was saying is the ones who play into the model minority myth. They're the ones who keep feeding into that shit, and yeah.
It's more than that, honey. Stop trying to clean that shit up.
Real quick. We got to 50K, and we busted past it. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. 100K is the next goal, but we'll break it into, let's get to 70K as quickly as we can. Please keep tapping. I appreciate it, guys. Hooligan, go ahead, man.
Someone was talking about it a minute ago, and I think Graphy just kind of brought it up. It's a little bit outside of like a specific race issue, but if you look at some of these countries that, some of these cultures that we have in our country, they come from, their country have been in.
Thank you, Patty.
They have their own hate, and they hate each other for either a religion, or they're from the South, or from the North, or from the East or West, right? So a lot of these cultures, they do come over, already having some kind of hate for somebody, right? Like in a general speaking. So I mean, I think this outside of like the hate towards blacks, because we know it's alive. You know what I mean? And strong. But some people already come over with this hate. And these Middle Easterners, it's religion, right? You know what I mean? From Europe, it's from the North or the South, right? Like, so I think there's already that racism, that hatred is already built into some of these people that are over here trying that, so I don't think it actually adds or helps to the situation.
Okay.
I
Like the
kind of understand the
Europeans,
point you're trying to make, but the difference is the prejudice that you're talking about, that tribalism. I'm glad you acknowledge that Europeans also have it too. But that's very different from racism. Racism specifically prioritizes white people and demonizes or deprioritizes, disenfranchises all other races that are non-white. That's a very different thing than just the standard, not standard, but the prejudice that is based on your ethnic background, your language, your religion. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, hang on. I've got to push back on that.
totally agree. And that's why I say kind of on a side note, because I wasn't trying to pair at all, brother. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to keep it separate, like just
I got you. Okay.
on a side note.
Ooh,
But
thank
I
you,
100%,
Patty.
100% acknowledge and understand what you're saying, bro.
Patty, thank you so much for finishing that gifting goal. That's awesome. Thank you so much, W. Patty, in the comments, y'all. That way you can add a comment, W. Patty. John, you wanted to respond, and then we got a new panelist. If nobody else wanted to respond, go ahead.
I just wanted to say quickly that, of course, white supremacist racism and structural racism is not only real; it's the thing that's repressing all progress at the moment. The patriarchy, let's be clear about that, because the patriarchy also represses a good chunk of their own white society, right? So I think hatred is innate in all humans, right? It's a question of whether you choose to cultivate it. When you join up with groups, they find hatred in all directions. I mean, there's people who barrack for certain football teams who hate other people barracking for football teams,
which is nuts,
right? So I think that the whole point here is hatred in general. When it becomes based on origin, where you come from, well, that's racism. And I think racism exists in all cultures. Does it have the same structural impact that white racism does? No. But is it present in all cultures? To some degree, yes. You can see it in people in China. There are some pretty good YouTube guys who lived there for many years who actually have videotape of Chinese people being very racist to outsiders who aren't Chinese. Now, I mean, the Japanese in World War II. It's not a uniquely white thing. It's just that the whites have industrialized it.
Well, let me ask you: the Chinese people that were being shitty to outsiders, was that in China?
Yeah.
So they did. So what you're telling me though is that Chinese people didn't travel across the globe to somewhere else, take over, unalive the population, and then treat the outsiders like shit. That didn't happen. I'm just asking because I'm not sure.
I already acknowledged that, Tim. You know that.
I'm being sarcastic. That wasn't directed at you.
Can I just say something?
So I was obviously saying that the white industrialized repression that is patriarchy, which is also gendered hate, as well as it's minority hate across the board. Okay, divide all the minorities by any way you can and let them fight amongst each other.
Right,
and that's how you keep your privileged position.
Then you pick everybody's pocket, and that goes back to my prompt. European Americans, go home, go back to your country. If you want to be homogenized like that, get the fuck back from where you came. Just do it.
Can I push back on John?
Please.
Oh, please do with that twat.
You know what? Hold on real quick. I'm going to add a little extra time here. There you go. But you know what? Use it wisely. That's only 149 minutes. Okay.
He's about it. Wait a minute. Are you saying I'm long-winded?
It might be the last thing.
Are you fucking saying that I'm long-winded?
No. I'm like, no. If you're going after John,
No.
It can't go for too long.
You notice how good I'm being. I'm pushing back. There is only one racism, and it's white supremacy, and it's global, and it's a system. It is a system. It's not where you go to somebody's village and they all don't like you because you're the outsider. That's different. It is people who lived that traveled the globe, and everywhere they went, they saw brown and dark people, and they decided that, you know what, you're not living right.
Savages.
We're going to unalive you. We're going to cut off your hands and your feet. We're going to grape you and lighten up your people, because that's also part of the plan. They consciously all over the planet, and you know that in Australia from the Aboriginals,
I agree with
that they decided they were going to lighten up those people because they were going to civilize them, make them, because that's how they bred all these castes or whatever the hell they call them in different places. This is a conscious effort. Global white supremacy is a system. All that other stuff you're talking about is just bickering. Oh, I don't like them because they're in my... That's big, but a system in place. is what we're dealing with. And I land my plane early.
Careful.
Not
John's
denying
about to turn into an
Colin- not-
angry kangaroo.
John's gonna be like,
no, not denying colonism. Obviously, I'm sitting in a country that still has the Union Jack on its fucking flag. So, I mean, you know, it's pretty hard to deny that. We've still got the king, you know, that king of England who just spoke in your Congress is also our fucking king. Right? So there you go.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
King of Australia. How does that work?
Yes, it sucks.
the
Yeah.
king of Australia is the
No,
kangaroo.
he is,
No,
literally.
he is the king of Australia. He really is.
Right.
Is
They
the
are
kangaroo.
king of Australia.
They are a commonwealth. Basically, we need to call them a colony. That's what they
That's
still
right.
are. They made it nice.
right.
I say we're the commonwealth. No, you're the people they conquered when they were the
That's
Great
right.
British Empire.
Right.
Yeah, no, exactly. So I'm not, you know, I agree with you, Soren.
Sure.
Twat or no twat?
Are you Australian punk?
That's pretty funny. The new panelist. Who was that? Who was it? What was that person's name that was in the bottom corner? It just come up. It don't matter. Anyway, anybody else want to add to that? Twat or no twat? You're welcome to speak.
Hey, John, are you ancestors of criminals?
Who's asking? Well, I imagine so, because half of my blood's Russian, so that's almost a given, isn't it?
Right.
Actually, no. Look, I'm a quarter Russian. I'm a quarter German. So there you go. I got the German criminality part, and I'm half Australian. So and our British, the British forefathers. So I'm as criminal as it gets.
So you're a pommy. You're a pommy. John.
No, I'm not a. Well, I guess we are prisoners of Mother England, so I fucking am. But we don't like to be. We actually call the British pommies because they're truly the prisoners of Mother England because they're fucking supporting it.
That's right.
They're the ones who can't even get their own president. It's like you'd think that they'd look at you guys and go, well, maybe we could have a commoner do the job, but no.
Crazy.
That's funny. Now, Graffy, I see your hand up. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so I wanted to get back to something somebody said. I can't remember who said it, but like that migrants basically or immigrants are bringing their hateful culture and their own like hatred within their culture, tribalism within their cultures, and they're bringing that here, and that's problematic. And John, you were bringing up a similar point. I remember that. I think the main hate that we should be allowed to portray or bring out or perpetuate is the hate against the ultra wealthy class, because they're the reason why a lot of these ethnic tensions and issues have been inflamed. If you go back to colonization, drawing those lines and taking over different parts of the globe and just like subjugating people to different cultures, and then now creating these like core empire states where you can limit people's access to any type of like social mobility and progress and stuff like that. And then now people end up becoming more and more tribal, regardless of where they come from or the reasoning of the you know, whether it's based on ethnicity, religion or whatever. So I think that hate is totally allowed. Hate on the fact that billionaires have been manipulating all this kind of stuff to bring up our issues, right? But this idea that, immigrants are coming here and they're bringing their own tribalism, I'd love for you to flesh that out, because I feel like there's, whoever said that, because I feel like there's, you would most likely be alluding to examples that are the result of like economic strain created by the billionaire class. And, but I just love to know.
What country
If that
do
makes sense.
you live in? Where are you from? Whoever said that is telling the truth.
I'm sorry, what?
Go ahead, Ball Talk, because I think it was you that said that. So Graffy was talking to you. You're right.
It was
Yeah, go
Hooligan
ahead.
it was Hooligan who said
Oh, was it Hooligan that said that?
and he was spot on. They do bring. Listen, Graff, I don't know how old you are, but wherever you go, you're going to take yourself. When people come here from different cultures,
that's true.
They're bringing that culture with them. There are several instances of a lot of these people who are absolutely isolated. They come here, they go to their communities, they find their people, they continue to. I can give you a prime example of a culture. It's in New Joel, New York. or Lakewood, New Jersey. I can give you that culture that stays within its culture, that continues to not want to be American or anything like that. And they're doing the same thing that a lot of these other people are doing, but they're doing it at a higher level. That happens. It's natural to come and seek out people who think and look and sound and worship like you. Why are you trying to make it seem like we're crazy when we're not?
Yeah, no, I welcome that. Like somebody,
I did not say.
You know,
Sorry.
well, go ahead. If you I feel like you want to clarify something, go ahead.
Yeah, I need to clarify. I did not say that y'all are crazy for calling out these kind of issues and stuff like that.
I'm crazy for a different reason. I'm just gonna say for a different reason. But
and OnlyFans isn't going to help you, Tim.
I'm telling you, and let me pause this timer. I'll give you time back. It couldn't fit it in the whole screen. That's why they denied my application. They're like, there's nothing we can do with that. Nothing we can do with that. That's me being a pig, okay, guys? I'm a misogynist. I'm a misogynist. So, you can hate me later, but, get in line, take a number. Like I said in my other video, it's going to be in the 4 digits, okay?
Mate, I'm still getting therapy for that video of yours.
It's Graffy. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
You're good, bro. You're good. You're good. No. I'm not. I don't think at all I've said that like y'all are crazy for calling this stuff out. I'm calling out something slightly different in the sense that the origin of all this stuff is this big ass wealthy class that has continued to fuck shit up in the world, right? If you look domestically, you're talking about communities. People come here, they have their own communities, they stake to themselves. Yeah, that's largely the result of the fact that like resources and access to capital and your ability to like open a business, get a home, get educated has been very much like been segregated for the wealthy. And then if you look globally, the same thing, all the wealth extraction from the Middle East, from Africa, from South America, a lot of these tensions are the result of that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that these tensions don't exist, but it's like if we address that core problem, I don't think there'd be these tensions.
Hey, Liv, may I?
Yeah, Hooligan, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I had a phone call I had to pass on. I just want to be clear what I said earlier. I was totally not trying to be like degrading towards these other cultures coming here. I was clearly stating that there is, like you called it out perfectly, that tribalism is just there, right? So I know that not everybody comes over here is hateful, but a lot of these countries have pre-existing problems within their own community, right? That tribalism. So it's just that it's alive and well. I've met some Shiites that didn't get along with Sunni, right? Okay,
but you acknowledge those tensions have been inflamed by like capitalism, the ultra wealthy corporate class, wealth extraction, all that type of shit.
Yeah, 100%. What you're saying about the line between the I'm going to say rich and poor, that it is a problem. It has always been a problem since the beginning of this country, since whoever it was loaned the country money and started the Fed, whatever it was, Rockefeller or whoever, JP Morgan, whatever it was. It has been a problem, and it's
that's one of those no TikTok words. They're like, you can't speak facts on this app, okay?
Oh,
because that's anti-Semitic. No, you're
there you go.
The anti-S word is thrown around for everything. But I mean, tribalism is human nature, right? Like, personally, I don't mind if somebody comes over and they're like with their own people that make them feel comfortable and they engage in their culture. What I do have a problem with is that culture or group of people thinking that they're somehow better than another group and then finding ways to shit on and fuck over the other people, which they don't generally do. It's
dead right.
It's the other people who we know, somebody's like, this is race baiting.
And my point was based on that I had met a guy from Iraq, right? A young man from Iraq, my age, right? And he lived over here, but he still had a problem with the other religion, nickname, Tim? Even though he was over here.
I am
and
the
that's
muffin
all I'm
man.
saying.
I am the muffin man.
They may come over here and follow rules and do everything properly.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Hooligan.
Give it a couple of
No, you
give
guys
the
are good.
Muffin Man a couple of taps, y'all. Come on, let's get it.
Step on Hooligan's words.
I'm
with
so
that-
sorry,
So,
Hooligan.
I'm sorry,
so
Hooligan.
sorry.
I got caught up in the comedy.
I saw Bunny's comment and my brain went. So can
Same.
re-encapsulate that for you? That's my bad. I'm such an asshole.
Go again, Hooligan.
I think you know. I mean, I put it down. It just that you meet somebody from another. I have met somebody from another country that has problem with his own people because based on religion. And even though he's over here conforming to society, right, whatever, doing, you know, having a job and paying his taxes and all that shit, he still had a problem with another religious folks that were over here. And that's really all I was kind of pointing out is that, you know, it wasn't toward blacks, right? Or Mexican, you know, Hispanics, right? It was towards his own people and it was over here. And that's really all I was kind of pointing out. You know what I mean? John said something about Asian culture. You might find Asians over here that don't like people from Taiwan, right? Or Korean, you know what I'm saying? Another Asian culture. And they may hold firm about it. You know,
Chinese, Japanese
hostilities
hostilities are well known. Japanese, you know, hostilities well known because, of course, Japan on numerous occasions has tried to invade China. So that's a real thing. But can I just say that the connection that Graffy was making about the oligarchs, which we now call the billionaire class, and white supremacy is clear because when in your founding documents over there, they literally, you know, the 3/5 black people being considered 3/5 a person was so their slave owners got the proxy vote. That 3/5 was an extra vote. So the more slaves you had, the more 3/5 votes you had on top of your own vote.
It was about
compromise.
Yes,
right?
it was about
and that is my
It was
exact
also
point.
to
Even
make-
if when we're sorry, go ahead, history. Sorry.
I was just going to say that was also to make the Confederate States politically relevant in the Electoral College because 3/5 of a vote was counted towards the census.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm simply
Disgusting.
saying the direct connection between oligarchy and racism is there in the 3/5 of the proxy vote that the slave owners got. So they were
There
incentivized
was
to have
nobody
more
arguing
slaves.
against that.
2K
Nobody-
left.
And the more slaves they had, the more slaves they had, the more
That was
political
just-
power they got.
Right, and that was just I know that nobody was truly arguing against that, but I was bringing that up because there's this argument as if folks are coming over here with these tensions and tribalism and issues as if it's not been purposely implanted, I guess, right? As opposed to people having issues genuinely based on I don't know, some actual conflict. On an individual basis, it's a lot of rhetoric that is the result of their disenfranchisement in some capacity or some way, right? Like those tensions. And I know Host and who
Hooligan.
Your name is Hooligan. I see.
Yeah.
Host and Hooligan.
Nah,
Y'all both
Hoodlum.
acknowledged it. That same that same type of tribalism exists in European communities as well. They'll come here and be like, "Yeah, I don't fuck with Slavs," or "I don't fuck with
The Scots and the Irish and
and all that shit,
That is
right?
not true. There is when you came to
That's not
America
true.
as a European, in Europe they were tearing each other apart, but you had to give up all of your tribal or ancestral and become American. For the first part of
You
the
must
last,
assimilate.
you have to assimilate. People didn't teach their children German if they were German. They didn't teach them Italian if they were, because they had to speak American. They made a conscious effort to be one, to go against all these other savages in the world. That's how they did each other. So they got rid of that conflict very quickly in this country and focused on who they needed to focus on, which were basically black people and native people and things of that nature. That's what they did consciously. They had to put a stop to that bullshit. You are now white. Whiteness is nothingness. You're no longer German. Don't speak that shit here. Don't eat sauerkraut in front of people. Do that in your house.
I love
if you're
sauerkraut.
Coming from Italy, if you're coming from Ireland or Scotland, put that shit aside, and we're going to become one white Americans. They did that consciously. to make sure that they were one.
Yeah,
now,
I totally agree with you.
speaking
They
to this,
allowed
let me
white-
play this little clip real quick of this. Is pretty funny. Here, just listen.
Oh, you must be so glad to be in New York. The South is so racist. The South is so racist. Oh, you mean the part of the South that starts at Canada and ends at Mexico? Find me a part of America that's not racist. I'll move today. I'll wait. I know the North is more racist because in the North they split up white folks. They got Italian neighborhoods, Irish neighborhoods. I live in a Greek neighborhood. You know what Irish and Italian and Greek is in the South? White! Nobody has time to break down your brand of whiteness, okay? I don't care what flag your Caucasian flies under, Brandon. Oh, you must...
I'm sorry.
Who's that?
I'm not sure what her name is. Yeah, let me see.
I want to see more of her material. That's
You know what's fucking crazy though, dude, is being like heavy Irish. I kind of feel like that. I mean, I'm like, hold up, dude. Like, are we white? Are we, non-melanin folk? Yes, dude. But like, I mean, we weren't necessarily out here conquering and doing a bunch of bullshit. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So I'm
shut
like,
up, you Irish cunt.
Yeah, I know. Dude, I'm like, we just get raked in. We just get raked in with the other fucking shithead fucking white motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like,
Don't mess with the Irish man, you Australian.
This is what I was trying to put down that John picked up. This is what I was trying to put
Violation
down that John
talk.
picked up.
I knew it was coming. John, I got you. I got to drop you, buddy.
Unbelievable. It was a goddamn joke.
TikTok don't give a fuck. Guys, you have to remember, when you come up here, you got to be on your best behavior, because we have YT liberals that sit in my comments and do nothing but report you guys. So just keep that in mind. No, got to drop you. You're good, man. 10 minutes. Let me see. No, it didn't even give a time. So who fucking knows? Crazy. Yeah,
it's about time they went after the Australian man.
Well, I mean, does that make sense at all? You know what I mean? Being heavy Irish, being heavy
harassment and bullying.
Oh, wow. We do get, like some people get roped in and like, God, dude, we weren't out here trying to dominate. We were on up on the island chilling, trying to just live and fucking, you know what I mean? Be mountain
That's
folk,
what I was going to say,
like,
right? Like that's the thing that I was trying to put down that John was maybe somewhat picking up, right? Like when it comes to this country, I'm not saying that those tensions, Baltalk, yes, to your point over there, they had their issues, but then they came here and they had to assimilate to Americanism. And yes, that feeds into my point that the oligarch rich class preferred to prioritize racism within this country and the subjugation of indigenous and black people. So any YT people that immigrated over here, they had to fall in line and accept the American order. And part of that was feeding into the racist system in general. I think you can agree with that. I'm not discounting that at all. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And
okay, cool.
Totally,
I'm just bringing up. Yeah.
And when you said that, that's exactly what I mean. Like what I thought of is, that's old England, right? You know what I'm saying?
Now, real quick, guys, we are almost to 75K. We're so close. We're almost there. You guys are awesome. You guys have been tapping so good. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, let's just, you know what? Fuck it. Let's blow past 75K. Let's get to 100K. And I do still have that gifting goal. I'm looking for 3 more of those fans. I think there's like 15 coins a piece. Let's fill that so I can get another one started that helps with the FYP. And be sure to make sure you're commenting something. Oh, Patty. Thank you for sending Ball Talk that. That's awesome. I love those corgis. Anyway, sorry, I think Hooligan, were you talking? I had to get that out there.
The goal. You got to reset the goal.
Thank you so much. Was that you? Did you do that? Ball Talk, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And APAC, thank you. APAC hit 11 of those.
Love you.
All right, let me. All right, I'm going to reset that. Hooligan, may have interrupted you. Go ahead.
Yeah, first off, we need to hit 100K because he said he's going to change his name to Wiggly Worm if we do it. So we're going to get ready, APAC, get ready. But no, just based on what Graffy was saying is, I mean, that's exactly right. You know, that rich and poor class, right? The oligarchy, the money class has been pushing its way for a long time, right? And that is a true divide. I mean, color is definitely a major issue, right? In this country and other countries, it's a huge issue, way too big of an issue. Way too big of an issue for me, I'll tell you that much. And my kids have all kinds of different ethnic friends, you know what I mean? Because I push that shit. Like, it don't matter. They're your neighbor, they're your classmate, they're your locker mate, they're your, you know, be friends with whoever you want. You know, my daughter wants to date somebody, she can date whoever she wants, you know what
Wrath
I mean?
and T-Beans for the win. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. Almost there. 3 more. Go ahead.
Some of us try to void that out and try to get rid of that shit, but that money thing is a major divide.
Thank you, Trouble. And
this is why. This is why. Thank you, Holden. One of my point. That was part one of my point, because part two of my point is that the majority of folks, you know, in the diaspora and the globe understand that this is a rich versus poor battle that we've been having. And when it comes to anti-black rhetoric, patriarchal rhetoric, a lot of that stuff, they are able to suss that out as being like, yeah, no, that's some shit that's being pushed more so than actually a majority of opinion per se, if that makes sense. But I don't know. I feel like I've made my point here. I appreciate it.
Totally.
Okay. Anybody else got anything to respond to that? Because when I woke up this morning and saw that video, I kind of fucking lost it, y'all. I mean, I'm just getting so sick of this crap. And like, I do not expect to see a single person of color out in the streets doing a goddamn thing. They didn't break this shit. White people broke it, and white people got to fix it. White people have to fix this shit.
Yeah, and on a lighter note, it may sound bad, and I might catch it for this, but it's like slightly. I mean, it's terrible it happened, but
thank you,
Wrath.
Like,
thank God it
Wrath,
wasn't.
Ball Talk, Debbie, and T-Beans. Thank you. You guys killed that gifting goal. That was awesome, or unalived it, rather, I should say. Sorry, go ahead, Hooligan.
I think part of me is thankful it wasn't another store full of white people or YT people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hate that it happens, but it's like, see, like, it's a universal issue that needs to be solved. You know, I mean, we know it stemmed from the YT race. We know that, right? So it's just acknowledgement and learning and trying to change this shit, dude. Like, that shit is fucking unacceptable, dude. You know what I mean? You can't be like that, especially with kids, dude. You know, especially with our kids, dude. Like,
acceptable. Hooligan. This is
yes, ma'am.
Them filming that little black boy is nothing. They used to grape them. In this country, ma'am. Child grape was acceptable in this country for several hundred years. They didn't care because they were doing it to black people or enslaved people or native children that Andrew Jackson unalived their parents and then stole the children and adopted them as his own.
I'm the savior.
Acceptable. Yeah, I'm
motherfucker.
The savior. This is acceptable in this country. It was acceptable to hang people from trees and have a picnic and then take parts of their bodies and eat it or put it on postcards and mail it through the U.S. mail with people's body parts hanging from. That shit was acceptable.
Yeah, and I truly don't understand. I don't understand.
It's not going to change until people really, really decide that none of this shit is a starter. We must take all of this shit, all of this bigotry, this subtle bigotry, and have a real true playing field. It's not going to happen. Why would white people give up their power? You don't give up your power. Why would you want to be equal with somebody when you're dominant over them? You're not going to want to be equal. Equality feels like suppression to people who have been the lords of people for centuries. They're not going to ever do it. Ever.
And to me, the subtle racism is worse because they have plausible deniability. I'm not a racist. I wasn't wearing the hood with the cutout. I wasn't doing that. No. You were just doing things like what that lady was doing, grabbing that black guy, shoving him. Oh, we love you. Why are you making such a fuss? Why are you causing such a that subtle fucking racist shit? That is diabolical in my opinion, because I think a lot of them know what they're doing. Just watch this video here real quick. Let me play this shit. This is. And this is recent, y'all. This isn't even that far back. It's crazy.
Colored school teachers now in Levittown. So that's just a good example of what is going to happen.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I do not like it.
Racism was woven into every aspect of daily life, from housing and education to employment, and even the right to travel freely during the 1950s. The Green Book was essential for black travelers.
Crazy.
Compiled by Victor Green, a black postman who lived in Harlem. It was a guidebook published annually listing safe hotels, restaurants, and gas stations where they wouldn't face discrimination or violence. This survival guide was necessary because they could literally risk their lives by stopping at the wrong place.
My boy, he likes sports, and he used to go down there every Saturday with a few of the boys from the neighborhood. And there was an argument that occurred, something real silly. My boy and a colored boy got in an argument. Well, from that time on, for the whole remainder of the summer, the boy was afraid to get down there because the colored boys got two colored...
we know why he was afraid to go down there, don't we? They're just... It's like a fear factor for them. They see... I don't know why, but... it's gross. Like, imagine having to publish every year a book of safe locations that you can stop at, because otherwise you could be unalived or... dangling from a tree,
and that's 1950. Right. I have a 95-year-old right now that's in her bed. That's like my mother, who in that time was in her 20s. So this is not ancient history. We have living people today who can tell you about these stories, and we don't even have to go back to 1950. We can go back to 2026 or 2025 when young men are hanging from trees, broken legs and arms, and told by the coroner, he unalived himself. Well, you must be an outer world alien if you can raise yourself up off the ground with a broken leg and arm and put a noose around your neck and become a tree ornament. This is happening today.
And I'm about to show a clip showing that it never went away. It just changed forms, and it put a smile on its face, and it called itself an ally. That's what it did. It called itself an ally. I'm going to play a clip, but real quick, I don't know what happened, guys, but we stopped tapping. We're kind of stuck at 78,000. Let's keep going. It's because you stopped tapping. Let's keep tapping. Go in there and just leave a comment. Agree, disagree, whatever it is. Just drop your comments. This is what TikTok wants you to do. This is what the agent has told me. We've got to keep going. And if he said if you guys stop tapping or commenting, I just shut the live down and come back later. That's what he said to do. So that's what I'm going to start doing. But let me play this clip, and then Graffy, I see your hand up. I'm going to get to you. And then I'd like to introduce Beast. Beast is up on the panel. But watch this. This is current. Watch how this works. There you go. It's still happening. It's just ingrained in people's minds.
Yeah, a black child just left alone. There's one with a black man who's pretending he's blind, and a white T man pretending he's blind, and they try to hold on to somebody. All the people the white T man holds on, they're not. As soon as the black man holds on to that, they will snatch their arm from him. One person almost pushed him down. This shows you that whatever this thing is that they've created in this world to make people think that just because your skin is dark, you are the original people. Right. They have something in them that says you are evil and dangerous, even though we know irrefutably that the opposite is the truth.
Yep. But they'll gaslight the shit out of you. Graphic, go ahead, man.
Yeah, somebody asked a good question. Like, why would they? Not somebody. Ball talk. That was you. Why would they?
W. Patty. Thank you, Patty, for completing that goal. I'm sorry, Graffy. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Why would they come on board? Why would they come on board? Why would they, collaborate? Because the global South has caught up, right? A lot of wealth has already started to like they're going to start swinging their weight soon, and the way China, Africa, South America, they're breaking ties with a lot of European traditional colonizers, right? That's why they have to come on board. I think in terms of in the U.S., white people are still somewhat the majority, but
I don't know.
Well, earlier when you were addressing when you were kind of alluding to trying to get why would white people vote for something like reparations? Why would they vote for progress for people of color? Why would they
why would they vote for
specifically looking at the exactly yes why would they vote to end their supremacy? They would have no choice because the global South has already caught up, right? And they, while despite being like the majority in this country, they are not the majority globally. I'm sorry, Lib. You guys are not the majority globally.
They've never been the majority globally.
Never.
They've always been 7%.
I know, but what I'm saying is now, in terms of financial sense, right, in terms of wealth and resources, right, and access to that, like look at what's going on in the, I think it's the Sahel region, right? Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, they have kicked France the fuck out.
Okay.
Similar stuff has happened in South America with Spain and all that. Sorry, go ahead.
Rafi, I understand all of that, but you understand that we're dealing with a demonic force. When you keep saying that they won't have a choice, then their last resort is to wipe you out. Let me give you some examples in this country.
That's what we see right now. They're doing extinction burst.
Every time you had a thriving black community, those people who told us, put yourself up by the bootstraps. The end result was, you have more than what we have. You're doing too well. We're going to unalive you. They will always have a violent last resort, and it's not going to change now. Trust me, they're not going to give it up and just vote so that people can be equal. They will fight to the end. See, our motto is we shall overcome, and we sing good songs and spiritual hymns. Their motto is give me liberty or give me unalivement. And they mean that. And what liberty is to them is for them to be on top always, in control always. Whenever you talk about equality and especially equity, they lose their shit because equality to them is like you enslaving them.
It's
They're not going to
something. Right.
No, I know.
It's them losing something.
And that's what I'm talking about. Like, you guys know what extinction burst is, right? Or you know what I mean when I say that?
Sure. I know what
I assume I know what you mean. Yeah, but
okay,
you're
cool.
welcome
So
to explain it.
Essentially, when something like an ideology or society is coming to an end, they have like a massive burst of like upheaval and energy, right, before just completely dissipating, right? So where I'm coming from is right now what we're seeing with this administration, specifically the Trump administration, and in other countries, there are right-wing groups that are trying to take power and failing terribly. But the point is, this is their extinction burst. They're trying to regain power in the global stage, in the global financial markets, and they can't. The power that is truly residing in the access to resources and all of that was always in the global South, and now China as well. So they're losing. They're losing on all fronts, and they're trying to push out their last little bit of effort to reclaim and maintain power and control and shit like that. But it's still not going to work.
How old are you?
The difference here between, I think, European mindset, and I really think this is how they've been able to do what they do, because they claim that, we'll have people up here, we're just far superior. Our technology blew yours out of the water, and that's why, because we're much smarter, we're better, we're this, we're that, ignoring the fact that they stole a lot of that from these communities that they now hate. Their willingness to do anything to a person, whether it's torture, unaliving, just maiming, raping the women, breeding them out, beating the fuck out of them. Their ability to do this without any remorse or regard for human life, they have this ability for some reason, or at least, in large part they did back then. Now that may not exist to the same level, but these other communities, they didn't exist like that. Sure, they would war and they would fight with, different tribes, and they would have disagreements, even resource arguments, but they weren't willing to go to the lengths that this culture, whatever you want to call it, was willing to do. And because you're able and willing to do that, that's why serial unalivers are so successful. Because you wouldn't fucking think that somebody'd be able to do something like that. And that ability for them to do that is what has allowed them to expand across the globe. And so do you fight fire with fire here? Do you start doing to them what they've been doing to everybody? Is that the answer? Give them a taste of their own medicine? They're already afraid of us. They're already afraid. Every time you walk down the street, they shit themselves, and then they grab a tool to use to fuck you with and cut your leg off or whatever it is that they do.
They're constantly amped up and ready for some kind of like.
People are not ready for this fight. When I mean by that, let's say you're talking about the Chinese, and they're not ready for a real fight with these demonic Europeans. You know why? We're having in real time watching a G7. We're watching the annihilation of brown people, and not one government on this planet has decided that they needed to be wiped out because they are white Europeans.
But what I say to that, they're accelerating the cause for their own end with something like that, right? I fully agree with you.
Well,
that should have been shut down.
If it works, I hope look from your lips to God's ears. I hope that's true. I want them to be wiped completely out, that evil, and I hope that happens. I don't think we'll see it in our lifetime. And think about Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, all the things that they're doing. Marvelous. I think that's wonderful. Guess what, darling? They don't have nuclear weapons. They can wipe that alliance out in an instant. And change the world instantly.
And they're willing to do it.
Yeah, and they're willing to do it. All the people
That's the difference.
who we think, they're going to rise. If you don't have a nuclear weapon, you're fucked. Because in the end, I'm telling you, their motto is, give me liberty or give me unalivement. And if they can't take your resources, like France has put 30 plus assassination attempts on Captain Traoré, because he wants to be self-governing. Think about how sick that is.
Yep.
So France has been taking their shit for hundreds of years, and now that they kick them out, they're going to get that back because it's about their survival. And I'm telling you, they're
where I'm coming from,
all of them.
And think of it this way: like the husband that says, "If I can't have you, nobody's gonna have you." It's that same motherfucking mentality, that grapist dominating mentality that exists. They're willing to do these things, and other people know that they're willing to do those things.
Yep.
Crazy.
Okay, so
sorry,
I acknowledge
Graffy.
that other. No, you're good. You're good. I acknowledge that the global South doesn't have nuclear boom booms. Fair, sure. But once they've dropped those, there's still a bunch of people with arms. They're still vastly outnumbered.
What do you mean?
And where I'm coming from is with the example of Traoré. Yes, France is upset with him, but previously, even just 20 years ago, he would have been gone already by now. They can't do that anymore. That tells me that there's more power on the global South side than ever before. Because if they truly wanted, they would have had him gone in a month.
10K
in a
left.
week even.
Well, it's more difficult, but guess what? If you don't have nuclear weapons, you're a sitting duck.
Yeah.
You think that bullshit,
I acknowledge that, but once they drop them...
you think that bullshit where they say, we'll never use one again, that's utter bullshit. I guarantee you that Israel will use it to get what they want, which is to take over all from the river to the sea and expand even more. They're in Africa taking up land, buying up land. Israel is. They're all over the. So these Europeans, they're playing the game. And
white people are less than 20%. Even if they drop boom booms and they hit the global population, they're dropping down less than 20%, and the global population drops a little less down than 70%. There's still way more of the global South to whoop their ass.
But no, but excuse me, you're missing the point. Listen, South Africa had 30 million black people. You had 2 white people that controlled the whole fucking country. It's not about numbers, Graf. If it were, then these white people would have been wiped out a long time ago from all the different.
No, that's why I said my point was the financial shift.
It's about the power, the nuclear weapons,
and that's why I brought out the financial shift.
And when you keep societies of color opposed to each other, they don't come together in solidarity and fund each other's defenses. And so we're not really seeing that because now, they're fighting over dumb shit. You know what I mean?
No, we are seeing that. No. Maybe because it's not being publicized heavily in the U.S. media, but there's been constant efforts to have like different African unions and unified currency and all that type of this shit's happening.
Now,
that's what I'm saying. I keep bringing up that shift.
And that's fine, but I'm saying, historically, it's not happening.
Just not now. Gaddafi did that back in the day. He's the one who put a satellite up in the sky.
We saw.
That's right.
And he died.
Put a satellite in the air so that Africans didn't have to go through Europe to call over to Africa. He took $500 billion from Europeans doing that. He called for the United States of Africa, but these scared African countries did not want to do that because they were so scared. He did that a while ago. He had a nuclear weapon. His son that he sent to university in America and to UK, he's like, Daddy,
I know all this.
So you can introduce me. I know you know all of it. So why are you trying to sell? It's like you're selling a pipe dream. Like I said, just because we have numbers, we are not vicious enough like the Europeans to do the things that they do to us.
That's the kicker. That really, in my estimation, from all that I can see, because none of it really makes any sense because they're no more technologically advanced than really anybody else. Or had access to those things. They're just willing to do the most dastardly, diabolical shit. And that willingness to do it, like even now, I got all these fucking white people doing the most absurd and ridiculous coordinated shit to hurt me. And my response to it is like block and move on and just go on. I don't want to engage in that I'm going to attack you shit, it's just not in me. And I think that's to our own detriment.
Yep.
I think that's to these people's detriment.
All I'm saying is the global financial shift is real. That's happening. I'm not saying that it's fully surpassed the amount of wealth and access to armory and shit like that. No, but that shift has definitely happened. If we're referencing Gaddafi and all them, they didn't have that financial capital or influence in the global financial markets to the degree that the global South has today. That's the point that I'm bringing up right now. That's why they're so pissed off, and that's why all these right-wing groups are popping up.
But wait a minute.
Hope that it continues.
But I want him to give me some tangibles.
No, I agree.
You said the global financial shift is real. Shifting from what to what? Explain that.
7K left, guys. Keep tapping. Leave your comments.
Yeah, like I already said, right? Like France has way less global agreements than they previously had, even just 10 years ago. Britain as well. A lot of the original colonizer nations, they've lost a lot of those partnerships and financial control over the direct resources that they were extracting. Why? Because these nations have kicked them the fuck out. So that's why I'm saying, and so a lot of this process of kicking them out started in the late 80s, early 90s, and now we're seeing the fruits of that, where that global financial shift is much more tangible, where they're not just able to say, you're gonna accept this deal. Countries are quite literally able to be like, no, we want this deal, work with us, and they have to. That's been happening much more frequently than ever before.
Right. I know the trend. But what I'm saying is if they don't have a superpower like a China or a Russia to back up these smaller countries that are, flexing their muscle, then these demonic demons, and I shouldn't even call them that, these Europeans have a history of saying the last resort is that, like Donald Trump just said, we will end your civilization. He said that to an ancient civilization. We will end your civilization if you don't do what we want you to do. They mean that shit. People say, he doesn't mean that. Yes, they mean that.
Yeah,
I know. So,
absolutely.
So my
We have
question
to
to you,
prepare for
my
that.
question to you is, are you advocating that because these motherfuckers are insane, that the trend should stop, that people should just like
Absolutely not.
let them?
You're missing my
Okay,
point.
cool.
Absolutely. What
No,
I'm
no, no, I'm not.
advocating, excuse me, what I'm advocating for is something that liberal does not like me to say. I believe in 40 million Luigis. I think that people in these of
I
color,
do too.
I think that all peoples of color should be as ape shit crazy violent and turn it around on them. I don't believe that the state of Israel should exist. It should have been wiped out. Why is it not? Why are they still allowed to do what they're doing?
That was what
That's
Brian
what I
Thompson. That's what Brian Thompson heard right before he hit the pavement.
I am all for it. I'm all for us.
I thought that was for something else.
Us really figuring this out and saying we have a common enemy. But we are not those people. We are people who are compassionate, and we try to. And don't forget, a lot of these people have been hoodwinked. A lot of people think that white people are their saviors. We had an African girl.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to earlier. Yeah.
Listen, I was talking to an African girl on a live. This was an FBA live with the African. And she says that the whitey people brought them here. She's Somali and saved them and did this for them. And they
Oh
like
my
them.
God.
This is her mind. This is a lot of their mindsets. This is why we
Was
can't
she Somali or from Somaliland? Because
She was
now recently we found out there's a very okay. All right.
Somaliland, God, when somebody was up here talking about that conflict and it brought that shit up, I my mind is blown. But yeah, it's gonna take fire with fire, and I don't.
And here's my thing, and I'm gonna land my plane. I'm gonna shut my mouth. When you have
I agree.
global
To be clear, I
when
agree.
you have tribalism fighting against a global system of white supremacy, tribalism will always lose.
Yeah.
Because you're too busy infighting, and he's a cuckoo, he's a tutu, he's a hootsie, he's a tootsie. This one's a Native American, but they're this tribe. All that dumb, stupid shit will always lose against the people who have one common thing in goal. Let's go to have a Berlin conference. Let's carve up Africa collectively.
And
Even though
all
we
I'm
don't
saying,
like each
Balta,
other.
all I'm saying is that unification you're talking about has been happening way more than folks think, unfortunately. But I gotta go. I appreciate your time, Lib. I'll be back at some point.
Yeah, thanks, Graphic.
Or what's up? Sorry.
I appreciate it, man.
Okay. All right, take care.
No, yeah, thanks for coming up, man. So always a pleasure. Yeah, and I think it's gonna take a complete and total change in mindset or dehumanization of these groups of people, because that's what they did to everybody else in order to justify. Well, it doesn't matter if you cut his arm off or whatever, because not a human. That's like an animal. That's the mindset.
And you keep the other animals in control when we chop off his arm in front of all of them. They'll be in compliance.
For example, Purdue. The Sackler family, for example, they unalived well over 1 million people. They did that. They unalived over 1 million people. They aren't in jail. They got a fine. But guess what? If you're running a boat, and you may not even have rugs in your boat, across international waters, the United States military is going to drop a boom boom in your boat because it's full of fucking brown people.
And nobody's going to say anything.
That's right. Nobody says anything about it. So
Actually, Purdue Pharma is set to be dissolved today and replaced by a new company focused on. There's a giant settlement happening today by the Department of Justice. Believe it or not, they're being held accountable today. There's a giant settlement with Purdue Pharma literally happening today.
They're going to change the letterhead. That's nice.
Basically, that's it.
Right. I mean, it's going to operate in the same way, you know.
There was a guilty plea and a civil settlement, and the federal government is forcing them to pay $8.3 billion in forfeiture, fines, and penalties.
Which is nothing.
And how much did they make?
The money they stole anyway, yeah.
How much did they make?
Yeah, $10 trillion. And we're gonna give you we're gonna fine you $8 billion. The bullshit, yeah.
There's a show that's called The Biggest Crime, and it's about that. I want to say it's called The Biggest Crime in America.
I mean, you let the people that do, because they literally were lying to doctors. They were pushing propaganda that led to severe addiction, that led to this problem that we're seeing today.
Yeah, they were saying it wasn't
They
an
always
addiction problem.
come
They were
back.
getting a
Right.
tolerance problem.
And
they're just getting a little more tolerant. Give them more.
Right.
Higher doses.
Yeah, and you know, people come up to this panel. I've had come up to this panel, but well, of course they're unaliving people in America when they're bringing rugs into this country. But they don't say the same thing about the fucking white people that are running these goddamn companies that do the same shit and unalive over 1 million people, probably
right.
millions of people.
They sure don't. They
You
sure
know,
don't.
rules for
It's a
me,
double standard.
but not for thee. And I say fuck you. I just, I don't know. I'm sick of it. I really am. Now, Beast, forgive me. I haven't gotten to you. I was enthralled with that conversation. 4K left, guys. 4K left. Let's keep tapping. Go ahead, Beast.
Well, what I was going to say is like 5 conversations back.
You're welcome to it. No. Go for it. Go for it.
And then I have a question. So, okay. Somebody was talking about they had a Pakistani friend who's their age. He's 25 and anti other religions. My grandfather was a Palestinian imam, and he wasn't even mad at Israel. Like, even though he had to flee to Jordan and then here, like I feel like there's this movement towards radicalizing young men of all types across the world into this type of like self-hating and outwardly projecting army of like, you know, religion, sometimes politics, race, and it's worrying me. It's worrying me that his friend said that. I was wondering if he could explain more like what the context of that conversation was, like, or if that person's even up still.
Yeah, that was yes, ma'am. So I was working on a job with another guy, and he was from Iraq, excuse me. And I've always been interested in, you know, other cultures, people from, you know, outside of America, right? Because everything's always different from somewhere else, even state to state, right? So we just started chatting, and so one of the things we started getting involved in is he grew up in all the through I don't know, whatever we want to call it, you know, Iraqi freedom, desert, you know what I'm saying? Because he was about my age. So he lived through that. And he just had that running hate for, he would, it might be opposite, but I believe he was Shiite. All right. And it was, he didn't like Sunni. And he was telling me that it's just been not like a generational thing, but that's just that inner war between those religions, the inner fighting that goes on and what they do to each other over there. He said, like, I guess it opened my eyes to the reality, because everything we always see is on the news, right? On American TV, right? For the most part, or whatever, right? So to hear a man my age from where, you know, America had been in war for, you know, whatever it was, 20 years, right? And this was years ago, right? So it was just interesting to hear that the hate between those, some of the hate from some of those people, but for another Iraqi that just believed in a different, you know what I'm saying? It was just kind of not shocking, but it was like you guys are doing that to each other based over religion, right? So my point when I brought that up was that even though this gentleman was over here, like, his hatred for that other religion was still alive and well, but it's because of what he had lived through his entire life, right? And I wasn't trying to say that he brought that hatred towards YTs or Hispanics or the black folk, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just to point out that he was over here living and still carried a strong hatred for his, I just want to say his own people.
Can we say that they're a little backwards in their beliefs? Is that a fair statement?
No, it's not a fair statement,
No,
and you don't get to determine that either, Lift. But Beast, did that answer your question?
100%. Actually, I thought
Okay.
he was talking about like against other Abrahamic religions or other religions. I wasn't sure that he was talking about like a sectarian issue.
No, it was yes, ma'am. It was like a specific thing. The gentleman that I was talking to, it was like a specific thing. And he just pointed out how, like, some of the reality that we don't always see on TV. Like, they are, I don't want to say G-siding, but they're schmurdering each other and doing terrible stuff to each other.
Your mistake is thinking that they're doing that to their own people. They don't see each other as their own people. They see each other as totally separate.
Yes.
Understood. I think my point to that was that they are both from the same, let's say, country, the same region, the same land, right? And we all know it's been that way for thousands of years, and in a lot of different places, not just in Iraq or any of those Asia, right? I mean, all over Europe, right? I mean, it's happened all over. And I forget why.
Yes,
Yes,
I think
ma'am.
that Americans have a different concept of country. So Americans have had a solid region of land. Before America was put together, you had places like Italy. Italy nationalized partially on our example. Italy was a bunch of principalities and nation states, right? That were not they shared a language, they shared a lot of culture, but they did not consider themselves a nation, and they would war against each other in nation states. So when Americans think of a country and how we may not speak the same language, we may not live in the same type of regional setting, we're all Americans. A lot of countries don't have that same mindset.
Yeah, and real quick, before we get too deep into this, I want to thank everybody for getting us to 100,000. I'm trying to do a sound effect, but it's not letting me click on anything. There we go. 100,000, guys. Thank you all to everybody in the comments that's been clapping.
Nice,
I know
awesome.
and tapping. I know that you guys are at work, and so that means so much to me. I do have a gifting guild that's still up there, and I'm going to have to delete it and start another one unless you want to help fill that. I do appreciate it. Now, Hooligan, did you want to respond, and then I'm going to get to Lift because I think Lift has some thoughts on this. Hooligan, go ahead.
No, as long as Beast, I was just trying to clear that up, just from
Thank you, Ball Talk.
personal experience or whatever, and I think it was just some of that stuff has been happening for thousands of years. You know what I mean? And it's not really.
It's similar to, and not really a direct comparison, but, when Catholics started unaliving Protestants.
Right.
It's kind of it's
was
similar in
based on
that way. And that's why when Lift brings up ours is backwards thinking, that tension between those two groups still exists to this very day. Especially now with Donald Trump. So it's not backwards. This is religion doing as religion does. It is what it is.
We had the Crusades, right? And then we evolved past the Crusades, right? We stopped doing it, right? Our religion
Christianity has not evolved past the Crusades, sir. You've got the people that are bombing another nation right now, speaking their religion into those bombs. Yes, they are. They said it they're saying it in public, and you're denying this. Don't deny that which is true.
Just because a few people write a few words on a few of those,
it's what they're doing, bro.
Does not equate to a crusade, okay?
It is a crusade. It is a European crusade with their fucking Christianity bullshit being forced onto other people. That's what they're doing.
First, I'm sorry, but I'm going to disagree with you here. We're past the Crusade era, and this other religion is in the midst of it. Okay,
we're not, and we never will be past it because for some reason the people that are in charge of these religious groups, they have lost their fucking mind, and when you couple that with this European culture mindset of everybody else is not human and we get to treat them however, it's a very dangerous combination. And we don't see that in the Muslim world. We don't see it there, but we certainly see it in Christianity. and there's something wrong with it.
So you want to act like we don't see Sunni versus Muslim as a whole, crusade, right? You don't want to see it how it actually is, right?
What do you mean? How? What actually? Do you even understand why they are against each other? Do you understand the reason?
Yeah, I do, dude.
Explain it.
One person believes in Muhammad or some shit, and like the other person believes like it's not Muhammad. Like, dude,
See,
and they
and this is the problem. This is the problem. Confident ignorance is one of the most dangerous combinations on the face of the earth.
All right, so what is it then? Explain to me. If
A lot
you
of that in the
think
age
that
of
what I
Trump.
said is wrong, explain it to me.
Crazy. It's crazy. Beast, are you Muslim?
No, I'm Christian. I can't even explain it. I'm Palestinian, Puerto Rican, and Irish, born in America. So I know what my grandfather told me.
The difference is in who leads, right? Who is the authority figure in that moment? Well, I don't know the exact specifics of it, but
What is Muhammad, right? And the
no,
other one in,
no. One is lineage, the other is voting.
No Muslims really question Muhammad, as far as I know.
That's right. They don't. They all believe in Muhammad. I don't know what you're talking about. It's lineage. One is the family of the descendants of, is my understanding, and the other in terms of who's leading the religion. I'd really prefer a Muslim to come up here and explain it better, because I only have a superficial understanding of it. But it's not what you just said. And the fact that you come up here thinking it's backwards, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
I think I had a little bit of an idea. I think
I
knew it was something to do with Muhammad, right? And in a way, I was right? You're saying it's voting versus belief in Muhammad, or I'm not exactly sure what you're saying, but it's a pretty dumb reason to have 1,000-year war, right?
Well, I don't know. Ask Christians. Are you a Christian?
So I just looked it up, y'all.
Lift, are you a Christian?
I'm a Catholic.
Oh, okay. All right.
I just looked it up. If it matters, it says one of the main things is the Sunni believe that it should be a voted in prophet. To run, and looks like the Shiite believe that it should be family of Muhammad.
Right. Lineage, which is what I said, lineage versus voting. In terms of who is leading the, I guess, the religious leader in that moment.
Now, that was just a quick search, so, somebody can
No, because I had somebody up here on the panel. I only know that because somebody explained it to me on the panel. Because, see, whenever I don't know something, I don't make assumptions. Right? And I certainly don't come up and degrade somebody's stuff. When I don't understand what it is.
Well, I came with a little bit of background information, right? So I wasn't coming up here completely clueless, right? I was just a little bit off. Okay?
You didn't understand what it was. Can you at least admit that?
Yeah, they both believe in Muhammad.
I didn't know exactly what it was, but I had an idea of what it might have been, and I was kind of close, right? Just a little bit off.
No, you weren't kind of close at all. Real quick, let me give a shout out to my son. I just got a message from his teacher. He scored a perfect score on the CompTIA exam.
Yay!
Which is, and he's a sophomore.
Woo! Good job. Yay!
Perfect score. CompTIA is what if you're going to go into the IT field. That is a standard exam that you would take as an adult in a college.
Marvelous.
Yeah, perfect score.
It's like an IT version of the SAT.
Good job. Excuse me. Good job, baby liberal. Good job, baby liberal.
Little LLM. Lowercase LLM.
I had a
Sorry, go ahead.
I had a question for Maverick about a live I was in yesterday. Yeah, so Maverick, I was in a live yesterday. And it was full of black creators. And this black man came on the live, and we were arguing about how Medicaid is cutting reimbursement rates in Idaho for people with disabilities and how I was really upset over that. And this black creator comes on the live and he starts saying, well, I agree with that. And I was like, why do you agree with that? And he goes, well, I believe in eugenics for white people. That's what this black man said.
Okay.
And then so I asked him to elaborate, and he started saying that white genetics are inferior to black genetics because if he was to bang my mom, the kid would come out with brown skin. He also started saying that...
He said what? You keep cutting off, honey.
Sorry, I got a call. He also started saying, that, and then he also started saying that white people grape the most people, white people have the most problems in their community, the most addiction, so therefore black genes are superior to white genes. And he also started making the case that we should chop off the wee-wees of every young white male simply because they're more likely to grape people. I thought he was joking, but he wasn't.
No.
Even black creators in the live kept disagreeing with him, and he kept going with it.
Yes.
And he kept yelling at me. He's like, my genes are superior to yours and blah, blah, blah. But then I found out that he also voted for Trump, too. He said he voted for Trump to watch white people get screwed over. So I was just curious to know what you thought. I actually ended up leaving because I was pissed that somebody like that would be platformed.
You of all people that's been hanging out with me for years should know that he was being diabolical. He might have really felt that way. But like I said to you before, he has no power. Those are just his words, his feelings. And in theory, all genes from black people are dominant genes. That is scientific. You know that.
Of course.
He just turned it around to make it so that he can lash out against white people. And he was being diabolical, and he may really feel that way, but there's nothing he can really do because he has no power. So he's just one
there's
black.
There's a level of truth to what he was saying in terms of.
Excuse me. Was I finished?
No.
White man.
No.
Was I finished?
You take 30 minutes.
Did you need white talk for history? Do you need white talk?
No, what I mean is not use.
No. I asked the black woman.
Finished.
Wrap it up.
Land your plane. Can I finish, white man?
Wrap
Thank
it up.
you. May I
Go
finish,
ahead, Paul. Talk.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is, I know it flustered you because you were in a space where you didn't have any real pushback to him, but what he was doing was trying to fluster you. He was reversing what was said and done to black people for centuries. You're inferior. You're not a human. You're an animal. We're superior. Look at our blonde, blue-eyed hair. Everything white. Jesus, the angels, angel's food cake. Everything white is good. Everything black is bad. He was just reversing that on you and trying to fluster you.
That's what I figured it was. But I got flustered because I have clients with disabilities. So when people say I'm pro eugenics, I freak the fuck out because it's like I literally have clients that I take care of.
Well, first of all, eugenics, and you must know this, would never be used on white babies, wiggly worms. They would be used on black ass babies. So him saying that.
Thank you, Kara. Thank you, Kara.
Right? So he was just trying to get your goat.
I told him when he said he was pro eugenics, I was like, dude, you're a black man and you're pro eugenics. Eugenics should be against you. He also said he voted.
You should have told him the next time a police pull you over and beep bop skippity stop you upside your black ass head, jigaboo. Then that's what you deserve. That's what you should have said.
Well, when he started saying I'm genetically superior, I commented. I was like, and yet you voted for Trump, but you're so genetically superior, right? That makes right. And then I also commented. I was like, because his name was Premium Black Godfather. That was his name. I was like, wow. Premium vote. I commented premium voted to get bit boppity booped upside the head by a cop and qualified.
Thank you, Hush Puppy.
So I did comment that.
Right. So just give it back to them as good as they give it. That's all.
Right. Oh, that's what I did. But I actually ended up leaving because I was just shocked that he was platformed. But even the other black creators, and a black creator named Daniel, I'm sure you know of him. You probably have
I think we had argued with his dumb ass before. Yeah.
Yeah. He also was in there pushing back against him. He got so mad he ended up leaving himself. And I just think that's because the guy wasn't really serious at the end of the day.
You know that Blagga is just as insane as MAGA and FAGA. We know that they're all just insane ingrates.
FAGA.
Yeah, FAGA is the LGBTQIA who voted for Trump. We call them FAGA. Hello.
Well,
that one before. That's fucking good.
It is really good.
There's a certain level of truth to what he was saying in terms of kind of rolling the ball back on investments into Social Security programs, right? I think that there's a level of truth to that you guys maybe don't agree with, but I think deep down, I think we understand why we have to kind of roll back how much we're investing in these programs, so we can.
Excuse me.
Why?
So you're agreeing that people with disabilities and people in mind should have their health care pulled back? Is that what you're saying to us?
Well, there's a reason why I'm saying that, and the reason is basically because we can extend it for like 50 years, or we can have it run out of money in 3 years, right? So
wait, what? What is it?
Wait,
What are you
there's
talking
other
about?
ways to
Extend
fix
what
it.
for 50 years? Extend what for 50 years?
these social programs, right? Medicare, Medicaid.
No, that's not
absolutely.
true.
Now,
no,
just
that's
because
not
you disagree doesn't make it
true.
good,
You're talking about Social Security. Social Security is
about all three of
finance.
them. No, it's all three of them.
Social Security and Medicare are completely different. This is a state Medicaid funded program. That doesn't have a trust fund. That's funded by general revenue every single year. That's different from Social Security and Medicare that have trust funds that are funded by payroll taxes. It's completely different.
Yeah, but so look, I'll agree with you here if that you also agree with me that we increase taxes across the board.
No,
and then we can have them. How about that?
We don't need to. First of all, we don't need to increase taxes for Medicaid because it's already funded. The state of Idaho decided to gut funding to it. Excuse me. I'm not done talking. Thank you. Right. You have a big problem with interrupting people, sir. Thank you. Right. State Medicaid is completely and totally funded by the state of Idaho. It has always been funded. There's never been a deficit or anything. But the state of Idaho has a budget deficit because they just implemented a tax credit for religious schools. So they took it from the Medicaid that funds people with disabilities and ResHab, which I work in, right? Wow. Social Security and Medicare are funded as pay-as-you-go schemes that are funded as payroll taxes. The people who pay into the system are funding the people that currently receive benefits. The reason why those trust funds are going to go out is because the population is declining. People aren't having enough kids, so therefore we won't have a younger generation to fund the people who are current retirees. They're not funded like Medicaid.
Yeah, so I don't understand.
Sorry, my Wi-Fi.
Lyft, you're saying that like we should. I'm not really sure I understand your point before I make it. So can you just succinctly make your point?
All right. So basically, what I'm saying is that I think that we've been told, right, that we have this trust fund, that we have this entire fund that will fund these social programs. And I think that that is it's great to believe in it, right? It makes you feel good, but at the end of the day, that's not how it works, right? And what I'm telling you is how it works, and that it's going to run out of money. And how can we keep these programs in a way where it'll be sustainable, right? And that way is by increasing taxes across the board. Dude.
Yeah, well, that's what they did in 1983.
So you want to increase taxes for everybody because they gave tax cuts to rich people and now can't afford it. I don't
look. Everyone, every so often, I hear this argument about these European countries and how they have healthcare for all this stuff, right? But what I don't hear is that why do they have it, right? They have it because they pay more, and somehow we want the same benefits, but we don't want to actually cough up the money for it.
Lyft, most of our money ends up going to taxes because you pay your payroll taxes, right? You get taxed that way, state, federal, local, whatever, and then you go buy something that gets taxed. If you sell the thing that you bought, you get taxed on that. If you go and you every year you're taxed on your vehicle. Hell, in Mississippi, it cost me over $1,000 once a year to get my fucking truck tagged. which is insane. But this is it's a low tax state. It's a low tax state until it comes to your property tax or your fucking car tag, and then you want a permit because you want to build a fucking thing in the back. You got to pay tax on that. You're taxed out the ass. The money that you pay taxes on already gets taxed again, and it gets taxed again. So we pay the fuck out of taxes. This notion that we pay low taxes is ridiculous.
If you break down what we pay in taxes and what it goes to, I'll tell you
this much.
You pay in tax.
Wait. We got Mr. I already know who this is. Wiggly Worm. Welcome in, sir. We got Wiggly Worm has wiggled his way onto the panel.
Attaboy. Look at you. True to his word.
Hats off to you, sir. 100K. Wiggly Worm's in the house.
If we get to 150K, I will change my profile picture to a wiggly worm.
Shit. Where's my Wiggly Worm at? Hold on, let me see.
Let me bring up something else, right?
It needs to be a cool wiggly worm if you do. Because it's going to get there, brother.
Okay, I'm sorry. History, you were talking. I had to interrupt that because that was fucking hilarious. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the key to Social Security is in 1983, they also said, it's going to go bankrupt. It's going to go bankrupt. And then they fixed it by raising the payroll tax by like 1%. Okay, there are so many ways to fix Social Security if you want it to be around for another 50 years. If you lift the cap on the tax, it would make it so that people who are super, super wealthy would pay the actual 6% rate that everybody else contributes. Same with the Medicare tax. Okay, it's literally like a 1% increase to keep these programs solvent for like 1,000 years.
You're not factually.
I am factually correct.
No,
yes,
I
am.
No, you're not, because I looked this up as well, right? Because I thought somebody like you might say some BS like that, right?
Okay.
Somebody like you. What, explain what is somebody like him?
Confidently stupid, as you said.
There's like somebody like you.
Somebody like you.
Does he know what the cap is on Social Security?
Those people, bro.
Does he know the cap?
First, Trump has him convinced that he's a fucking expert on this.
Anything, by the way.
I'm giving you shit, Lift. I knew you didn't mean it that way. I just had to give you shit because it sounds funny. Lift, anyway, go ahead.
So I looked up your premise of your argument, right? Let's put it that way, and let's not say you people, but like, so the premise of your argument is founded on BS, because I've looked it up, right? And you could do you're saying we should tax richer people what more, and then it'll everything will be fine. Everything will be like, we'll have rainbow. Everything will be fine, right? And so what you neglect to understand is that we've actually looked at this figure, and we found out that if you were to do that, if you were to even take it to the extreme and do it 100% tax rate, right? That it would only allow these social structures to last for 3 months. 3 months.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said lifting the cap on the Social Security payroll tax. I didn't say let's implement 100% tax rate on the wealthy. I don't know where you got that from.
And
see, you're arguing something. You're arguing something that I'm not even arguing right now.
The cap's at 170,000. So if you make 170,000 or 10 million, you're paying the same.
I have a friend who's a lawyer in New York who makes $600,000 a year as a lawyer. He only pays a 6.25% tax rate on $176,000 a year into Social Security. If you lift that cap and he pays a 6.25% rate on his entire $600,000 a year, Social Security would be solvent until 2100. Actually, that's what the data shows.
Or how about
I'm not talking about 100% tax rate or a 93% tax rate, or taxing somebody for breathing. Right? I'm talking about the Social Security payroll tax. Look into that, my friend.
How about this?
Or how about paying back what they stole from us from W. Bush?
Do you agree with it, or are you going to actually disagree and say that what I'm saying?
Are you going to actually challenge what I'm arguing? Because you're not even addressing what I'm officially arguing.
Actually, I do agree because in a sense that's my entire premise, which is increasing taxes on the middle and lower class, right? So in a way,
nobody's arguing that.
Actually, in a way, what you're advocating is sidestepping, but it's actually kind of doing that, right?
No. So I talked about somebody who makes more than $600,000 a year. That's not middle class or lower.
No, you said 170 whatever thousand.
That's the cap. That's the cap
on the Social Security payroll tax, right?
Okay, but
somebody who makes $176,000 a year pays a 6.25% rate. If you lift that tax, somebody who makes $1 million per year would pay more into Social Security. That's not the middle class or the lower class, my friend.
You're advocating to lift this cap, right, from 170K. So it actually literally is an increase in taxes on the middle lower class. So you just
dude, they already pay the full 6.25% rate. What are you talking about? They already pay that rate. If you lift the cap on Social Security, it only impacts people who make above $176,000 a year.
Yeah, as a family unit, first of all, 170K is really not that much. But also, at the same point, it's doing. I think we agree. I think we just we have.
We don't agree. We actually don't agree, sir. We don't agree at all. No, you're not even arguing anything that I'm arguing.
Look, I'm a dickhead. Sorry, guys. It took me forever to find that fucker. I had to go into my phone, send it to my computer, and here we go. I don't know what happened to the other one, but Wiggly Worm, welcome aboard. So I'm not even sure what we're arguing here. Can I be? I'll be rational.
I would hope that you are rational, but you understand that, essentially. So I was saying, let's do higher taxes. You said no. And this other guy said no. And he advocated, or somebody on this panel advocated for lifting this cap on the whatever tax rates for Medicare and Social Security, right? Is that not kind of essentially saying what I'm saying? Is it not?
No, but it's not affecting the middle class. It's not affecting the poor, is what we're saying.
No, it's literally lifting the cap. There's only a cap on the Social Security tax. The cap on the Medicare one has already been lifted in the 90s under Clinton.
Yeah, it's not the same thing because you said increase it on everybody. That's what you said. Doing this would just have them pay the same tax that we pay on all of their stuff. So in fact, it's like that's how you fix that.
We have to take baby steps, right? Because you guys aren't.
We don't have to. Donald Trump didn't take a baby step.
That is a baby step.
No, Donald Trump came out of his mother bombing other countries. He didn't take any baby steps.
Well, you guys aren't Donald Trump, right? So you guys need the baby steps, and the
we
way
don't
that
need baby steps. Why would we baby step? Why does a billionaire not pay Social Security taxes on his income above a certain amount? Why?
Well, actually, let me present another opinion. Right? How about we don't
Can you just answer the question?
People, no, let's not give these millionaires.
Let's not get bogged down in the details, okay?
Let's not give these millionaires
details are too confusing
because they don't need it, right? If you're a millionaire, you can afford your healthcare. You can. You do not deserve these Social Security checks. Okay, is that
don't deserve?
I'm going so far down the fucking rabbit hole to try to.
That's not really how Social Security was designed, though. Social Security is a universal insurance program for everybody. The moment you make it means tested and take it away from certain people, they're going to start advocating to completely eliminate the program, which we don't want to do. It's better to have everybody pay into the system and then benefit from it.
You're so wrong on this thing, and I really want to.
Show me how I'm wrong.
I lowered my standard to try to.
Oh, thank you, Lorette.
I lowered my standard to try to find.
Did you hear that? He just said he lowered his standard so I can understand.
Well, listen. Lyft is an accountant, and none of you can touch Lyft. Okay, he's like the most intelligent being on earth. So
Sorry.
All hell Lyft. That mindset though is really, I mean, imagine you're talking to a guy with 3 teeth and dirty ass clothes, and he thinks that about all of his neighbors. He thinks that he's just the smartest person. Bro, you came up here and didn't even know the difference between Shia and Sunni, but you wanted to talk about it. So I'm not sure that we can take a lot of what you say seriously.
I knew enough to ask about it.
You didn't ask. You were told
I did.
by somebody mentally superior to you.
I don't think anybody is. I think I could throw a rock and then they'd be distracted by the rock that I threw. Right.
Oh, that was a good one. Ooh, he really got you there. Oh, that bird. Siren, can you deal with this one?
Wasting your time because
we like her. Hold on, we like her on the panel. We like her on the panel.
Yes.
She should.
You're far too intelligent
Please.
to argue with this person who is not even arguing in good faith. He's just an idiot, and you just have to.
I'm not.
Here it comes.
You fail to understand that. Actually, dude, I'm actually smarter than.
No, you're an idiot.
I guarantee there's one thing that I know about you, and it's that you do not have the level of education that I do. Okay, all right.
Oh my God,
You are so superior.
You just said the black woman doesn't have a level of education.
I did not say, hey, black woman. I said,
and let me point out that there'll be one person that gets a violation, even though they both kind of said the same thing. And this is what like white people do, like that lady grabbing that black dude, shoving him around. Oh, baby, we love you. Oh, brother, we love you, while being the most hideous person. But because they're smiling and make it seem like it's nice, everybody accepts it.
But let me just tell you about Lyft. Lyft is in a group.
Oh, tell me about myself.
Where he seems to see the power in his group losing. That the world is shifting from your bullshit. Excuse me. Can you control yourself, please? Can you show us that you have white man control and that you can shut up and let other people speak without you always having to be the center? Can you do that?
Okay.
Why don't you play with your wiggy worm while we're talking?
Can you stop with your little whatever?
No, don't tell me what to do. You just said to somebody about you people. What do you mean? The people who wave a rainbow flag, those people? What are you talking about when you say you people? You are not intelligent. You came up here
on the left hand of the panel.
Excuse me, trying to disparage a whole religion.
You asked me what I meant.
Ignorant one. Excuse me. I know you're triggered. I know holy water's being thrown on you.
You literally said, hey,
I know your head
what did I mean? I explaining it to you.
Excuse me. I know that your head is spinning around and you're spitting up green pea soup because you're right? Because you're not used to listening to people. You're only used to talking so that people can listen to you, and that world is changing. You come up here with your bullshit, you're challenged by it, and then you start talking about how smart you are. You're not intelligent. I don't give a damn if you have 15 degrees. That does not mean you're smart. That means that you have been indoctrinated, but that doesn't mean you're smart. So stop with your bullshit. We know who you are. Calm down. You're here. You're allowed to be here, but you're not better than anybody. In fact, you're probably worse than anybody on this panel. So stop.
Better than this guy to my left and to my right. I think.
Who did we get here? Somebody finished that. Little Red, thank you so much, and sent a meerkat to Little Red. And I hope your break is amazing. I hope you have a fucking wonderful break, and I appreciate you being here while you're working. Thank you so much.
Liberal, he just said that he's smarter than the guy to his left and his right, so he just attacked our friend Wiggly Worm. Are you gonna allow that?
Oh, jeez.
Ain't nobody smarter than the Wiggly Worm. Patriarchy told me so.
What about me?
And I was going to say, I looked at the screen real quick.
I didn't even know who was next. My bad. Anyway, yeah. Like, Lyft, do you really believe what you just said?
I actually believe it more. All right, I said left and right. I also believe top and bottom. In terms
this is how intelligent this guy is. He said, "I believe top and bottom." There's nobody underneath you, Lyft.
Oh, he must be talking about Grindr.
He's like,
top and bottom. Top and bottom, baby.
Beast, since you were brought up.
That's not the best way to have said it.
Are you a CPA? Like, or are you just an accountant?
What do you think? I told you
I think you're just an accountant, because otherwise you would have called yourself a CPA.
Panel. And so, what do you think? Right?
I think you're just an accountant, or you would have called yourself a CPA. Stop talking.
I actually am a CPA. Yes, I did pass all the fucking 4 parts of it. Yeah, I'm fucking way smarter.
Okay.
Yeah,
you would have called yourself a CPA, not an accountant, then, buddy. I don't even believe you.
Maybe I come up one day and say I'm a CPA. Maybe one day I come up saying I'm an accountant. I am a CPA.
Hold up, Lewis. I got a question for you, sir. Mr. Smartman. Hey, how do you hook up a 2,000 amp switchgear with 8 parallels? What size wire you use?
Sorry, I kind of I didn't really hear you. Oh, sorry, what?
I said, how do you hook up a 2,000 amp switchgear running, we'll say 4 parallels? What size wire are we using?
You put in a little plug into a switch. Dude, I don't fucking know.
You take a fork.
Exactly. No,
you
listen.
take a fork.
So check it out. So I just want to be clear real quick. Hey, hold on. Let me talk, dude. Let me talk, bro. Let me talk, dog. Let me talk. Okay, my point real quick is we may sound not like an accountant, bro, but you don't know more than me. You couldn't answer my fucking question.
No, I don't.
I'm not. Okay, no, hold up. Let me fucking finish. Bro. Let me finish, dude. Okay, so you over here trying to say you're more intelligent because you have a career in one specific fucking thing is so unintelligent, bro. Okay, look, I'm almost a master. Hold up. I'm almost a master fucking electrician, bro. I'm almost a master electrician. And I don't come up here like, I'm smarter than you. You know what, dude? Like, okay, so you need to take a step back and realize maybe you got a CPA. Maybe you're an accountant. So you're good with numbers. I'm pretty good with numbers. Okay?
You don't need to be good with numbers to actually be a CPA. I am good with numbers, but I'm just...
Okay, so you're basing your intelligence... Hold up. You're basing your intelligence off of your... exceeding
using
number
a calculator.
Factor,
Let me ask you a
right?
question.
Yeah.
Calculator.
The bottom line is this. You got your ass handed to you by a 24-year-old history king. Let you have your ass in your hands. He put your ass on blast. He showed you how ignorant you were, and you showed us how ignorant you were when he was arguing facts and you were in your feelings about all of the things that he was talking about. And he's 20. Excuse me.
You're getting way too personal.
And he's 24.
And first of all,
excuse me.
I would like to
excuse
not
me.
be
Old man.
going down the personal route.
Old man. He's 24 and he handed you your old ass. So get over yourself.
Yeah,
and you're the one that made it
in my ass. You probably think a lot of other stupid ass things. But like, look, we're getting away from the point that I was originally trying to make.
He said something really insulting.
Oh, that was such a good one.
Squirrel.
Damn it.
I'm not throwing away from this. She clearly has personal tasks, and I don't want to go down that road. Okay, so I think that's
wait. Okay. Let me lift. Let me. You said that she's doing personal attacks, but you just said that you were like smarter than both the people to your left and your right. Do you not think that that's a personal attack on those people? Because
especially our friend Weaver.
Because let me tell you something. When you talk, a lot of times I don't actually look at you and you like intelligence isn't oozing from you when I talk to you. So when you're saying that you're more intelligent than them, you're literally saying that they're stupid.
No, I'm not saying when he talked, all I heard was the Charlie Brown teacher.
And I'm not trying to be shitty. To be clear, I'm not trying to be shitty. I'm just saying, and I wouldn't say this to you, I don't get just an intelligent person from you. That's not what I get when I talk to you. It's just not.
Well, you shouldn't be offended just because I'm smarter than you. Like, you shouldn't be offended because it also says that.
Here we go.
I get mediocrity.
You have
a white man who eats open-faced mayonnaise sandwiches. That's what I get.
Open-faced mayonnaise. I'm sorry, that's fucking funny. Maybe I shouldn't laugh, but that's.
I get white man who eats cheese balls in his basement energy. That's what I get.
Anyway,
hey, my bad, y'all. Hey, my bad, y'all. I'm looking at the screen now, and I see like I'm not even next to him. I'm not above or below him, I guess I'm just the fucking other loudmouth that's up here fucking defending fucking, making some points, dog. So sorry, Beast and Wiggly and Holden, for speaking up for you guys. You guys can
thank you.
Defend yourself, I suppose, if you want, but that's just a little ridiculous, dog. I mean, if you think you're intelligent, right? Like you just, if you are, you know it, right?
He's more intelligent, not just intelligent,
right?
But more intelligent.
I
than the
wouldn't
rest
waste my time giving my CV on a TikTok live for anybody. So.
Yeah. Well, and I can walk around here. I could walk around here saying I could walk around here saying I got some shit that don't fit on the screen too, but I don't have to walk around saying it.
And let me just real quick. I just want so everybody knows. Everybody knows this little guy here.
I got you. I follow you. I can send you a DM.
This little guy here is actually. I took this picture and then I removed the background. That's what I've been doing while y'all were, assaulting each other.
Asked for that.
This guy is awesome. He lives in my backyard. But I don't share European culture, so I don't take a pew pew and then unalive him and say, "Look at the trophy I just got." I don't do that. I love these creatures, and I don't look at them and say I'm more intelligent than this person either. I don't gauge my life and experience next to people like that. I don't do that, Lift, and you probably shouldn't either, man.
You refer to them as these creatures, and then you're up here saying something about when I said these people. It's the same thing, same concept.
These creatures, the squirrel animal.
Wow.
I mean, I'm talking about the squirrel, man.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get how absolutely ignorant he is.
He said that he was smarter than the guy on the bottom. There's nobody on the bottom though that's beneath him though. So that's what I don't get.
The squirrels, okay?
Maybe he's looking at his Grindr app and see somebody on the bottom.
No. Look. There's a bottom level and there's a top level, right? Like
he's a top maverick. He's a top maverick.
That's what I meant. Come on, dude.
Now, real quick, I haven't heard a lot from. Well, I almost called you APAC, but Wiggly Worm, did you want to jump in on this and flop around a little bit?
Please. I think I'm getting a little bit
I don't even know what the topic is anymore. So
whatever you want it to be. You know what? Take it away. We could talk about the dirt and how good it does you, and how you burrow around and help fertilize soil.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome,
you support
everyone.
Israel. Let's talk about that, Wiggly Worm. And I don't approve of you using my name. I don't approve of that.
So, I thought you would have liked, Wiggly Worm. It's one of the reasons I did it as well. I'm like, you know what? I'm trying to lobby Bail Talk, to see if that didn't work. No, so I lost my train of thought. So I mean, I feel like the conversation has been lifted and shifted so many times that
That's a fact. That's a fact. Well, I just wanted to get to you because I know you don't like interrupting people, and you hadn't said anything yet. But I mean, you can pick a topic if you'd like.
Maybe I will say one thing. So I guess since we're talking about like credentials, right? I don't usually flaunt mine. So I'm Lift. I'm a CPA. I'm a CFE. I'm a JD. And I have my CMA. So it's just, I mean, I don't really go around like telling people that. So because I don't really, base a person's worth by their intellect. I base a person's worth by how much love they show others. So I think that's all I have to say.
W. Wiggly Worm. I'm not usually into W. Wiggly Worms, but in this case, I'll make an exception.
That was a nice thing. I don't know how much of it was true, but
Thank you, Misty. And J Girl, thank you so much.
Oh, so now you're questioning Wiggly's credentials, Lift. Oh.
Wow.
No, it's just wild. All right.
Are you questioning Wiggly's credentials?
He sounds. You can tell by someone's voice. He sounds like he was actually being honest about that. Okay.
So now you can judge people by their voice too.
Lift is an expert on voice reading now too, guys.
Yeah. Well, I can also tell that maybe I was wrong about telling Baltok that I think maybe she's smarter than I originally may have kind of said other than that. Okay.
Oh, so you thought Baltok wasn't smart at first, and now you think she's smart. So you immediately assume that she wasn't
I never
intelligent.
said smart. I said I think that she's far more intelligent than I originally had kind of let on. Okay.
Well, call me LaQuisha, and then you'll go back to thinking that I'm an idiot and that I eat fried chicken and watermelon. I like that.
Oh fuck,
LaQuisha.
I'm not real, so I'll never fucking say that. Well, I'm not even. Dude, what the fuck?
LaQuisha. No. Who was that called you that? That was one of those Canadians, wasn't it?
That was the Canadian.
was that a Dylan Canadian or just a regular Canadian?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
That was one of those motherfuckers. Yes.
You remember when those people would come into Alex's live, Siren, and say that they wanted to go use a different water fountain than you? They wanted you to drink a different, and he would just fucking allow it. Yes, people are crazy.
We had some crazy fun. I love my braces right out front. I love them to call me Shaquita and eat fried chicken and watermelon and go and have 18 babies. I love hearing all of that because I know that's the essence of who they are. I don't like these little, liberal whiners but they're stabbing you in the back. No, I like people like Lift, an absolute hood-carrying, robe-wearing lowlife. That's who I like.
Well, you're mistaken because I'm not that type of person. So
okay.
You're not going to get that from me.
Okay, Hood. I'm going to call you Lift Hood.
Baltok, can I ask you something?
Yeah, I'll call you a little girl. Like, what? No.
Oh, here we go.
What?
Why would you call her a little girl?
Hey, look,
I think the equivalent in a response to that is
thank you,
calling
Debbie.
them a little girl.
How about sometimes you don't have to respond to everything. Just sometimes just keep your thoughts to yourself.
That's fucking fact, bro. That's a fucking fact. Sometimes it's better to just, I learned that the hard way, and it took many, many hard ways to learn it, to actually get it ingrained into my mind. I don't even know what the fuck it is we're talking about. We're just kind of shitting on each other. I just, just a roast fest, I guess. I'm smarter than you. I'm smarter than you.
I want Liv to show us his hood and robe in the closet, and I want him to show us how intelligent he is with his degrees on the wall, since he's so much more intelligent than we are. And show us your Mensa card also, because you must be a part of Mensa.
Siren, I had a Trump supporter tell me the other day that I sound like I was essayed by my father. That's what they said.
What the?
Bastard.
I know. I was like, gee Louise.
All right. How about we potentially discuss Iran? How about is that
so? I want to introduce. We can do that if we want. But this here apparently is his name is Motherfucker, and he according to Baltok. I saw that comment. I was cracking up because I asked people what to name this little guy because he comes out all the time, and she's like, call him Motherfucker.
Right.
I don't know.
MUTHA, motherfucker. FUCKA.
I
like him.
Why is the other half of him missing? Who cut him in half?
Well, I have.
Why do you have a worm, a squirrel, and a lizard?
Dude, I love animals. I love all animals of all kinds. I like bugs, and I don't like mosquitoes. I fucking hate. And in Mississippi, they aren't even mosquitoes. They're baby dragons. Okay, these little they got the biggest mosquitoes I ever seen in my life in this state.
Try Alaska. I heard they're really big there too.
I heard Alaska. Oh God, I hate spiders and snakes, but I love cats and dogs.
My girlfriend said there were like 747s in Alaska.
Maverick loves spiders. She's like, don't stomp on the spider.
Tarantulas. I used to have tarantulas.
That's so creepy.
But you should never unalive a spider in your home because you will have bad luck. They capture all the other little critters, and they are. I talk to them and I tell them to leave, and then you go out of here, Miss Lady. You can't stay in here too long unless there's a damn mosquito flying around. Then get that bitch. Throw him in her.
You don't want to wake up next to a spider, right? I think that's fair, right?
What?
You don't want to wake up next to a spider? Depends on the spider.
Hey, so, that was a long time ago.
I don't do snakes though. Snakes are fucking evil.
Well, don't they say there used to be a stat that in your lifetime you swallow, it was like 8 spiders in your lifetime, I believe, and that's just from sleeping when they like crawl in your mouth, not intentionally.
Yeah, but
someone could double check that, but that was something I had seen like years ago, and I was like, holy shit, 8 spiders in your lifetime.
The FDA allows humans to ingest a certain amount of roach legs, mice, hair, and droppings. They allow certain, because food is never going to be pure. So we've been eating all kinds of shit forever and don't even realize it.
Yeah. My dad is allergic to roaches, and he can't drink Folgers coffee. He's allergic to roaches. So Folgers coffee, is one that makes him flare up.
Roacher's coffee. Roacher's coffee.
Oh my God! Remember we talked about coffee the other day.
Yes, how gross that is. That you can have certain body parts of insects and rodents in your food, and it's not considered.
You're allowed a certain percentage of human byproducts.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say that the FDA allow, and I heard that through the fast food industry, but I'd imagine it's across the board with meat. They're allowed X percent, and I don't know what it is, but
I know what it is, and I'm not gonna say it. I know what it is. Allow a certain group of people who run
I would. You could tell me, like, you could text me that, dude. I wouldn't mind knowing that number. I don't eat fucking fast food.
Send you did you have that video, Lib, about how this certain group of people are carving up people and putting them into the food supply, and they're doing it on purpose?
Well, I saw that video from that dude from like the 60s, that rabbi from the 60s.
There you go.
Or whatever, or the 70s.
It's that group of people. It's that
am I not crazy? Am I not supposed to say that?
We're not serving.
Who owns and runs these industries that are like a lot of the Palestinians that have disappeared? Somebody probably had a Palestinian burger and didn't even realize it.
Wow.
What a ridiculous ass statement. And this is why.
Oh, really? Why is that ridiculous?
I made a mistake. And
are you reporting now that that's a ridiculous statement?
My mistake was that I said that you were smarter than you are. And it clearly, I was mistaken by that.
Okay, but Lift, let's unpack that. Why are you flared up by me saying that when there is evidence out there that the food supply has some human products in it, and it's always run by a certain group of people? You think that's an ignorant statement? I don't
we're
think
not.
It's a whole recording out there about it.
That what you're saying is that we're serving up humans. Do you understand how ridiculous that sounds? Like,
wow.
Are you aware?
Lift, are you aware that people were ingesting black people in this country when they were hanging them from trees?
You are so far gone.
Wow.
I feel that if I give you,
I know you're in your white man's bubble, but I want you to get a book called the. I want you to get. So you can't stop talking because you can't learn. Lift. I want you to get a book called The Delectable Negro. I want you to understand that in the last part of the century, the first part of the last century, that those Egyptian mummies, those black people, they were ingested by those British people who were going over there taking
I read a book called something about aliens. And you know what? At the end of the day, I believe that there were actual aliens that existed, right?
No, there were no fucking aliens.
The same way that I read a book about aliens and I thought aliens existed, it's the same way that you believe this random ass thing.
You're showing your ignorance if you believe that it's impossible for humans that have been ingested by each other. You are being willfully ignorant. Get the book, The Delectable Negro, and it will take you down a path of human consumption from Europeans like you all through up to modern day.
Europeans, right. Okay.
Europeans. That's what you are, European.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a European. Okay.
And I'm trying to pull it up here. Trying to pull it up here.
Well, he doesn't want to hear
don't pull it up.
I just like to say that the guy to the right of me is not very smart.
Thank you.
Right here.
I read a book about aliens, and it made me think, aliens actually exist, right? And
can you read that? Can you read that, Lift, and stop talking?
Right here. This is the book. Yep. And homoeroticism.
And that takes place when they cut off the wiggly worm of the hanging man, and then they start putting on postcards and sending it to each other in the United States Federal Mail System, the USPS list, because they also, at that picnic while he was hanging, they didn't tell you the part where they were cooking him and eating his flesh. Did you not know that list?
They used to actually make purses out of
purses and furniture for chairs.
Couches, yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Did you not know that lift? That the
I learned about that. It's so gross.
Lift.
Yeah, what
If
you're
I'm so
referring
ignorant,
to,
then you are willfully ignorant because you don't want to see the truth. You want to deny that it happened.
No, what you're trying to do is escalate a one-time thing. And
my
make
God.
It wasn't one time,
It wasn't
dude.
one time. It was what are you talking about?
Massive lynching, man. One time. My God.
Kind of thing.
And Rigo is right. Your first president, George Washington, literally had enslaved people's teeth in his mouth. They took the healthy teeth out of the enslaved people and shoved it in his European ass mouth. You think that's crazy and that we're nuts?
I'm not going to subscribe to your.
Lift. Did you know that's true? Did you know that?
Which part?
You know, they used to say wooden teeth, but in fact, they would have the dentist pull slave teeth, live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. Misinformation that can cause moderate harm, even though it is factual. In matter of fact, on this show, we pulled up the receipts of the dentist that they had pulled the slave teeth out and put it in the mouths of other people.
Many wealthy white people, including George Washington.
George Washington, that's right. Yep.
Give Leroy his motherfucking teeth back, bitch.
Yeah, and I wanted to speak to that too because I mean that's and I used to not believe in the quote unquote whitewashing of history, but it's true what they say. History is written by the victors, and so there's a lot of things that even if you were to Google that right now, Lyft. About George Washington, you'll see that that's true because they were treated as property, and it's now they're body parts of property. So
did you know they had barbershops filled with black wiggly worms that were once people hanging from trees? That was such a wonderful thing to have. Oh, let's see all the wiggly worms we can collect from these N-words. Did you know that also happened?
I'm not disagreeing that there was a moment in time in our American history where we weren't on the right side of history. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you.
We're still not on the right side of history.
Did you hear that, Ball Talk? It was just one time we were on the right time. Yeah, one time. Yeah, and
that one time just seemed to last hundreds of years and and is still going on.
I was to say, how long did that last? Yeah.
Yeah. So and I guess can I speak to that? And then I gotta drop for a call. So it's not just about that one time. So it's almost like saying that, hey, we handicapped you at a youth, the kid at a youth, and then all of a sudden now we expect the adult to kind of be a success story when there's a lot of barriers to them. So then what tends to happen is now we have a system. Since you're an accountant, right? You probably understand this, where the property taxes pay for the schools. And so now when you think of the neighborhoods and stuff, you have a lot of affluent neighborhoods that tend to be more, predominantly white. So they have the better teachers, the better funding, the better investments. And now that's not the case. That's not the case with a lot of minority communities too, where they already have resistance in the education system. And you couple that with history, and to say that, hey, that's in the past. Okay, but what was done about it? Oh, well, we stopped doing it. But hold on.
Right.
It's you stopped doing it, but what was their recourse? Even in court, when you stop doing something, there's still a recourse. The judge, I'm not doing that anymore. Okay, but
you're referring to what? You're referring to the cycle of poverty. Is that what you're trying to do?
20,000. Let's go. Keep tapping. We only got about 15 minutes left, so let's tap. Let's get to 150K before we shut down. Sorry. Go ahead, Lift.
No, I'm asking because I think I see where he's trying to go with this. And is that where you're trying to go with this? You're trying to.
That's part of the picture, but it's not the full picture. Because then when it comes to relationships that are formed, you have the affluent that tend to be white that what do they do? Well, with carried interest, they can continue to compound wealth. Excuse me. The rich get richer, and then the connections they're able to make above those that are minority. So what ends up happening is they end up becoming owners of a lot of increasingly more resources. And that's to the detriment of those that don't have. The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poor.
Read that to Lift Liberal. Read that to Lift so he can hear it with his own white ears.
Yeah, it says, quote, as grisly as the use of human teeth and dentures seems to our modern sensibilities, dentists deem them to be, quote, at all times preferable where they can be had. Human teeth were difficult to attain, however, and in practice, dentists blended teeth from mammals of vastly different sizes. Using the teeth of enslaved people also wasn't unusual, at least in the very small percentage of people who wore dentures. Quote, the general would certainly not have been alone as a white Southerner with African-American teeth in his mouth, writes Van Horn. In 1784, Washington paid unnamed, quote, Negroes for 9 teeth. We don't know the precise circumstances, says Van Horn, quote, the president's decision to pay his slaves for their teeth may have been a recognition on his part that the teeth were something sacrosanct and personal. On the other hand, being enslaved meant that any economic exchange was inherently not fair.
Bro, and you know what?
Listen to that
Crazy.
Listen to that part.
Economic exchange.
And wait a minute, but that was a lie. Why would you pay something that you own for what's on there? You own those. They're trying to make him like he's a decent human being. You don't pay slaves. Slaves couldn't have money. Why would Washington pay them? That's bullshit. They took those teeth. They didn't pay them shit, and so that article is not even fully true.
We lived at a point in history where we didn't even use soap while doing surgery.
No,
right?
honey, you didn't use soap. Excuse me, Europeans didn't use soap. You white people didn't use soap. You threw shit out in the streets. You had to be taught how to be clean by Africans and the Moors. You are the dirty ones, not the indigenous people of the planet. They always wash their asses. It's those of you who didn't wash your ass.
Yeah, I use Arabic soap that's made from same recipe of 1,000 years, brother. 1,000 years.
All I'm saying is that there was a certain moment in history where we didn't understand certain things, so we did things a certain way, and we're past that now. We don't do that anymore.
So you're making excuses for taking people's teeth out of their mouth and putting it in someone else. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're making an excuse for?
Because we didn't know better.
People sell their blood, right? You get money if you go to and donate blood, right? You get money, right? It's kind of conceptually.
What are you talking about?
It's a voluntary thing.
They didn't get money for anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he literally just pulled up the.
Oh, so let me get this straight. So you believe that article, but you don't want to read the Delectable Negro when Europeans were eating black people.
Well, I want to point out that the receipt, the payment was to the dentist and the slave owner, not to the slaves.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did. Right. There was no black people that were going around like
benefiting it,
handing money to people and buying stuff. That wasn't like a thing unless they were buying something for, and had their permission slip to be walking. I mean that was a thing. And have we gotten past that? Well, you asked that, but let me play this clip. Let me play this clip.
Have we gotten past that when we have?
Well, that's what Lift said. That's what Lift said. But I want to play this clip. I'm going to play this clip, and then I'll ask you that question. Let's see.
Nigger.
Are we past it?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Baby. Young and holding on to that shit.
Yep.
Lift.
Yeah, and Lift. I guess I'll lay my plane here. I mean, I don't think the argument does necessarily say, "Hey, you're a white person all of a sudden, like white person bad." I think it's a matter of saying, look, if you're not recognized or blinded by the fact that these things are going on or even did go on, then what else are you blinded to, right? I think we have to be critical of government. We have to be our safeguards to democracy, right? We have to be able to champion these issues, because if we find ourselves with the mindset of, hey, you know what, it doesn't impact me, so I don't really care, then that would speak volumes, especially if the shoe's on the other foot now. So what if whites become the minority, right? What if all of a sudden now you have the minority becoming the majority, and then you're like, oh, okay, now we're gonna, So I mean, it's perspective. I think is important.
The people are not over this. We have hundreds of right-wing militia groups across the country that believe in these old racist ideas that we thought that this country had moved on, but they're back and they're pushing them, and ideas like the white replacement theory are making it right back into the mainstream, and they're being embraced by a lot of young people right now in the Republican Party who are literally the future of the country. This is what we're up against right now. This country is not over its past. The past of this country is creeping right up to it again, and we're going to have to make a decision whether we want to confront that past or if we want to kick the can down the road again, just like we always do.
Or be in denial like Lyft.
How about...
and I hate to break it to you, but things like stop and frisk directly prove that we're not over it. Stop and frisk, a policy that Trump is bringing back right now. A policy that Trump on the debate stage literally said stop and frisk was never proven to be unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, or that it was proven racist. Yesterday, the Supreme Court just gutted the final provision of the Voting Rights Act, the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which was put in place in 1965 to ensure that Black Americans in the South had representation in Congress. And your Supreme Court that Trump nominated just completely destroyed the act. That's what they did yesterday.
Look, here's another opinion I have, and if Americans largely and wholly agree with a certain perspective of how the law should function, right? I don't think that we should denigrate them or literally act like their vote doesn't matter. And what I mean by that is that we should...
Wait, whose vote doesn't matter? Whose vote?
Whoever votes less, right? Their vote doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? And I think we should respect the vote of the people who show up to the poll office, right? And in this case, right, it happened to be it's Trump, right? And I also believe in kind of a few things of what he's proposing.
They worked that out too, though, Lyft. They worked that out too. For your vote, they want to make sure that they control that too. Get rid of black districts and replace them with white people in a state that is basically majority. So when you talk about voting, even that they can't even stop fucking with.
You're referring to something that actually put a stopgate into gerrymandering, right?
No, it didn't. No, it didn't, because they're literally pausing the primaries so that they can gerrymander, bro. That's what they're doing. Yes, it is.
No, what they said is that you can't create specifically black districts, right? So it's literally.
But you can create white districts. That's what they said.
No,
that's what they said. Because if it's not black, what is it?
Hello.
If it's not black, what is it?
Hello,
dude. They are having.
Think of that. You can't have black districts. You just said it. But you can have what?
Exactly. No, dude.
What district can you have?
You can have a mixed district. You can have a appropriate district. That's what they essentially.
A mixed district. Yeah. So that there are no black representatives. That is what they're doing.
No, that's not.
Yes, it is what they're doing.
Just embrace that you're a racist, please.
Look, you said that we've moved past it, Lyft, right? You think that we've moved past it. Do you want to have moved past it? Do you want to have?
Hell no.
Well, Lyft, do you want to progress past the shit that we have been doing for a long time now in this country? Do you want to move past that?
Do I want gerrymandering to end? Do I want?
No. I'm just saying in general, racism, this hatred towards the black community. Do you want to progress past that? Yes or no? Do you want to? Where black people aren't treated like shit anymore?
Yeah. Well, I agree with that.
Okay, then we need more out of you, sir. We need more out of you, and that's the problem. to get out of this, we have to get you guys to start fucking each other up the moment you see that shit. You've like this fucking dude when they're talking about the N-word and the hanging tree. You've got this guy who is clearly uncomfortable. This dude, you can see it all over his fucking face. Just watch. Let me cue this up properly. Actually happened a little bit before that. Yeah, just look at the look on this guy's face when this dude's talking about hanging the N-word, right? Watch this. The guy next to him, look at him. You can see he's uncomfortable. He don't say a motherfucking word. So to progress past this lift, we just need y'all to do more. That's it.
In other words, you want them to become moral, decent human beings. They are not.
Beast, I saw your hand up if you wanted to jump in there, but Lift, were you done? I think I may have jumped in there in the middle of that. If you want to finish.
She said another comment that was pretty offensive, and yeah, I am a morally competent person, right? So, like, please don't say that.
You're racist.
Okay, well, Beast.
I'm not. Really not.
Beast, go ahead. You're welcome to go ahead.
I just want to point out the bad logic in that if they all voted for it, we have to go with it. Like he said with Donald Trump. If 1,000 people voted for something that was evil, it doesn't make them right. Democracy is a fail-safe. It's not the answer. The answer is you being educated and you doing the work. Like
we live in a democracy, right?
But it's not going to protect you if your entire populace is evil and uneducated. I'm sorry.
We live in a democratic society where we have to respect the votes of the people, right? Do you not agree with that?
That's democracy.
Okay. Right.
I agree with democracy, but you're saying democracy is the answer. Democracy is a fail-safe, not the answer. The answer is you being educated and you being a good person. You can't have a democracy with a bunch of ghoulish heathens.
And what Jean-Jacques Rousseau said was that democracy only works if the public is actually educated and has access to good education so they can make educated decisions. That's what Jean-Jacques Rousseau said. I can't pronounce his name correctly.
Jean-Jacques Cousteau.
Lift is indoctrinated. Lift is indoctrinated to white supremacy. He loves it. He's comfortable there. That's where he lives, and he needs to embrace that.
Yeah, I mean, because Lift, I mean, really, at the end of the day, if you want to move past it, we really have got to, like, the white community has to be the ones to fix it because there aren't enough people of color here because the white community unalived all of us. They unalived us. They bred us out. They beat the shit out of our parents. They did all these things. So we need you guys to do more. That's it. That's it.
I don't think that should be an expectation put on us. I think that
you have to. Otherwise, you are that.
Spoken like a true racist.
The LGBTQ community, right? They did it on their own, right? They got their own rights, right? They went through Supreme Court.
That is ridiculous to say.
No, hold up.
That is ridiculous to say. There are 1,000 laws on the book across the United States that are anti-LGBTQ. In the state of Idaho, they just made it so that if a trans... Idaho, not me. They just made it so that if a transgender woman uses a bathroom at Target, the female restroom, and she does it again, she could be subjected to prison time. And you're saying that LGBTQ people got their rights. That's ridiculous.
Hello.
Yeah.
There's 500 books that they passed on the law.
Real quick, because we will be wrapping up here soon. I want to thank all of you. Seriously, in the comments, 150K. This has been fucking phenomenal. You guys really have been awesome with the gifting. You guys have been filling these gifting goals like crazy. I really appreciate it. Now, there's one ask, and maybe I shouldn't ask, but I did want to give something to my son for having a perfect score on a test that is as difficult as that, the CompTIA test. So if you want to help out in that way, you can go to my bio. I have my stuff there. If you put, for Lil Loud, I will get that to him directly. If you
beautiful.
You do, the $20, $50, whatever it is that you give a child for doing such a great job. Because, I mean, honestly, most adults don't score perfectly on that goddamn test.
Did they call you? Did they call you to tell you that?
Yeah, the teacher sent me a message, and she was like, "I just wanted to brag. Your son." And I'm like, that's awesome, because my wife is in the IT industry. She also has had to take that test, and she did it in college.
Oh, so he's got it naturally.
Right. And that's the industry he wants to go into. So, you get onto them when they do something wrong, and it's nice to reward them when you do something right. But, I can only do so much as myself. So if you guys want to help out, that would be greatly appreciated. You don't have to. No worries. I just figured I'd ask since, there are people here. Anyway, I'm not sure who was talking. Who hasn't said much yet that would like to go?
Me. I think me.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, okay. I was just joking.
Well, I mean, if you want to take it, go for it. I'm sure everybody will correct you.
Would it be wrong to assume that that you are off, that you're a conservative? I mean, I guess I'm just assuming. I've seen you up here a few times. I've heard some of your views, but it doesn't really push me that you're a solid, like MAGA per se. So can I ask you, where do you exactly stand? Are you just conservative? Are you a red hat?
I'm not MAGA. I'm a Republican. Okay. So first, let's clear it up. Okay. Fair.
Yeah. That's one of the. Something so when they were saying like, it's you need to talk to your buddies, right? And some of these red hats that you can talk to, because they don't listen to anything anybody else has to say. And so some of this change and some of this shit that we need to acknowledge, it needs to be seen. Sometimes, like, it seems like it's having to come from within. We've seen a lot of the conservatives separate themselves from these MAGA, right? And I can respect that. You can still be op without being fucking radical, right? But you guys are going to have to talk to each other and convince each other more so than, because none of you guys listen
and
to us.
Shame each other.
I think that there is a political party that exists between. Look, you liberals have it, right? You guys have a political party that exists between, OKC or whatever the name is, OCK, whatever, and Biden, right? And we have a political party that exists between MAGA and someone else, right? And so I think that we should try to maybe find those middle ground parties. I think that would be our best move forward. Is that a crazy thought? I don't think it's that crazy.
Ball Talk, do you mind if I, call that out? What you did?
No.
Yeah, Ball Talk, thank you so much for sending a 25 on Cash App for Lil Loud for doing a great job with that CompTIA.
Jobs, Ball Talk.
Thank you so much. He is really good, and I'll let him know who sends it to. I won't take all the credit, because I'm so excited about that. Like it's awesome.
Tell him each test that he scores perfect, he'll get more and more and more.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, and that's incentive. That's how you incentivize these things, and that's what we need to do collectively anyway. As
what was your issue with what I just stated? Because I'm literally trying to come to middle ground when I even stated that, and so you said you came off saying I have an issue with what I said. Like, what is your issue with that? I'm advocating for middle ground. You're advocating for extremism or something like that.
Well, look, we can't middle ground this, because treating somebody like crap because of the way they look is just wrong. You don't middle ground that. How do you compromise with somebody that is treating somebody else, another human, like shit because they look different?
Because people are sending you money and they want to make sure you got it.
So maybe on.
Yeah, because they'll snatch your shit.
Did that go to Vimo?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, because I didn't get a notification, but I will check it. But to that, there's no middle ground there. You just don't do it. It's wrong, right?
Yeah, obviously I agree with you there, but what I'm saying is,
I would assume.
Like, what I'm saying is that there is.
Thank you, Holden, for the 10.
You're welcome.
On Vimo, he's gonna be excited. He'll probably get a video game. I imagine that's probably what he's gonna want.
Cool.
Well, hey, don't spend it all at once.
Let him get whatever he wants. He deserves it.
Oh my goodness, Lisa! Thank you so much for the 15. That's gonna be awesome. He is gonna be so excited when he gets home. I'm excited.
By the time you finish, he'll be paying the mortgage.
It's going into escrow. No, for his college.
Have him at least buy you a scoop of ice cream.
Guys, seriously, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah. That's I'm real excited. I'm sorry, Lift. Or was somebody else jumping in there? My mind is doing this number right here. So go ahead.
There's levels of extremism on both sides, and there's just one side that happens to do it more effectively.
Wait a second.
What I'm advocating, and why even come up with these panels, is because I believe that there's a way that we can get away from it, and I think that we need to get away from it. Okay, and I come up with ideology where I try to find this balance of ideology, and then it kind of it hurts when you guys are like just vehemently disagree because you think this guy voted for Trump and I don't care what he has to say, and I think if you were to listen to the overall outcomes of my suggestions, I think that we would actually both agree on these things.
No, you voted for Trump. We don't have to listen to you any further.
Yeah.
You voted for soldiers.
Let me just
an example.
You voted for soldiers to come home in coffins. You did that, Lift. Excuse me. You voted for 350,000 plus black women to be fired from their jobs. You did that. You voted for women to have no body autonomy. Now they're unaliving in parking lots and things of that nature.
This guy ran on a platform who said, hey,
you voted for the tariffs. You voted for all the shit that we're going through. We don't need to listen to you. You're absolute trash to me. I don't want to listen to a person who has no discernment and being able to be a con man for what he is. You voted for a person who's a 34 times convicted felon.
Right.
You know what he said?
Let me make something very clear.
Lift. That you say that you won't listen to me.
Let me make something very clear, Lift. There is no both. John. There is no both sides here. There's no both sides of this extremist problem. What do the extremists on the left want? They want to end homelessness. Oh my God, that's so extreme. They want to give you universal health care.
Didn't Jesus say to take care of the
100% clean and renewable energy? Oh no, not the wind turbines. Right? That's what the extremists on the left want.
6K left.
Are you serious? And what do the extremists on the right want? Right? What did the movement that supported Pat Buchanan and people like Trump want? They want actual Yahtzeeism in this country. There is no both sides.
I'm not saying that it's not a battle that I have to work through every day, right? Like for example, right, the LGBTQ thing, right? You think I'm not up here arguing that side of it and telling people how we shouldn't be. This should not be a topic. You think I'm not up there doing that? So, I can develop my views in a certain way by listening to you guys. At the same time, hear me out at the same time, or a little bit of it, right? Yeah, I'm sure there's certain parts that I won't ever listen to, but I
don't want to listen to you. You voted for our soldiers to come home and
So you think? Hold on. Can I say something? So you think
no, you can't say something. Stop cutting me off, please. Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off.
You just monologued for a pretty good while, ma'am.
I was speaking, and you just
you're always speaking.
Another white man to be centered.
Well, listen, John, she was talking, so let her finish her statement, and then I will go to you. I will go to you because you are new on the panel. I appreciate you being up here, but Ball Talk, finish your statement, and we'll get to John.
Right. So John, so Lyft, you voted for all the shit that we're going through now. You
She already
voted
said
for
that
race-
like multiple times.
Okay, you fucker. Listen, bitch. You need to be dropped if you're cutting in. Lyft, you voted for this.
Shit.
You voted for all this ugliness that we're talking about. You voted for racism and misogyny. You voted for that. Why do we
also
need to
voted
listen
against
to you?
it. Like I also voted against it, by the way.
Excuse me, don't cut me off. Why do we need to listen to you whine and whinge now that things aren't going the way? We're not winning. You voted for the tariffs and $45 and $50 an hour factory jobs. That's not happening. That's not happening. But we're losing. Why do we need to listen to you fucking losers?
Why do we even listen to you, right? Because we're forced to. That's why.
Okay, John, welcome aboard. I appreciate it, and thanks for being patient. Go ahead, man. John,
Are you sure it's okay?
No, yeah.
Do we
Yes.
do we have to clear it with ball talk?
No, I'm the host.
Okay,
I'm
gotcha.
the host, and I literally said go ahead. Did you need a woman to start talking so that you could interrupt her before you would speak?
No, I was trying to interrupt you too right now.
Okay. Well, go ahead, John. I give you permission as the host.
Yeah. So if you listen to Lyft, he said that we're supposed to be happy that he's willing to accept that he shouldn't care about trans people in sports. Like, that's a fucking accomplishment. Fuck you, dude. Why are you worried about trans people in sports? And why do you expect us to be like, oh, wow, that's a real big step in your humanity, evolution, and morality? You're fucking ignorant.
I'm not ignorant, dude. I'm literally saying that I agree with a thing that I don't completely understand, but I understand that if we stop focusing on it, that it will make their lives better. Like, did you?
Oh, just don't talk about it. It goes away.
Yet you're willing to vote for a party that will invoke the federal government involvement in school sports. I'm sorry, I'm a Republican. We've always been against government involvement in anything, but now we want government involvement in schools because of your transphobia. Oh, but now you're like, oh, it's not an issue. We shouldn't talk about it. No, let's fucking talk about it. Let's talk about your transphobia and how you're bigoted.
I don't have transphobia, dude. I literally even have my belief based on the fact that they will not be bothered anymore, right? And I would like them to not be bothered anymore. Right, and I'm the way that I try to support this view is by maybe we shouldn't talk about them. Maybe they shouldn't be the headline of every news story.
How about we not vote for politicians that invoke government overreach about bathrooms and about school sports and about discriminating people about what they want to fucking do and shit?
Well, how about
why don't you tell your party that, Lyft? Because I'm going to tell you something.
Oh, Nikki, thank you, Nikki.
Tell your party that, because the Democratic Party and the Democrat politicians, we don't talk about transgender people. I've never heard a Democratic politician even talk about a transgender person. This whole transgender. The transgender for everyone narrative, that came from your party, specifically Trump and the MAGA movement during Biden. In Trump's first term, when Trump first ran for office, he even said he didn't have a problem with Caitlyn Jenner using the female bathroom at Trump Tower. It was never even a problem back then. It wasn't a problem until Biden was president because you guys need a scapegoat to distract your voter base. So tell your party that.
And for the record, he should have had a problem with Bruce Jenner with those big size 95 feet and that damn Barry White voice going into the women's bathroom, because I don't want Godzilla in the women's bathroom.
Godzilla in the bathroom. Yeah, we had this discussion the other day. What do you guys? How do you guys feel about that? Well, John, actually, I'm glad John will come back up, because I mean there is something to say about somebody that presents male but dresses female going into a bathroom, as opposed to somebody who, you know, is, I guess, at least attempting to. This was the conversation that we were having the other day.
They do this to make headlines. They do this to show up on TikTok videos, like Lily, Tony, whatever her name is. They do this just to create headlines, and it shouldn't.
I stopped when I realized I was interrupting the host. Like, you could, like, I did interrupt, but like I stopped, and then like, 'cause I clearly interrupted him, but like you just continued going.
Yeah, well, because I'm asking a question, it wasn't such a big deal because this was the, I just kind of wanted to get you guys' take on it because we were talking about the other day and we had some differing thoughts on that. Do you think that
I think we both agree on this Lily Tony
I hear the
thing.
question?
We should not have this Lily Tony thing being I think it's an abuse of the entire tea movement or whatever, and I can see it for what it is, right?
I don't understand what
I see.
I think he's in agreement with your take, Ball, that and that there's for clicks or views or whatever. John, what is your thought on that? Like saying if you're presenting as male aside from your attire, and you're going into say the woman's restroom, that a lot of women are uncomfortable by that, and that could be problematic for the trans community.
Videos,
for those that do present as female. Is there a line, do you think, with that or not?
To me, the line would be the government involvement of it. I mean, it's a bathroom in a private place, a private business. Like
right.
I'm thinking of a
Go
bathroom
take
in
your
a private
shit
business,
and
first
leave,
of all.
basically, right? And the government stay out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. If a corporation wants to be extra crazy about how they enforce that, that's I guess up to them. I don't know, but I definitely don't want the government involvement because I'll tell you this, and this is the honest truth. When I gotta go pee, and I don't care which bathroom it is that I gotta use. I'm going to a bathroom if I gotta pee.
Well, and if it's a single, if it's a single bathroom, it's much
hotter, dude. You're gonna get hurt.
Yeah, it's much different. Now, Beast,
if it's a big one with women in there, of course I would probably not go in there. I've never had that situation though.
Well,
right.
You just said.
Well, Beast, you had a question, I think, for John. I thought I saw in the comments.
Yeah, why the name John Galt, John? Why you choose John Galt? Ayn Rand in theory there, bud.
Who is John Galt?
Yeah, who is John Galt?
I don't know. You tell me.
You should tell people about the theory behind Ayn Rand's writing and why you chose to put that name up there.
Oh, Ayn Rand and objectivism, liberty.
Ayn Rand and the lady that always looks like she smells like cat piss. Yep. That lady. Go ahead.
Objectivism. Do you know what objectivism is?
I do. That's why I'm asking you to explain your theory to them and why you want to go around being called John Galt.
Why not?
No, explain to me. I don't know.
Nihilism?
So explain to me. Who is John Galt?
His character in Atlas Shrugged.
He's a character in a fiction novel.
Okay, and that's not exactly what I meant by explaining to me. Can you give it a little bit
What
more
about his
detail?
character?
You made 150 likes. We need hand
Oh
claps.
shit, here we go, guys. Everybody, thank you all so much. That's fucking awesome. I really appreciate it. I mean, because I don't think we got over 45 people in the room, and the fact that with you guys, being on top of it the way you have been, and we're able to get to 150. That's right. It's the quality of the audience. Maybe there are fewer of those that sit in here and fucking report because we only got one violation today. That was amazing. That was a feat all on its own, wasn't it? Shit. But no, thank you all so much. I do appreciate it. I will be wrapping it up here soon, but I would like to get around and hear everybody's thoughts on this. But John, a question was posed to you. If you want to offer your thoughts on that.
I'll say this, the reason I chose the name John Galt and also the background of my photo is Republicans against Donald Trump, is that as Republicans, I grew up in a Republican family. We were always, Republicans have always preached Atlas Shrugged, Ayn Rand, right? I actually had to read it for a class in college. Anyway, I like the book. I know you all fucking hate it, whatever. I don't care. I know liberal. I agree with liberal on almost every issue, but he probably hates Ayn Rand. But anyway, we were always told to read Atlas Shrugged.
And you should hate Ayn Rand too.
Not really. So not really. I'm still talking.
People in charge.
Let me respond. I'm just let me finish, man.
Explain who John Galt is.
Oh, I'm not
Well,
going
you
to.
didn't
I'm just going to
explain
explain.
you didn't explain to
I'm
them
going
what
to
it is.
explain why I
You're
have the
just
name
talking about
John
it. You didn't
Galt on
explain to
there.
them.
No,
I'm going to
Okay.
explain why. I
Well,
have
let's
the name
here.
John
Let's
Galt
do
on
this.
there.
Let's do this. Let's let John finish what he was gonna say, and then we'll get to Beast. And Beast, if you want to let everybody know, then you're welcome to. I haven't personally read Atlas Shrugged, so I know what it's about, but I don't. I've never read it, although I probably should because it does come up from time to time.
It was a
So
movie
it is
that didn't make
a
a lot
book.
of money.
Lift, be quiet, man. It is a book. As Republicans, we've always been told it's almost like our Bible. It's a book that is Republicans are supposed to read. Okay.
At this point, I'd
if
rather
you
hear
read the
Beast.
book,
Beast
so
will actually
Lift, dude,
explain it.
shut
You're
the
not
fuck
explaining
up,
dude.
you fucking bitch.
Okay, violation talk's coming. Go ahead and finish up, John. Go ahead and finish up, John.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it is a book about the ideals of capitalism, right? Supposed to be. And if you actually read that book, you can see how the Republican Party is not doing anything that is in any way, shape, or form anything related to capitalism. It is far from it. This administration is a fascist administration that wants government involvement in every single.
Talk forever.
Oh, I'm gonna keep talking, Lift, until you shut the fuck up, you bitch.
Okay. All right, keep going. Lift. Let me move. Give me a second. Let me move this lizard
today's
so that
Republicans are hypocrites.
and
That's
he
why I
should
have it up
know
there.
now. Real quick, he should know right over here. Do not moderate, Lift. That is my job. I don't give a fuck if you think somebody needs to shut up. I really don't give a shit. Let me do that. All right. And if you have a fucking problem with what somebody's doing, talk to me about it. Don't direct it to the person, and that goes for everybody on the panel too. I don't like that. It's irritating. So Lift, I want to hear what he's trying to say, but everybody keeps interrupting him. So now here we are, 20 minutes later. He's still trying to finish his thought. Let him finish, and then we can get to Beast, and then Lift maybe after that. Go ahead, John. Please finish up.
It's just to point out the hypocrisy of today's Republicans. That's all.
Oh.
Beast, if you have something to say.
And he was almost done. Beast, go ahead. Go ahead, Beast.
Okay, so can you guys hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, good. So, Atlas Shrugged is basically a tome against the working class. It is a piece of poop book that goes ahead and says that we are just this toiling class of people, and there's these great people, these titans of industry that need to be in charge of everything because we're just dumb working class people. And every time I see a John
Not
Galt
in charge of
in
everything.
a chat somewhere like that, it makes me so mad. I have read her horrible book. I know all about Ayn Rand and her pick-me-ism, like her wannabe like hyper-Americanism, because by the way, she was an immigrant. Okay? Like, no, sorry. I'm not going to ascribe to the fact that I have these upper class betters somewhere in my life. I believe that if
I disagree with your take on it, though.
And just so you know, objectivism
I'm talking with Beast, not you, Ball.
Interrupting her, bitch.
Ball, I'm not talking to you. Beast, I want to have a conversation. I want to have a conversation with Beast.
Objectivism is akin to nihilism. I'm going to drop because I can't do this shit.
No, I just want to have an actual conversation with Beast. Everybody else can stop talking.
That's how you have a conversation.
Host.
Dude, really? Why'd you do that?
Dude, you guys are so gay.
Lift to stop interrupting, bitch, and you couldn't stop interrupting.
You guys don't know how to have a conversation. You guys are children.
No, you
Bro, you kept on cutting her off, dog. Yeah.
Bastard.
Man, I was trying to listen to her.
She was cooking. Come back up, Beast, if you're in the comments. He's gone.
Yeah, I wanted to hear.
Listen. John, I dropped you because my alt had dropped. TikTok dropped them because I'd teacup too long. You interrupted her while she was talking. I made everybody shut up while you finish, and then you didn't have enough respect for somebody else to let them finish. Beast was saying her piece. If you wanted to say something, you could have waited until after she was done. That's it. It's not personal, right?
And conversation is listen to each side.
And
not
so
over talking them.
Right. And so, like, instead of like continuing to sit there and mute him and everybody else on the panel, because I couldn't scream at you guys with my alt, I just dropped you. So Beast, you're welcome to come back up.
He said because she and I were discussing. No, it was her time.
I would actually love if you came back up.
You just interrupted ball talk. I just want to say real quick, I laughed my ass off when she said Ayn Rand was a pick-me.
Pick-meism. No, that's pretty
it's
good.
True though.
That's pretty good.
My problem with
Beast, where are you, Beast? Come back up.
I will say, I think it was deserved that I think I did the right thing by interrupting him, because I think I greeted him in his own nature, right?
Blah 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 blah. I hear the Charlie Brown teacher. You
can drop me. There's Beast. There's Beast. But I just want to say to Lift, I really want to get a pillow and put it over your head. So please stop.
Okay.
You know what? I would put that pillow down and I'd sleep on it, and I would probably have a very great night.
Okay.
Not crazy.
Yeah, I probably should have hung it up when we hit 150K. But we're at 155K, guys. You guys are awesome. Anyway, look, I don't know why it's hard for people to just let somebody talk or finish or whatever. Just I don't know. I don't know what to do. But we live in a society where groups of people believe themselves to be, and they may not even have conscious thought that they believe themselves to be superior, but it's just in the way that they are. It's in their demeanor. It's in their, just like the with the white child and the black child. Society looks at these people different, and we got to move away from that. I don't know that we can. Or, barring 150 years of, quote unquote progress, where every, 20 years you get some jackass like Trump coming in there wanting to fuck shit up and go backwards. I don't know. I'm losing my faith in humanity, especially as I just continue to see these European Americans do what they do. I don't know. It's really upsetting. But welcome back, John, and welcome back, Beast. There you are, Beast. Beast, please finish what you were saying, if you'd like, and then John, I know you wanted to respond. We'll get to you after Beast is done, please. Beast, go ahead.
I was just basically saying that objectivism is akin to nihilism, and nihilism doesn't do anything for anybody. Libertarianism is akin to nihilism. It's based off of this like Ayn Randian thought, like these people have nothing to offer the future of society, and it's pretty scary that they, like he said, he read that book, but he obviously didn't understand like the major concepts in that book, and that's scary. That's scary to me. I read that book and instantly got what they were trying to throw at me and said no.
Yeah,
it's scary that other people don't have that critical thinking ability. Also, I'd like to go back to who said, like, when they were talking about Republicans really quickly, and then I'll drop again. Republicans are right of center. Democrats are right of center. We need a left of center party. Like, stop saying that you're Democrat or Republican. It doesn't matter to me at this point. Like, I don't care. Like, they're the same thing.
Yep.
Amen.
All right, I'm going to drop.
It really is. Thank you, Beast. I appreciate it. Now, John, the thing that you were trying to get out while, when the middle of her sentence interrupted the beginning of yours, do you want to add that?
Well, no, she's gone now. I was trying to have a conversation with her. I was trying to ask her a question.
I see. Well, what was it that you were curious about? She might be able to respond to you in the comments.
Like,
because I'm curious to know what what it was that you were wanting to know.
How does it preach that there's a certain group, a certain class that should rule over everything?
From my understanding of the character, and correct me if I'm wrong because I haven't read the book. Oh, well, here's Beast. Beast may be able to. You know what? Now I'm going to go to Anna's archive and download this shit and fucking read it because, I hate not knowing a subject matter.
It's terrible.
Here's the thing, right? Look, if you have a bunch of billionaires, right, and they are giving you advice, right, how to become part of the class, right? Is it such a terrible thing?
Yes. Let me explain to you why. Okay, so first let me answer John's question. You know how I was telling you there was another class? It was the whole class of people that left and society just crumbled. Remember when all those really smart titans of industry left society, we turned into nothing. Remember that in the book? Like they went off to their own little society and they created this golden society based on the gold standards, and they left us all behind. That's what I was talking about. And to the other guy, yes, it is a problem. Yes, because most of those billionaires don't make you. Elon Musk bought his businesses from other people. Alexander Graham Bell stole other people's ideas and patents.
Preach, girl.
Like, yes, it is a problem. They're not coming up with their own ideas.
Preach.
They're saying they don't need us, but they're just using us and then discarding us. That's not John Galt.
God damn it.
That is terrible. That is so bad for us, and that's bad for our children.
Right.
Preach, darling. Preach.
Now, John, what were you gonna? Because I assume you like the book and you agree with it, but that is my understanding of kind of how what I do know of the book. You see it different.
Novel. First of all, it's a fiction novel. So
sure.
Do I believe it's? So when you say do I believe it or something, like it's a fiction novel?
So is the Bible, but people still put a lot of
Yes. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But this one is written as a fiction novel, right? That's the one difference between the Bible.
Fair.
I'm sorry. I got off.
No. You're sorry. Hey, that's why I put this squirrel up
one
here.
More time.
You're not alone.
One more time, Beast. I'm sorry.
One more time, what?
What did you say?
You know what I need to get, and this is my brain squirreling, and it just popped into my head, a little squirrel turd that I can put right up underneath his butt. That would be funny. That would be fun.
Say, in the novel,
she was asking what you thought. She was asking, sorry, brother. She was asking what you thought about the rest of people after the millionaire, or the higher class left and started their own civilization. She was asking your opinion on what you thought about let's say the rest of us that were left behind in crumbles.
So, if you look at the novel, I mean, from what I remember, society was collapsing even when the Titans were in society, wasn't it?
Well, I think
society was already deteriorating.
White people's fears. So what they were all fearing is the crime on the streets, everything that rich people always worry about, because they're always worried about themselves.
No, I'm just talking about in the novel. Wasn't society already deteriorating before the Titans left society?
It was written in the early 20th century.
I'm just asking you a question about the novel.
Oh my God, and if you let me answer, I will. Okay. So, it was written in the early 20th century novel, which reflects the problems of the early 20th century. You had homeless people, you had children, orphan problems, just terrible problems. Shit, the FDA wasn't even created yet.
I'm just asking you about the plot of the novel.
Stop interrupting me.
But you're not asking.
So,
I think she's getting. I think she's getting to
God,
it,
dude.
John. I think she's getting to it. Yeah, I think she's getting to it. But
I
Beast,
literally can't do it.
Well, you can try again if you'd like.
You're dealing. So they're talking about problems in society that were occurring around them. Ayn Rand was quoting societal problems she saw, which are not solved by the most intelligent people leaving. And by the way, if the most intelligent and the richest and the most successful people left, we would still survive. It wouldn't crumble. Maybe I remember one of the biggest things in the books was the trains wouldn't run on time.
Just let me know when I can go.
We don't even use trains now. And you know what that is? That's part of working class ingenuity right there, because the Wright brothers weren't rich.
There you go. Okay,
all right, so
John.
My question was never answered in that entire thing. I asked, in the novel, was society already deteriorating when the Titans were still members of society?
This is my problem with dealing with people with so I don't know if you're not understanding. Yes. And the problems that were in society, it was not crumbling. It's the same
it's
problems.
Just one question, ma'am. Listen, there's nothing hidden.
She
in
answered
my question.
yes. She said yes.
But she continued on like there's something hidden in my question. And she has to defend the reason why she said yes.
Okay.
And I'm sorry that you don't
Before,
understand.
she said that
Trying to
society
control her and how
collapsed.
she
She
answers
said
her
that
questions.
she said that the novel preached that there was a superior class, and that when they left
Stop white man
society,
controlling her
society
the way she
became.
answers.
Again, ball talk. You need anger management classes.
Tell that to
She
your
said
mother.
that when rich people, a superior class, left society, that's when society collapsed. That's a misportrayal of the novel. The society was already collapsing, even when the society was collapsing and deteriorating, even when the Titans were still members of society.
You can't spread your crap on here. I'm sorry you read a whole novel in college
No,
and didn't understand it.
I mean, you're upset, so
sorry
upset
that you
about it.
wasted your parents' money on that class, kid.
Here's
You
what
can't
I
answer
know.
a simple question.
Here's what I know is we're arguing about a book.
Exactly. Like, it's fucking dumb.
No, you're dumb.
Well, I mean, we're arguing about a book, but the book itself has bred ideology, which is a fact. It has. I mean, they quote from this book a lot, and they talk about it. Even pundits on Fox News talk about it. So
Well, they
it's,
don't like.
you
They
know,
don't talk
it's-
about it too much anymore with
it's
Trump in office.
So what you can do is you can translate the ideology that has stemmed from it, where there is this group of people that, we're not going to allow ourselves to be exploited. And so, we're going to take this over and take our ball and go home or whatever the fuck. We don't need these other people. They can go off to Epstein's Island and they can jerk themselves off all day long. And I hope they do that. And the rest of us. Well, go ahead. I mean, again, I haven't read it. So.
To me, the book was not about a superior class that should rule everything. It was about people who have a business, and it's their business, should be in control of their business. That was pretty much. It was about private property. And
okay,
to me, that's pretty much the gist of
100%
it.
not true. I recommend everybody in the comments read it because this guy doesn't know what he read.
I also recommend read it. It's a great book.
So one thing
He read it through white male eyes. That's what he read it through with. White male eyes.
One thing that I
You
know
read it through your
happens
angry eyes.
with art is that people take away different things from the same thing, right? And that's kind of one of the points. So in my English class, which I loved for the record, we would read a book and then we would have to offer a unique perspective on what we thought it meant. And we had to do it in a unique way. There were things that were off topic. So there are translations of that could be different from yours. Would you agree with that, John?
Different translations of what?
Like a different viewpoint, different perspective
course.
that they
Yes.
obtain from it. So
Yes.
somebody saying that this is what they took from it doesn't necessarily mean that's wrong. It's just a different view of it.
And
Does that make
it's
sense?
not necessarily true to say that it absolutely preaches, whatever evilness that person is saying.
Yeah, I see. I need to read it because I would offer my own position and then say that that's the right one, and then demand that all of you accept that as. No, I'm just kidding.
Sounds right.
I definitely recommend you read it because the misrepresentation of it, I truly believe these people got the Cliff Notes and didn't read the book.
Well,
I'm not. It is full of just terrible ideology that hurts the working class and repeatedly. And just so you know, Ayn Rand was never rich. She was a working class trader and a traitor to her immigrant ancestry.
I
Period.
didn't say she was rich. I didn't say that.
I didn't say you did. I was
But
letting
like
them
you brought
know
it
I'm
up
not
as a point. She wasn't rich.
speaking to you. I'm speaking to the
She
other
wasn't
people.
rich.
Like,
Okay.
this kid-
Okay, so let's think of the ideology here. Do you believe in like radical libertarianism or something? Is that kind of what you?
So, in my youth, yes, I traveled down the anarchist rabbit hole, but no, I don't really believe that could ever work. So.
But you're more like private property type deal. Leave me the fuck alone. Are
Yes.
you against? Are you against like taxes, or do you think they're a necessary evil?
I don't know is the honest answer. I just know that we tax our middle class. We tax 97% of Americans way too much and 3% not enough. That I do believe. If we're gonna have a tax system, I don't know, like, because what do we expect the federal government to give us? Like, so.
That's your answer, Sean Colt, what you just said there.
Well, I want to buy me a boat, so I'll let the federal government do that.
A lot of
buy me a
people
boat.
Under the current system, you could probably do that.
And I'll get a bunch of European Americans to get on my boat, and I'll take them back to Europe and be like, "I'll see ya."
I just want to say one thing real quick about the book. Like, I think if a lot of you read the book, if you're Democrats,
go marry that book because we don't give a fuck about it.
Yeah, you should go marry your anger management therapist.
Crap your book. Like, Jesus, she was a terrible writer. All of her crap is basically the same, like, regurgitated poo.
That's
Why don't
fine.
you go get her
That's
three-book
fine.
library and
But
enjoy it?
let me say this thing.
Atlas
let me
Shrug,
say one
Jenny.
thing.
Atlas Shrug.
Let me say this one thing, and then I'll stop talking about the stupid book.
Real quick. Beast, that is your interpretation of the book, though, right? Like, Lib just said that. I mean, everybody's interpretation of a book
could be different,
bound to be a slightly different,
fiction
right? And
novel,
all right?
Yes.
Now, I'm not sitting here saying it's a good book, okay, John. So don't fucking take me sideways.
I'm not. It's a fiction novel.
I'm just saying that, like, you know, everybody's interpretation of one book, and it looks like you both are on like opposite ends of the pole. So I imagine,
but we're not.
It's the same interpretation.
They may
it's
not
just
be.
two different sides.
I want to say
the
something.
Republicans want to interpret it as, you know, we're right, and we are going to move all these titans of industry, and we need to support them. And then the Democrats, like, who have read things like this, and I hate that dichotomy, because, by the way, it's a fake, false dichotomy. Like, Democrats who read it, like, talk about the scary separation of wealth from the majority of the population, and those are just themes in that book, period. It's not my interpretation is that it's a crap book, yes, but the themes in that are the themes, whether or not you read it, you know, in German, whether you read it in English, the themes remain the same throughout the book, whether or not I have opinions about the
Can I say something?
whether or not the themes are of value.
One thing is,
I want to jump in.
Were to read, I know,
history.
I'll be real quick.
Go ahead and real quick, and then history.
If any of you all were to actually read the book, you would find a lot of things to use against Republicans that they are being hypocritical on.
Is it in the public domain?
I know what Ayn Rand believed in. I don't know what the book is about, but Ayn Rand believed in straight up laissez-faire economics. She believed in no government. She believed in no government regulation of the economy. She believed in no taxation. She believed in a laissez-faire, pure free market, the likes of which we had at the end of the 19th century during the Gilded Age, when titans of industry controlled American society. That's what she believed in. I don't believe in that, because I think American society proves right now that relying so much on the market and worshiping the free market in every single sector of our lives has not necessarily worked. I think things like childcare are too expensive, right? Things like healthcare are too expensive. And what we've seen is that government has not really become a tool for the common man. It's actually more have become a tool to uphold this kind of corporate system.
Bravo,
and so,
guy. Bravo.
I don't believe in worshiping the market necessarily. I do believe in markets. I do believe in regulated markets, but I also believe in social programs. Yes. It should not cost a fucking mortgage to send your kids to childcare. It costs $2,000 a month for some people to send their kids to childcare.
Crazy.
People should be able to get paid People should be able to get paid medical leave if they get a surgery or something. They should be able to stay at home and recover and not lose their job and not go bankrupt, right? We should not have people getting $3 million medical bills if anything happens to them. And now that being said, I think the market is more efficient in other areas of the economy, but it's not efficient in every area. And Ayn Rand does not agree with that. Ayn Rand was heavily influential with the Reagan doctrine and the Reaganomics philosophy too. So was Milton Friedman, and I don't agree.
So why he's cutting out? Oh, I don't believe like Ayn Rand
I got
is
MAGA
Jesus
Wi-Fi.
Christ and shit.
I got MAGA Wi-Fi.
Okay, go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish history.
I was just going to say Ayn Rand was heavily influential in the Reaganomics doctrine as well as the Milton Friedman doctrine of the 1980s, where we kind of shifted to whenever in doubt, the market will correct itself. You know, the market, if the market fails, we should bail out the market and we must worship the market at all costs. I reject that philosophy because I think we're in a bad place right now because of that philosophy, in my opinion.
Yeah. And also the free market still hasn't brought us Wi-Fi that won't fuck up while you're cooking.
Right.
These motherfuckers, if free market was so good, we should be able to upload all kinds of shit over the web. Motherfuckers. Anyway.
I understand why most of people hate Ayn Rand, because Republicans, like everything else that they use, have used it in a very deceptive, hypocritical way. Like, I understand, like, so that is true, like, but that is just because Republicans say they're the party that believes in the philosophy of Ayn Rand and they do something, that doesn't mean that's really the philosophy of Ayn Rand.
You're a Republican. You don't even know why you're a Republican. You're a Republican because your family was a Republican.
I'm a Republican because that's the party for
Are you a conservative? Are you conservative?
Nope, I am a liberal.
Uh-huh. And you're a Republican for what? What reason?
Oh, because when Abraham Lincoln founded the Republican Party, it was the Progressive and Liberal Party.
Oh, Jesus.
And do you think wait a second.
You do know there was a switch, don't you?
Right. Do you think that's the same? That's not the same Republican Party that we have today, right? The Republican Party, the Republicans and the Democratic parties began a major policy realignment in the 1930s. That is a fact. When Black Americans started going to the North, they began abandoning the party of Lincoln and re-registering as Democrat because the party of Roosevelt at least gave them some representation in government. And so they abandoned the party of Lincoln because the Republicans controlled the government throughout all the 1920s, throughout the latter half of the 19th century, and they didn't do anything for the Black community whatsoever.
All that is true.
So why would you want to be?
So you stuck with the party that's a racist party.
I didn't stick with the party. Like you said, I was born into the Republican Party, and supposedly the Republican Party has always been supposed to be the party of small government and states' rights. Now, I grant
states' rights.
The Republican Party today and maybe for the past 20 years has not been doing it. Fuck, I'm not fucking.
Do you know what states' rights really mean?
Right, I know. I know somebody who was really in favor of states' rights.
I know what states' rights mean to a conservative. Yes, I know what states' right means to a conservative.
Holden, you tried to jump in there. You haven't spoken a lot, so if you want to, please jump in there.
So I'm just wondering, why would you stay with a party that has not the ideology that you like? And, Lincoln Party is not the same as today's Republican. Why would you stick with that party?
Because one of the core tenets of the Republican Party is supposed to be small government.
Did Lincoln believe in states' rights? Was Lincoln the party of states' rights? Because he fucking was, and I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he kind of was. And he was a strong constitutionalist. Yes, he was.
Lincoln was not the party of states' rights. He literally invaded the South when they tried to
invade the South. They fucking fired on Fort Sumner.
They tried to secede from the Union, and Lincoln did not allow that.
They attacked.
No, so what Lincoln
I'm not going to debate Civil War like history, but
no, but Lincoln, everybody gives him the credit for freeing slavery. He said, if I could keep the Union together without it or with it, so that's how I'm going to keep the Union together. Right. So that's not states' rights, and he was not pro ending slavery. He just didn't keep the Union together.
Lincoln changed his view. Lincoln changed his view on that in the middle of the Civil War when it was expedient to the military effort. Right. It was a military strategy because the South, their economy was heavily reliant on slave labor. So the best way to debilitate them was by ending their economy and their military that was dependent on that. But that being said, if you even look at what Lincoln passed before he was assassinated, and you look at what the radical Reconstruction Republicans passed when they literally had a military occupation in the South to enforce civil rights, that was not pro-states' rights. And those were Republicans that implemented that.
Yeah, what is the address here? Because you're like a fax machine. You just keep spitting facts.
And also, what does it matter that I'm a registered Republican if I've always vote for a Democrat?
I guess I'm confused because you said you said you believe the Republican Party was a party of states' rights, but you also said the Republican Party was the party of Lincoln, and I feel like that's just kind of a contradictory statement right there. Lincoln,
it's not.
The Republican Party.
It's not.
States' rights was always about white. States' rights was always about white supremacy. States' rights was always about white. It doesn't matter. States' rights was always about upholding white supremacy.
Since you've been born and since I've been born, which party amongst the two has supposedly been preaching about states' rights? They may not have been doing it. They might have been doing other stuff, but which party at least said?
But why? Why do they want?
No. It's not a question to you. Even hold it. It's not even a question to you. It's just a question to
states' rights to do what? States' rights to do what, though?
It's a very simple question. Liberal. It's a simple question. I think they're being disingenuous.
States' rights to do what?
Do what?
Which party has preached that they believe in states' rights?
Well, the Republican Party today, but back then it was the racist Democrats.
Thank you. Right. So today the Republican Party is always so. Number one, I do believe that states' rights, and then also limited government. In my lifetime,
that's a racist. That's a racist thing. When you say states' rights, it's steeped in racism.
I'm sorry.
And misogyny.
If I was black, I would feel that way too. Honestly, like.
Well, even as a real quick, Ball, because I'm gonna play a clip. Let me. I think I have it here. Let me see if I can pull it up. Because that word actually is purposely a dog whistle.
So the question was, why am I a Republican? And so
I just wanted to say that back when there was a section of the Democratic Party that was in the South, they were called the Dixiecrats. People like Strom Thurmond, and people like George Wallace. Those were the people that were like states' rights, states' rights, states' rights. George Wallace was the one that famously said, "Segregation today, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever." Just want to make that clear.
Yeah. So you agree that today's Republican Party has been the party that's preached about states' rights. So also why I'm a Republican is because I've always believed in limited government, and I believe that the federal government should not be huge and have to do everything that it's trying to do. Those are the reasons why I am a Republican.
Well, listen. So just listen to this clip. Maybe you've heard it before. Maybe you haven't.
I guess I am a rhino because I'm only a Republican in name because I haven't been voting for a Republican for a long time.
Yeah, it sounds like you have some, things that contradict your party, which I do as well. So it's not like it's that like, novel of an idea.
What does it matter if I'm a registered?
But let's listen to this clip and maybe it'll give you some insight into why this became a thing.
Approach that issue as a statistician or a political science, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all aren't quoting me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts you, backfire. So you say stuff like force busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now. You're talking about cutting taxes and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger,
Yeah.
That's it. Spot on.
Yeah. And that was Lee Atwater with the Southern Strategy. They created that whole thing around it too, so that they knew that they were, saying the N-word.
They were saying nigger,
but they were saying something else.
Said states' rights.
Yeah. Right. It's pretty fucked up.
So, John,
the question was asked to me.
N-word.
Liberal. The question was posed to me. Why are you a Republican? And Ball Talk, I already admitted to you, one of the reasons was because I was born into a Republican family. And I was taught about we should believe in states' rights. You can say that has a racist history. That's true. Okay. It does. I didn't deny that, did I?
Yeah, okay.
I also have always been taught to believe in limited government.
Somebody got a violation here. Hate speech and hateful behavior. Oh, was it Ball Talk got dropped for it?
Well, she dropped.
Oh,
He is pretty hateful. I did not report it. I've never reported a soul in my life.
Anyway. Ball, did they give you a violation? Because usually it'll tell me, but it just said a guest violated our, whatever fucking. Oh, they may have snatched her whole account if she doesn't respond. That means they probably snatched her account.
And so, also,
No.
I've always been,
Crazy.
I do believe in limited government, and that's something the Republican Party has always supposedly preached, even though they never do it. Anyway, that's what they've always preached. As I've gotten older and I've studied about the Republican Party, I've learned that the Republican Party was founded as the Progressive Party. Republicans, so like to me, I don't feel the need that I need to switch parties necessarily. And to you all, like, I don't understand why you care that I'm a registered Republican if all of our beliefs align.
That was before I knew you voted. You didn't vote to turn Republican.
Yeah,
That's why I said that.
I don't personally care if you're registered Republican. Doesn't matter to me because a lot of Democrats think I'm to call me MAGA even. Several of them, of course, it's, so I don't really give a shit. There's a lot of things about my party that I don't particularly care for. But what is useful, however, is if you actually agree with progressive values, and it seems that at least some of them you do, that you go in and you use your, the fact that you've been a lifelong Republican to fuck them up real good. You go in there and because somebody got kicked out of the party recently for purposely registering as a Republican to go in and run as a Republican to fuck the Republican Party up, right? Basically, pretending to be a Republican. So if you've been a lifelong Republican, right? Yeah. So if you're able to do that, I say fucking by all means, we got to do something.
I mean, when Donald Trump first ran, that was the only time Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, and all those motherfuckers ever told the truth.
And then they backtracked it all.
Yeah,
They took it all back.
Yeah, they got Ball Talk motherfuckers.
Oh,
they suspended her. Wow,
she's crazy.
Well, and can I say, I think it's shitty because I'm actually just realizing that's what the original term states' rights came from. I wasn't aware of that actually specifically because I'm actually on board with individual states' rights, right? So it's completely different than how it's originally referenced and termed, right? Because we do need a separation from government, though, and that's how I mean it. You know what I mean? Like Colorado, that's where I live now. And years ago, when we wanted to do some like recreational and start with this medical marijuana stuff, the government didn't want to support us. They want to cut off, funding for the roads and for this or for that or whatever, right? And so we decided to go ahead and stay self-supported, right? And kept taxed X amount to keep for our roads and schools and some shit like that. And so I think that as far as states, I think we need to be individual states and less government. You know what I mean? And I think it's funny that the conservatives were all about the don't tread on me until Trump came into office. And then it's like, sure, whatever the government wants, you're just going to fucking bow down for it. You know what I mean?
Again, like states' rights, for example. I know that's a dog whistle for something in the past, but you can use it for today's time and point out that the Save America Act is bullshit and totally violates our Republican principles to give up our states' rights, to hand over our voting records and give a huge database to the DHS, to the guy who never graduated college. We're going to give him all of our information. No fucking thank you.
Right.
You also have to be careful, in my opinion, with the states' rights, because if you believe in 100% states' rights with no oversight, then they could have slaves again and stuff like that.
Well,
there's got to be a check on. You got to be a check on states' rights.
And you're right, Holden. Like there's got to be a line because there are certain things that, well, unfortunately, like it or not, we do rely on the government to help with or to for emergency relief, or some states with the roads or with the schools, or what. Some states are more reliant upon the government for that. So like to be like, oh no, now you just deal with the taxes from your state to do it. Well, I forget what it was, somewhere in the Southwest, one of those states is almost completely reliant on government subsidies because it's a low income state, right? So the taxes wouldn't be enough to self-fund, right? So I mean, we have to take that into some consideration, right? I say that kind of with a grain of salt, but I do believe in some kind of separation, right? You know what I mean? We don't want you telling us that we can or can't have, let's just say, give my example, medical marijuana or recreational. If that's what we want to do as a state, we voted in, that should be, but then you got to think of, it's kind of like you said, like if all of a sudden somewhere in this, say the South wanted to vote fucking slavery, well, we can't fucking allow that shit to happen, so there is a fine line where we want to rely on government.
I think the 14th Amendment protects that.
Look what they did to women's rights with the states' rights with the AB.
Yeah,
we have 14 states that give no exceptions.
What was the 13th Amendment?
Well, and that's exactly it. That's that line that we really have to watch. And I think that's been our problem from the beginning, is we have asked or needed help or needed, we could, the states couldn't come, the inside itself couldn't come to a resolve, so we need someone to step in, right? So like we have asked for help and asked for, let's just say, Big Brother to come in and help us out, and now their fucking foot's already in the door, right? And now they're not going to back off that control, that power, that hold over all of us that they already have. But so I think that's
America operated.
Like to get their foot off of my neck, of our neck and my local community. Like there's certain things we have to do, right? And as a community, we can see that obviously slavery is not something we're bringing back, but bringing back fucking recreational herb is 100% okay.
He just wants to get high. He don't want to enslave anybody. He just wants to get high.
Well, the medical.
I'm with you, man.
Sorry, go ahead, Holden. Go ahead.
Isn't the 13th Amendment still allow it when you were imprisoned?
Yeah, it created slavery essentially, but just in a different form. That's what it did.
Yes, and then who do they go after the most? What community?
Right. Yeah, talk to the sundown towns about that one. A lot of corporations was getting. Yeah, and let me read it because I got it right here. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime, shall exist within the United States. So slavery is still legal in this country. It's written in the Constitution still. And our fucking, our national anthem, racist as fuck.
What is that from, that book?
That's the Constitution.
The 13th Amendment we were talking about.
Yeah, the 13th. And matter of fact, before I wrap up, which I'm going to go ahead and do, and I appreciate everybody being here, this is another pocket Constitution that you can pick up. It's in my shop. I'm not even really sure how. I think you can go to my profile and click on it there. But it shows, for example, here's the 13th Amendment. Has a note in there, but there it is, and it's pretty easy to read, pretty simple. It's like $9.99, I think, and I get maybe $1.50 off of it. So if you want a pocket Constitution that you can keep on your desk, go ahead and grab one. But guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up. I really appreciate everybody, all of you in the comment section. You guys have been awesome. We hit almost 200K with no more than I think the highest we got today was like 45 people in here. So you know what, we'll just build it up as we go. You guys are amazing, and I will see you tomorrow. Same time. I may even go live at 7 a.m. tomorrow. So, because if they're gonna start trying to do lives and to fuck with mine, they're gonna have to get up real fucking early in the morning. Yeah, because I'm up fucking 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes. So we'll see. But thank you all. I really appreciate it, and we'll catch y'all next time. Peace.
All right, tell your son congratulations.
Yes, I'm so excited, and thank you to those that sent some on Crash App and Vimo. Little loudmouth in the comments. I will get that over to him as soon as he gets home, and I really appreciate that. And I'll let him know where it came from. We'll see you guys. Peace.
See ya.
Later.